surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely five as one, crashing pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for tiny bags. Promise, call me tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I rule the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my name? Let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch 'em with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my name? Let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Dong, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us!
Who will come to help us?
No. How interesting! Very interesting!
You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. can't wait to pop it with my own hands!
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the Seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of tenfold. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Ambrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Ambrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Ambrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Ambrosa's health. Ambrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back me down. Destiny to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Honor of Kings Major West League, and we are in week 2, day 2 of this exciting survival week. I am Private Dancer, casting alongside none other than Dash. How are you feeling going into this second day of the survival week?
Very excited. There were a lot of upsets. No, there was one upset yesterday. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen today because, again, they're going to be facing each other in our first match of the day. So that is going to be the hottest match that we have for today. How about you? How you doing?
I mean, there's some ups and downs as a North American fan to kind of get into, but overall, you're talking about it. The ups and downs, and then the surprises that we have. Not just that, but we're going to have a rematch of that same surprise match here tonight.
Yeah, that's true. That's going to be very interesting here. We're going to be seeing some great matches for today. And I'm excited as the audience right now because our matches are going to be really fun and we're going to be seeing a lot of upsets. Maybe today, I'm kind of expecting a lot today.
I think a lot of people are. This is what we've talked about. Like, this is where it's go time, where all these teams kind of need to pull out those stops. Anything that you've been thinking about, maybe toying with, now is the time to try to get that surprise out there. And all these teams, and especially from what we saw yesterday, some of these teams, they are really pulling out everything and the kitchen sink to try to kind of get ahead when it comes to those groups.
Yeah, take a look at this, everyone. A new version arrives on September 24th. Unleash your spirit. We're going to be seeing it on the 24th. We have a lot of surprises for you for that. We also had the Ultimate Awakening super thrilling MOBA combat at September 27, which is coming soon next week. That is going to be it.
Yeah, a lot of things in store in Honor of Kings, a new update, some new heroes that we can get to play with and start to learn to master to kind of bring into the circle here. But here tonight, especially now that these are, we experienced it yesterday, best of 5 now, no longer a best of 3. So we're starting to see a couple of new picks kind of springing out there for both of these, for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be way harder for teams that don't really have the big hero pool compared to the other teams. I do believe the strongest teams that we have right here have those. But again, let's take a look at this. The prize pool for the whole tournament, we have $50,000 total. 10,000 will go to the champion. Second place would have 8,500, $7,000 for the third place, 6,500 for the fourth. Fifth to seventh place will still get $6,000.
Yeah, and that's not even talking about the pride that kind of comes in with all of these teams and kind of representing a KMW here. As we take a look at the group stage, first, second, and third. First going to OG right now. Second going to 9Z Global, slipping up there into second. Third place is Twisted Minds, and then we can see in Group A, Boars, Level, LM, ALO Gaming, and BTK there. A lot of those teams still kind of struggling, still wanting to kind of claw to get themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, one thing to understand for all of this teams group, as we won't have any eliminations from there, it all comes down to who faces against who. And even for Group A, the 3 teams that we have at the bottom, they're going to be the ones that are going to be eliminated if they stay at the bottom. But the first placer will be the one who is going to move forward to the playoffs. And now, let's take a look at today's matches, everybody. We have Twisted Minds versus 9ZG, BTK versus LM, and OG versus 9ZG on that last match.
Yeah, all of these matches are so exciting here. Like we talked about the rematch. That's what we're going to come right up on that. That's going to be the first match of the night. Then BTK struggling, wanting to kind of maybe get that first series win against rivals, LM, regional rivals, I want to say. And then we're going to cap off the night to see if 9Z Global can take those winning ways and possibly get the upset victory against OG.
Oh yeah, let's see if that's gonna happen here. 9Z Global has been performing pretty well so far. The last time that I've seen 9Z versus Twisted Minds yesterday was a bit of an upset, but I was kind of expecting it during ranking week, Private, because during ranking week they also went the full lengths, right? They went to the full best of 3. It was just won by Twisted Minds, but when it came down to the best of 5, there's a lot of changes that happened, and where 2-3 was the last score in favor of 9Z.
Yeah, and it almost feels like maybe that's 9Z is kind of like that locomotive that kind of takes a little bit of time to start getting rolling. But once it starts rolling, it's like it's off to the races, because they were very successful yesterday. And we're going to see if they can kind of duplicate that here tonight.
Yeah, let's take a look at the first team here on who's going to be fighting.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Twisted Minds, the current kings of the Major West, the Masterminds, which is comprised of Clean on the Clash lane, Shuei on the jungle, Shanks on the farm lane, Hai Lang on the mid, and Roamer will be ACC. This team right now is kind of having a lot of problems because yesterday they didn't win a single match.
Yeah, which is amazing because we're not talking about a pushover team. We're talking about when it came to KWC, 4th place in the world right now. But the competition in KMW right now is just so fierce. A lot of teams starting to step up, and one of those being 9Z Global. We're gonna see if Twisted Minds maybe can kind of, if they have a strategy, if they're gonna be able to pick up those pieces and be able to bounce back here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the other team here, 9Z Global.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And from Argentina, 9Z Globant. Bringing up the Clash lane, we're going to have Wind, Sick in the jungle, Leffy in the farm lane. Capo will be bringing up the Roam, and Moon in the mid lane. And when you want to talk about a team that had maybe a little bit of a rocky start in week 1, but came to claim heads in week 2 here, 9Z Global has come with a vengeance.
Yeah, as much as I want to say that Wind, RJ, and Leffy are very new players on the composition of 9Z Globant, these players have been playing since they were in Cade Stars, which is last year. That's why right now, this is definitely the right formula of 9Z Globant. They weren't able to defeat Twisted Minds during the last season, but this time with this composition, in the survival week, they defeated them. So everything is working out perfectly for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, they've got so many stars on the team that have just really kind of been picking up the weight for it. One thing I want just to get on there, Sick has been pretty incredible when it comes on here. But we're going to take a look at the head-to-head here with Twisted Minds Shanks up against a 9Z Global Leffy.
Yeah, from yesterday's match, though, Leffy was crazy when he was playing the Lung. He was the MVP during that game. So this time, you can see there is not really much of a difference here except for the average gold per minute, which is on the better side here of the side of Twisted Minds because they're a very macro-centric team. So they are very, very good at doing macro things.
Yeah, and one thing I'm kind of wondering is if maybe we've kind of covered up this little dare I say, a weakness or a kink in the armor of 9Z Global at the beginning of these series, where it feels like they're maybe a little bit more sluggish. The rotations aren't as tight as to when they're moving into like the third, the fourth, the fifth game, where they are just a wrecking machine. And is that maybe something that Twisted Minds could take advantage of in the early bits of these series?
Yeah, I agree. If they would be able to take the early games in their favor, it will be really good for the teams here. But one thing that I could see here that Twisted Minds has been loving so far, they're the only teams who have Direnjie and Zheng Fei at the top of their pick list every time, because they always love picking those, even as a duo though.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing too. You brought up Lung being able to get MVP. Leffy doing a great job there. And I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of critiquing a lot of the Lung picks because I felt like he was getting picked purely because of that infinite vastness ult where they were able to get away scot-free. But Leffy, pushed past those borders, able to get MVP there, and really showed me exactly the type of menace that a pick like that can be. Going with some of the standard bans here, we got Arlie taken off there, Luna for Twisted Minds on the bandwagon.
Yep, and as we were talking about it a while ago, Leffy wants to get it on the first game. Lung is gonna be out here for 9Z Globant, and also for the safety of picking it up in the early parts. I've seen a lot of the Doya Dun also coming out during the best of fives, so that is kind of an expectation for me. But the Guanyu and the Lady Sun has been prioritized here by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the Guan Yu especially, we've seen, I've talked about this until I'm blue in the face, at how much I love seeing that pick. A lot of them, especially if it's played right, where you're able to get behind the lines and really absolutely surprise opponent lines from the back to get them all nice and collected. Lady Soon, I feel like you've got about the same type of decisiveness when it comes to being slippery, because she's got that rolling raid. You're going to be able to kind of get out of harm's way, unleash a lot of damage. Does take a little bit of time to kind of get a lot of those items for her to become that monster of damage, though.
Yeah, one thing to add though, Guanyu is a very good counter to Lady Sun. So picking up the counter on the same rotation is actually very smart here for Twisted Minds. And having the Agudo just to bolster that early game power. As you were saying a while ago, late game is where Lady Sun plays pretty well, but in the early game she's also really good, which is why they can use that in order for them to win here. And Agudo against the Ogren, it's also a good counter.
Yeah, and we have Didia and Ogren kind of put up together. You're going to have a decent amount of healing out there as well to kind of group up around Ogren. I'm wondering if we possibly might be... Oh, we already have Agudo out there, so I was going to say we're going to maybe have a Musashi ban, but we've already got our jungle on the Twisted Mind side, so kind of looking at two tankier front lines for both of these teams.
Yeah, one thing that I'm seeing here for Twisted Minds, they could definitely go for the I Ching for the mid laner, just for the safety, and or even the Yu1, but that's too much because on a best of 5 you need everything that you could get, or at least save some strats for the next games, because it might be really hard once we go to game number 5.
Yeah, and that's the magic of a global ban, is there's a part of you that wants to just like throw the entire thing at them, but it's like, what do we have left for the second game? What do we have left for that third, fourth, or possibly fifth game when we start kind of really digging into the hero pools here? As we go ahead, rounding out some of these bans, we had Motzi and Liang taken off on the side of 9Z, Global, and Fuzi, and Mei Yin taken off on Twisted Minds.
We can definitely see that they're respecting the picks that 9Z had. Right now, I think there's a possibility. Ooh, picking up the Sure. They really need something like an extra crowd control for the team to work out. I think a bit of extra damage could be needed, but because they already had the Sure, all their damage is going to come from the Lady Sun, and early game will be from the Agudo.
Sure has been one of those menaces out on the field that I feel, it almost feels like a lot of players just really misjudge just getting caught. Once you get hit with one ability, you're absolutely caught. The entire team's on you, and you're walking in the wrong direction. With that, we do have Mai picked up here. I do love the Mai pick. It's been one of those mid laners, and the ability to get to those side lanes, the ability to kind of all the CC and damage that they can start outputting, and Mai just really becomes a factor right from the beginning.
Really surprised that we have the Mai on the last pick here for 9Z Globant. I really forgot that she was a priority here for most of the teams, but because she's losing a lot of games, people haven't been preferring her because Twisted Minds has a very tanky lineup. So there's not really a lot of targets, but considering that they picked up the Sure, oh, now she has a target. She has the Sure, she has the Ming and the Lady Sun. So she has very good targets here.
Yeah, and that's going to be, you're absolutely right. That's one of the things is that she has, it feels like a lot of people now, they understand Mai Shirano. They understand what they need to expect from her. So she's not really done so great, especially in a lot of team fight scenarios where a lot of that CC comes out with the tankier heroes where she goes in and gets caught. Here, she's got a good amount of targets. So, and especially in the early game, in the laning phase where there's not as much coverage, you're not getting these death balls of groups from the teams just yet.
Yeah, one thing to add though, Mulan against Guan Yu, one thing that is really sad about the Mulan picks most of the times because she doesn't really have a lot of sustain, but against Guan Yu, she definitely has a way in fighting in the lane. She doesn't even have to be in the lane because Guan Yu is not going to stay in the lane for sure. So she has a lot more space compared to if she was fighting a Byron and Mai Yin. So I'm kind of expecting a lot here from Wind RJ in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these laning phases kind of end up, especially for the XP lanes, as we've seen that because they become such an integral role all over the map to try to get to these fights early, to make sure that they're a part to get that fifth man into some of these fights. It's going to be very interesting, especially with the Guan Yu. Like I said, your whole thing is to try to clear quickly and get good placement on the enemy so you can really surprise them with a lot of those cavalries.
Yeah, just to add though, Twisted Minds, the last time that they played against 9Z, they won off at this Guan Yu pick coming from clean. So they could definitely win this, but that was ranking week. Now it's survival week, so it's a different story. So this team's look at the composition a little bit more aggressive from the side of 9Z Globant. There's a lot more dive potential there, but Twisted Minds a little bit more on the defensive note, just because they have to protect the Lady Sun in this game.
I feel like it. Well, and we're about to get started here. The first match of this series, a rematch from yesterday, 9Z Global versus Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, or actually, and we can talk about the gaming phone that we have here for KMW.
Yeah, the Realme 15 Pro, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Oh yeah, speaking of feel the difference between, I want to say, Twisted Minds composition is I am constantly on the lookout. I'm looking for Guan Yu on the back end. I'm looking for Sure on the front end so that I don't step into something I don't need to get all the CC put onto me and start a fight I might not want.
Yeah, I definitely like the idea of the Twisted Minds composition here. The way they're going to be playing the Lady Sun and the Ming, nobody could win against the Lady Sun and the Ming. Whatever you put in front of them, nobody's going to win. In the lane matchup, though. But when it comes to how they play this upside, though.
Ooh, yeah, clean, a little bit of trouble. Oh, man, and diving in, able to find the kill. Moon with the first blood on Twisted Minds.
Great first blood coming in from the side right here of 9Z Globant, but Twisted Minds right now wants an answer back.
Yeah, they're going to look to maybe dive underneath this tower. You can see 9Z kind of reading it, backing up a bit. But man, I was talking about how fast this Mei comes into play. The rotational speed already getting caught in their jungle is Twisted Minds.
Oh yeah, but right now, with what they have here for the side of 9Z Global, and as we expected, we talked about it a while ago here, Private, that what they want to do is be aggressive in the early game. Mulan wins the lane, Mai Shirano wins the lane, so they have a lot of space in the mid and the clash lane here for the side of 9Z Global. Yes, they're gonna be losing against Shanks and ACC, but bolster the places that they're very strong at. Oh, deep flash!
Ooh, even uses a flash and steps into a pool, gets pulled back, and that is a personal for 9Z. Meanwhile, they're trying to return the favor. Big push goes on to Twisted Minds, and we find 2 down for 9Z Global, 1 down for Twisted. We are still fighting sick, looking for an escape, finds himself a smooth exit.
Get good 2 for 1 for the side right here of Twisted Minds, at least on that first kill that they had. The Silky imprint, he was expecting it. Highland predicted where he's gonna flash, and left P, oh no, he just went in there.
Yeah, that's my biggest, I don't want to say complaint, but like the frustrating part about facing a Sure coming at you, just the amount of impression she can have on the map, taking up basically the entire map. You have nowhere you could run.
Yeah, but something to add though, for everybody watching, Highland is doesn't even need a lot of damage items. One time that I've seen him play the Sure, he had the succubus cloak for first item because he was facing against a Mai. And that was crazy for me because that is a great idea, to be honest.
Yeah, you really kind of reduce the poking.
Oh, he's gonna go for it again. Same build. Succubus cloak first item, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we do have a little bit of a sandwich here. Looking for a pincer move here is Twisted Mind. Jue in trouble, gets popped up and pushed. Looking for an escape, does not find it. It does look like Leffy getting the kill there. The rest of Twisted Minds running away, and we have 21 seconds till our objective spawn.
Yeah, waiting for the objective. Both of our teams are waiting for the mid to spawn. Gonna be clearing it on their side, but it is looking like 9ZG is just looking to clear up the bottom lane, just so both of these laners are already gonna be there.
Ooh, ACC gets caught with a little bit of CC there. No worse for wear. Still doing a great job protecting their bottom, but it doesn't look like we're going to have a contest here by Twisted Minds. They're going to go ahead and focus on their jungle first.
Oh, yeah. Just going to be going for that jungle, but no answers from Twisted Minds. Even if they lost, their Tyrant didn't even contest it. There was no contest on going to the other side of the jungle here, so it's still okay. 9Z Globant is still on an advantage.
Yeah, slowly kind of creeping up there. A 1K gold lead for the side of 9Z. You see Halang doing the best he can to kind of off and as we talk about a lot of damage coming in. Shanks gets caught there. We do have the infinite vastness coming out from Leffy. Does not find a mark, but more or less used to kind of stave off that offense coming from Twisted.
Yeah, looking at the rotations here for Twisted, they're really looking for anything that they can right around the map. They're probably looking for Sick here in the mid lane because with the look at them, the places that they have here is going to be on the bottom side of the map, and where Moon has been building a tent right down here at the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I feel like, they were able to find one at the bottom, but it was 9Z was able to answer and reply so quickly that it feels like they've almost kind of closed up that tiny little hole when it comes to some of these rotations. You can see Mai and Sick over there kind of hiding right now, looking. Oh, they're actually going to go look for an advantage here if they can kind of dive in.
Moon doesn't even go back to his lane at this point. He's just ganking the bot lane as much as he can.
Yeah, I think he's kind of picked up a permanent residence and down here. I mean, like we were talking about. We do have a little path coming in there, diving underneath the tower. Twisted Minds in trouble. Big pop-up lands onto two. Down goes a Shanks and ACC.
What a good three-man knock-up that we've seen there from Moon right off the back line. And that Destiny encounter was the ingredient that they needed just for Moon to get that position on that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, a great read from there, and you kind of smelled it in the water. Four of them were starting to group down here. They were surrounding the tower, and unfortunately, Twisted Minds could not react quick enough to try to get that distance.
Yeah, and this is such a good play from 9Z Globant. They're playing with their composition. I love that the idea has been used here aggressively for the team, just for them to get the space, though.
Oh, we might have been caught a little bit. Oh no! Gonna try to use those dashes to get away, but they turn it around and down goes Clean. They thought they had a great engagement there, but it gets turned around so quickly.
You're trapped here with me, with what Moon said during that fight, and that was a great turnaround and great answer from 9Z again.
And that's another the frustrating thing about Amai. They did find a little bit of CC on, but they've got so much mobility. Every ability comes with a dash, so they're able to get away, turn that around. Now putting the pressure onto this tier 2 top tower, but Twisted Minds putting up a valid fight here.
Oh, again?
Yeah, and now they're going to go ahead and latch onto Jue. He's going to be able to find the safety of his team. They were on it, too. They saw that coming. They're able to kind of help him find and escape, clear a pathway for him to get out of harm's way. But this is going to open it up for 9Z, starting to invade enemy territory.
Yeah, so far we haven't even seen Wind go to this fight. He hasn't even been joining this battles, and it's just the other four that have been fighting constantly. And what if we see Wind in this fight? He's already just farming up the clash lane. He's just clearing the waves there. Damage is already at the top side of the map, and nobody's going to be clearing it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem here is we're starting to run away with a little bit of a gold lead for 9Z Global. It's going to start making certain picks. Clean's going to be a little bit less effective as well. He's going to try to get to that back line. If 9Z is as succinct, as visible as they have been, they're going to see that coming. They're going to be able to take him down quickly before a lot of these fights even start.
Yeah, top tower. Oh, pull.
Yeah, Moon in a little bit of trouble there. Gets popped up. Is not going to be able to use those dashes to fight this game. Maybe got a little too aggressive there.
Yeah, what's really scary here is that if you reach the late game and where Lady Soon's going to be very strong, they have to be careful though.
Yeah, we see a lot of that damage coming in. A great position for Twisted Mind's going to be able to take this second Tyrant.
Oh, okay. This is good though. At least now they're coming back. They're getting their footing. They're playing as a death ball here on the side of Twisted Minds because they have to protect their carry.
Oh, and Sick gets caught. We were talking about this. As soon as you get caught by a Shay, it is basically all over, especially from mid-game. You have to be very wary of those pools on the ground.
That is really crazy. The Silky Imprint, Sick missing the Conductor's souls, and that is what we're looking for. Right now, they're playing as a 4-man unit here for the side of Twisted Minds. If one gets caught, they're definitely dead. So 9Z needs to fight them, or if not, they need to divide the map so that Twisted Minds has to divide themselves and diverge their positioning.
Yeah, and you can already see there that Halang has already picked up anti-heal as well, so they're really banking on being able to catch Sick, be able to make less use of all the healing that he can do, because then he's just going to be wrapped up in a stun that lasts for about 4 or 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, it's very, very scary here. Right now that we're seeing here for the side of 9Z, they're trying their best to do, as we said a while ago, they need to divide, go for the side lanes, because in the mid lane, they're not going to be winning against Twisted Minds currently. Right now, we already have Daybreaker on Shanks. It's going to be really scary.
Moon.
Where's the flash, though?
Expending all of those dashes out and to get out of the way. Oh, we do a nice little pop-up on the 2 members. Now they're going to go ahead, Jouet in a little bit.
Okay.
As they dive into the back line. We do see Clean come in with a big push onto there. Got the cavalry and Raid, a boss coming in. Sick going into there. Is going to get caught.
Yeah, that's the scary part about this composition. 3-4-1 is what happened during that fight. And we saw a while ago, Sick again getting caught on these battles is not really good, because if they lose him, they're going to be losing a really great front line for the team, and they can go front to back.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. You have the initiation from Zue, so you don't even need to lean onto Halang to get the initiation. Halang can sit in the back, wait for Sick to try to come in and take that damage, and then yeah, he can go ahead and throw down his abilities to get that CC, get that anti-heal onto Sick from the back line.
Yeah, gold gap is now down. It's all on like 400 gold at this point, so they are coming back in this game as we speak. Twisted Minds currently going for that Overlord, and on the other hand, 9Z is on the Tyrant side.
Yeah, and they got it down to about 50%. Moon thought it was being sneaky there. Actually going to put some damage on. They do get caught, and that is going to be the first Overlord for the side of Twisted.
Oh yeah, pretty scary. Right now, look at the position of 9Z. They're trying their best to get into the other side jungle, and the blue buff side of Twisted Minds, but currently, they are still not finding the fights. And as we said a while ago, the later the game goes, the stronger Shanks becomes. And there's not really a lot of catch potential unless Moon has his flash.
Yeah, and it feels like a turning point was when we kind of transitioned from that laning phase where you're able to kind of catch people out, where you're able to get those ganks out there. Now that we're in a team fight, now that we have the 5 and all of these picks are starting to come together, they're gonna looking for a little bit of an advantage here. I don't know if they see Zui does get a little bit. Oh, look at that chunking down there from left. One shot brought Zui down to 50%.
That's a high HP target though. If he hits somebody who is very low in HP like Shanks is not going to survive that for sure. So it's going to be pretty scary here right now, Private. 9Z, even with that, the only problem that they have is that there's only one target that Long could always go for, but Clean has good position though.
Yeah,
Ooh.
he decides against it, seeing 3 members go into that bush, especially, and that's a good call too. His team was in no position to be able to help him just yet, a little far away, even if he had tried for an engagement. So he's going to turn away. Speaking of which, though, we do have Moon hoping for maybe a little bit of a rotation down the bottom. Isn't going to find it, but now looking for a flank as the rest of Twisted Minds go ahead, force their way into it. They're going to go onto this tower, trying to put on the damage. Big engagement happening. Leffy is going to expend that infinite fastness down into the back line of Push coming out from Clean. Down goes a Shakes. That's a big amount of damage down for the side of Twisted Minds, but they're able to return the favor. They find 2, 3 now. Leffy wins, and a Moon down for the side of 9Z. Capo is the next on the list. It is just sick alone. He's got to teleport back to base.
Well, 4 for 2. They could go for the end. Overlord is still available. Going to be slowing down the minions. 20 seconds on his teammates.
Yeah, he's coming in here hoping that he can tank, but they already have. They have Halang out there. He's going to be getting CC'd down. He's going to get that anti-heal. Are they going to be able to close up this game? Down to about 75%. Look at him taking down 10%. Is he? It is over. First game. Very dominant going to Twisted Minds.
Good comeback from Twisted Minds. Even though that they lost the early parts of the game, the comeback was a really nice story to see right here for Twisted Minds. What a really good first game. The plays, the death ball, it has all worked out in their favor.
Yeah, and I do like the fact that they were very calm. They understood that the early game, the laning phase, we might have a little bit of trouble starting to get online, but they were very comfortable waiting until they kind of transitioned to that group. And when they were a group, they were unstoppable. It went all the way from 9Z being able to push, advance into enemy territory to boom, hit a wall, and Twisted Minds really took advantage of that.
Yeah, it was a really good play coming in here for the side of Twisted Minds, that they really played around the strengths of their composition. As we said a while ago, once we go to the late game, that is when we transition in where Shanks is going to be scary. Yes, in the late parts of the fight, Shanks died, but he already did his job. He did so much damage against most of them already at that point, in where it didn't really matter if he died at that point.
Yeah, able to kind of blast them out. And then, too, for me, the Shay pickup there, too, as well. The rush for the anti-heal to really be able to kind of shut down the Ogren pickup, too. It's such an integral role. And it may be not as flashy. You're probably not going to see that as an MVP because they were playing more of a support role to kind of get the set to really kind of shut down the Ogren. But, man, I feel like the effect is just huge for the team fights.
Hailung has been crazy in this game. The Silky Imprints, whenever he hits that, it all turns down to the fights that they win. And most of the time, the target is Sick. And Sick, when he gets pulled, he's almost always going to be dead at that point. That last fight was kind of a bit of a different take for the side of 9Z. I was surprised that they took that fight. They didn't need to take that fight. And I also saw Leffy going forward into the back line of Twisted Minds when they were trying to take that fight, though.
Yeah, and that was interesting to me. I mean, I've complained about the infinite vastness kind of being used more defensively, but if you're going to use it offensively there, I kind of felt like he really put himself in the harm's way. But it kind of felt like he was trying his best to maybe try to get to that back line, maybe to be able to kind of shut down Shanks. But in the end, you're a 1-for-1 there. Also, I want to say that Moon wasn't in position as well when they turned around that fight, so kind of it's just those little nuances that happen that Twisted Mind was able to take advantage of.
Oh, he actually got the MVP. Hey, nice call there, Private. He got the MVP. Hailung very much deserved it. It's so hard to get an MVP in Azure, everybody. It's very, very hard. It's almost the same as an E-Shake. You don't usually get the MVP, but 109 on the KDA, 9% damage taken, 20% damage, and 17% total gold. Very well deserved because he was the reason why they won this game.
Yeah, and here's one of those right from the beginning. First blood, a lot of pressure. And I felt like maybe 9Z, they understood. They needed to keep the pressure on early because they knew what was going to happen once they got out of that laning phase. Here, you see the big answering back from 9Z. And this is where I want to say, yeah, they continue on pushing under the tower, getting those pushes. But it all started to turn around once Halang started coming online, once they were able to get a lot of that CC on to Sick.
Oh yeah, and also during this fight, one thing to point out here for everybody who's watching, the global ban and pick system is very important here. What Twisted Minds had here on their composition, not really S-tier picks, right? They're not S-tier picks, so they won on non-S-tier picks here for their side, and that's a big win on a best of 5.
Oh, yeah, and that's a huge point, too. You've got an Ogren that you are no longer able to use. You've got a Mai that you're no longer able to use. These are top picks. And now, Twisted Minds no longer has to worry about those on the side of 9Z Global.
That's true. That's true. That's the scary part about this. But again, Private, before we head into game number 2, we're just going to be taking a short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's till the moment the sky rain down. It's till the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be entering into game 2 after an exciting and I want to say a little bit of a twist in that first game versus Twisted Minds and 9Z.
Yeah, what a great pun there. What a twist that we've seen there on game number 1, everyone. But it's almost the same as what happened yesterday. Game number 1, game number 3 is when Twisted Minds won those games. And game number 2 is when 9Z started to come back, have that momentum. But this time, it's very different. The wins that Twisted Minds had yesterday was 21-minute and a 24-minute game. But this time is a bit shorter compared to yesterday.
Yeah, very dominant, and that just kind of shows how well they understand. Once they had the advantage, they took it and they just rolled with it so fast that 9Z weren't even able to get their wits about them. It just got steamrolled into the fact that they forced, I want to say, bad fights out of 9Z. They turned around that last fight when it could kind of appear that they weren't ready. And I want to say maybe not everybody was on the same page. You had the Lung diving deep into enemy territory. You had Mai Moon on that, wasn't in position to be able to help as well. So, I mean, great effectiveness by Twisted Minds to really kind of keep that pressure on.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, right? This is the Kings of Major West that we're talking about here, Twisted Mind. So I was kind of expecting that they're going to be coming back from the losses from yesterday. They just had to have this mental reset after a day. So maybe this is the mental reset that we're looking for. Oh, I love this first ban though. A respect to Sick, banning the Fade on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and that is almost very interesting to me, because one of my big things about Sick is he feels very well-rounded when it comes to a jungler, whether it's just those assassin, highly mechanical heroes, or those big brute forces like you get with the Ogren or the Agudo here. And I feel like he has so much in his pool that he can go into. Though I want to say I do kind of favor the assassins. They're a little bit flashier. I like seeing a lot of those plays coming in there, and a big main one taken off for him.
Yeah, I love that they have this respect on the picks that 9Z used yesterday to win against them, like the Futsu. We don't really usually see the Futsu getting banned, but banning it against Win on the first phase of the bans is actually a lot of respect from the side of Twisted Minds. Now, because of this opening, they have the pay on their first pick.
Yeah, which is really interesting, because I've been talking, I think it was Phil who brought it up, that a big counter for pay is the Ukyo Tachibana.
Yes.
However, that pick is not exactly the most... It feels like that pick itself is countered by a lot on the roster when it comes out there. So it's very hard to kind of balance this stuff out. Instead, 9Z Global, they just go ahead and they just start off their first two picks, Zhang Fei, Dharma, this insane amount of CC.
Yeah, I love that they picked that out for the side of 9Z. I was kind of expecting the Twisted Minds will pick the Zhang Fei for the second game, and denying it against them and picking up the Dharma also is such a good note for them, because if you catch the pay lacking, get him caught up on a crowd control, he's definitely going to be dead.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. While he's super mobile, while he can move around the jungle and clear very, very fast, he is super squishy. So once he gets caught, it's not going to take a lot for him to actually go down. With that in mind, Twisted Mind's going to pick up the Lian Po, get themselves maybe a little bit of peeling power, a little bit of that front line that they can do to maybe protect the pay as he tries to find himself an entrance into the fight.
Yeah, what people usually do whenever they have this, I was kind of expecting a Byron getting picked up here by Clean for Twisted Minds, because that's usually what you pair up with the pay. A Byron, a Mayin, so that you have this access to the clash lane, have it easier for pay to go for invades. But Twisted Minds just went in for the bot side. Shanks and ACC picking up the T-Rinjit and the Lian Po on their side just to have that 50-50 against 9Z.
Here right now, 9Z already with their first three picks, I feel like the checkbox for an initiation to a team fight is checked by all three of these characters. So we have a lot of options for starting a fight, for cornering Twisted Minds, for cutting them off from each other. There are a lot of answers just in these first three picks alone.
Yeah, one thing that I see also for 9Z, they already have a lot of crowd control. That's three big ones for the side of 9Z Globant. Now, what they're losing is damage. They need to have a jungler that has a lot of damage. They need to have a marksman that could carry them through the late game. So that is something that they could use here. Maybe a Chano could be good. A Lung is also down now because they already picked that up. So a Chano could be what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, there's still a decent amount of picks when it comes to the marksman, as well as maybe an assassin pickup for them as well. We were just talking about how well Sick does on a lot of these assassins and damage picks, that hopefully you can get to a point where 9Z is holding them down there with a lot of that CC that they have out here, cutting them off, and then you're going to be able to use Sick to kind of come in and clean.
Are they going to lock that in?
Ruru being picked up here. Actually, I don't believe that's locked in just yet.
No way, right? No way. No way! They actually locked it in! Oh my, what? Okay, I was not expecting it.
Because
I think so. I think it's the first time that we've seen Nakaruru here in 9Z Globant. That's a debut pick for Sick, at least. So with that really gives us a little bit more of the personality of Sick. Sick loves playing assassins. And because Luna and Fate are banned, let's just pick up the Nakaruru so we have the assassin on our hands.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I haven't seen it in pro play. I've only seen it kick my butt in ranked matches because of how quickly it can get around the map, flying, getting over ledges and stuff like that. So that's going to be, and it comes online pretty early as well. This is going to be very interesting too, as especially against the Princess Frost pickups. That's a big, wide berth of area that can get CC'd down.
Yeah, one thing that I could describe for everybody watching for Nakaruru, one thing that she's very good at is taking down targets, like backline targets. Princess Frost, the Pei could be big targets here for Nakaruru, and that is the reason why they picked this up. She can go in and out of fights pretty easily, but she can only kill one target at a time. That's the only disadvantage of this pick, but I think it's very good against Twisted Minds.
The one thing, though, too, is the fact that it's just going to be very interesting to see if they're going to be able to dive onto Princess Frost like that without getting CC'd down and kind of putting themselves into harm's way. It's not even just that Princess Frost has their own CC, but you've got the Lian Ho there that can kind of turn around and get that peeling for their team members as well. It's going to be very interesting compositions here from both teams.
Yeah, I like the damage potential of the Nakaruru and Leffy with the Flowburn Marksman here for 9Z. I think this is a well-balanced composition and what we were looking for. But Twisted Minds has a very good, at least a counter whenever they get a board in. So when the Winter is here has been dropped, there's an ultimate coming in from Lianpo with a Tremor Smash. So they have a lot of ways to stop 9Z from just going in. So that's what I like about their composition.
Yeah, there's just answers on the backside. So it's going to be very interesting because the only thing, though, is it feels like we are waiting to counter the engagement from 9Z Global. And I'm not sure that we really have the engagement on our side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but now for Twisted Minds, I like this. Pei, Princess Frost, they have the Mai Yin for the aggression, so I like that. At least they have the Mai Yin here to help him in the early game. I just want to know how Nakaruru is going to be fighting this if they get invaded pretty early in the game, because that's what I'm expecting from Twisted Minds with the Pei and Mai Yin on their side. So now we're going to go to game 2.
Yeah, game 2, Twisted Minds taking on 9Z Globant. One win already in the pockets of Twisted Minds. And we're going to see, yeah, that's the double-edged sword of using an assassin right now in the current meta where you are susceptible to those early game invades. You can see Princess Frost actually going ahead, peeking into the jungle on the side of 9Z Globant to get a little bit of that information.
Oh man, Win might be dead here, though.
Yeah, a little bit too forward on the side of Twisted, pushed into Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
It's going to be an early first blood for Twisted.
This is what we were saying a while ago. If they get invaded, how are they going to answer? The Dharma is not going to be helping on those situations because he can't really damage it. Now they're getting the Crimson buff for free.
Yeah, Moon is coming in here with Capo, and it does look like they go ahead, snatch that up. ACC here is going to use a little bit of that CC, get himself out of harm's way, and that's just such an unfortunate start for the side of 9Z and Win, who gets picked off there, and that just really kind of laid the red carpet for Twisted Minds.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be tough, right? It's going to be very tough here for them. There's going to be a lot of setups that 9Z needs in order for them to win the fights. I'm not even sure if they're going to win the Tyrant fight because looking at their composition, they need to make sure that everything lands correctly if they want to win those team fights. But Twisted Minds, they could get away with just killing one person. They can go for pickoffs. Now 9Z could go.
Yeah, and honestly, and that's a huge plan when it comes, especially with something like Zhui on the tank. They get very slow here, crawling away. They do get to the safety of the tower. It's a little scary there for them for a second. And another death by Wind up at the top. 9Z Globant having some problems in the Clash lane.
Yeah, and this is what we're saying about a Mai Yin pick, right? Mai Yin doesn't lose against almost everybody on the lineup that we have in the Clash, especially against a Dharma. Now that he gave him a first kill, look at this replay, everybody. He's just gonna go in at level 4 and win without a flash. It's just gonna be dead there.
Oh man, and just like that, Twisted Minds, they see the carpet again laid out. There's no XP or there's no Clash laner there to stop them or even try to answer them. All that Capo can do here is get some information here, and already another Crimson. Board goes down onto their big pop-up, lands onto Zue. Are they going to be able to find it? Down goes the pay. Zue down. They're chasing the rest of Twisted Minds. Halang in a little bit of trouble. Are they going to be able to find it? ACC with a great little offset there to kind of save his mid laner.
Yeah, what a great Truth Mantra from Win RJ. With the Truth Mantra, the unbridled outburst from Capo Seba, almost getting the kill at the bot lane though. That was pretty scary. But now with the invade, Sick now has advantage in the jungle. And this is what's scary about the Nakoruru. If she gets the snowball, the game goes insanely fast in their favor.
Ooh. I took those 2 bets on the chin, came back very quickly, able to go ahead, find a good Truth Mantra, and actually kind of put 9Z, even the tails here, as even give them the gold lead right now.
Yeah, that's the most important part, right? How you finish things, not how you start it. And Wind is just really working towards that in this game. Right now, we have 20 seconds before the objective comes out. The Tyrant is going to be here. Last wave. Let's see how Sick is going to play this.
Oh yeah, Wind RJ has a good. Might be trying to catch Clean here. They do put a 4 down on the ground. Big
wow.
Oh, there was just no escape there. Great positioning there from Wind.
Oh yeah, that is crazy. The plays from Moon and Sick have been very, very good. Now with Clean down, they can take the Tyrant easily.
Yeah, and then it's not even really like they're going to have any competition here. ACC going to hide in the bush, trying to get that information, laying on the back end. But, I mean, they're not going to be much for them to be able to kind of contest it. You see them here trying to be a little bit of a nuisance on the back end. You can see Zue trying to come in here.
Nice.
They're turning around the fight. Down to about 50% is the
Tyrant.
Here.
Tyrant.
Yeah, Zue in there. Outburst comes out. We do see that Sick is able to get the Tyrant out there. But a big freeze lands on the Capo. Are they going to be able to turn this around? Nobody down. Oh, I was about to say nobody down yet. But down goes Halang.
9Z getting back into this game. Even after those 2 kills against Win, got the Tyrant, got back out of the game, and Capo Seba helps him Clean.
Yeah, Clean go moving real hard, and they turn around quickly on him. Zue was looking for a pathway into there, turns around very quickly, because Clean got his clock cleaned very quickly as we push onto this mid tower. Lefty looking for that last auto attack, might have put himself a little bit in the hard way.
Might be a kill though.
Yeah, they're gonna go in there. Oh, Leffy and them are able to get back. I was about to say it was a little greedy on that last hit.
What? Unfortunate, man. That was unfortunate. That was 2 1 HP targets. Moon had this passive, so I can understand. But him flashing forward just to save the life of Leffy was actually crazy there.
Yeah, and a good job there too. Like I almost kind of would have thought that would have been like 2 down, and you might kind of like back off and be like, "Hey man, you cost this yourself. We could have had a minion take that tower down here." Now Wind's gonna go ahead, clean up the top as Twisted Mind's kind of resetting, maybe looking for an advantage here toward the Overlord.
Yeah, Clean.
Yeah, he does latch on to Sick. In trouble, is trying to find himself an escape. Getting under the tower. Turns it around. Oh, and he had the health right there. Instead, he turned around and got taken out.
Yeah, what a nice strike coming in from Sick, but still not overboard.
Yeah, board is out, pops up 2 of them. Down goes Shakes. And now we're going to ACC in a little bit of trouble as well. He tries to come in there, tries to get some damage on, and is going to try to need to find himself an escape.
Got 2 kills out of that kill from Sick down the bottom lane, and now the top side tower is also going to be in danger here because Leffy is already in position to take that down. So that is still an overall win for 9Z in this game. Surprisingly, with this, 9Z is doing a good job of playing around Leffy and even Sick.
Yeah, they're starting to build a little bit of a gold lead, but we are still kind of at that point where we're starting to catch people.
Scary.
We're waiting for that. Yeah, Clean. I was actually kind of wondering, I'm like, there's 2 of them right there, including Sick and Wind right there. It's a lot of CC, a lot of damage. What is your plan if they see you and he decides against that fight safely?
Yeah, and now Clean in danger.
Oh, yeah, just narrowly misses the board from Moon, gets out of harm's way. The rest of Twisted Mind trying to press into this mid tower, but 9Z is there to put the defense on.
Just ran away. 9Z, let's take a look at this again. For the compositions that we have right here, right, Private, I do feel that Lefty has a lot more ceiling, but ACC?
Oh, yeah, ACC is going to have to get himself out of harm's way there. He's actually getting chunked down very quickly here. And his job, he wants to be able to try to get that vision for his team, wants to be able to kind of check these bushes. But, I mean, not when your team is out of position. There's no value in that. All you're doing is putting yourself in harm's way, especially against possibly 5 members of 9Z. And they make quick work of that Overlord.
Overlord has been taken down. 25 seconds on that Tyrant. 9Z needs to stop the side of Twisted Minds in these fights. Right now, I do believe that 9Z, once the late game goes in, they have advantage. I think the damage from Lefty is going to be more than what Shanks could offer, especially with the Flowborn Marksman. So that's what I believe here. So Twisted Minds is playing here on a very tight stopwatch time clock here for them. And now Tyrant is up.
Yeah, Tyrant is up and 9Z looking for some good positioning. Twisted Mind's kind of poking back and forth. You could see ACC there trying to get some of that information. With that too, you also have the Vanguards pushing in lane. So you've got a lot of things that Twisted Minds actually need to worry about here. They're not even actually going for the Tyrant just yet. They're going to go ahead and try to maybe get some pushing done on these lanes.
Yeah, they still have their Primal Bond. That's why they're not trying to take it, because with that, they're not going to be easily taking it. And now Twisted Minds also are opting to go to the top side of the map. They have 3 people here, and the push could happen because Wind cannot do anything here.
Yeah, Wind, I was about to say, Wind has that PTSD right now up in that lane, right? You catch him
He's
twice.
feeling it.
No, you're not going to catch him again. He knew, he's like, all right, there's other 50 brothers. I'm gonna hang back a bit. They're going to be able to take this tower, and he'll try to clear out those minions on the back end.
He was saying something's unclean here. He's smelling it. That's why he just backed off. And now with that, we're seeing them waiting for the enhanced variants here of the Overlord and the Tyrant. We have 30 seconds before that starts, and 9Z Twisted Minds, look at how they set up the lanes here. On the top side, we have 9Z setting up the lanes there, and on the bottom side, Twisted Minds is already pushing past forward to the second tier tower.
Yeah, they're a little bit split up here. You can see that Capo actually in the middle between both of them. ACC goes in, gets popped up. Ooh, actually might be a little
damage
bad away. Is going to have to use that flash to push himself forward.
That was scary though. ACC not having any flash here in this fight would not be able to get a good setup on that Tremor smash. So Twisted Minds is just going to back off. Just respect the fact that 9Z has position here on the Overlord.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. And that's such a good read by 9Z, too. As soon as they see that flash go out, ACC gets taken very low. They know he's going to have to return base. They know that they're not going to have an initiation on the side of Twisted Minds, so they go ahead, quickly take that Shadow Overlord.
Bro, Lefty with the arrow storm. Oh!
Ooh, underneath towers there. Clean! What are you doing? You might have gotten caught up there. Yeah, Mayin is down as well. Or, yeah, Clean just got caught underneath tower.
Yeah, you know what? I respect it. I respect the idea that he's thinking that if he gets Moon and Moon dies, that could have been a great kill. But Moon had flash. If he didn't, man, if he wasn't able to catch that before the drop kick, that could have been an easy kill there for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and now with the Vanguards at their front, they're going to go ahead and put some pushing onto these towers. That's going to be another tier 2. They're going to maneuver around to mid, and it looks like we're only going to have about high grounds left for the side of Twisted Minds.
The Arrow Storm is very annoying, man. Lefty, with his Arrow Storms, nobody could move forward. What?
Ooh, speaking of which, we are going to have to expend. Lefty has to use that flash to get himself out of harm's way. On the back end there, you do see Clean able to answer back to win. Now, pop up, Capo in trouble. Moon goes down. The rest of 9Z running for the hills. Lefty actually going to put some damage onto that Crimson.
Okay.
And we go in. ACC in trouble. He gets taken down. On the Yanks next on the chopping block. Unbridled Outburst is able to catch Halang. A great turnaround by 9Z Global.
3-4-3. What a great fight there for both of our teams. Still not won by anybody here, but Clean has been doing a good job setting up this fight for the team. But Clean could go in here.
Yeah, he's looking for an a way
they're scared.
an option, an angle, but yeah, and all they needed to do, he just showed himself there, and that was enough for 9Z to be like, all right, we're gonna go ahead and back up here.
Man, that was scary. That fight was actually kind of scary here. I was surprised that Twisted Mind still took that fight. They could have won that already. Went for the reset, then go for the Tyrant. Oh man, 9Z just got the turnaround just because they got 2 kills there, and now they have possession for the Tyrant.
Yeah, and it's just a great read by 9Z too. They get chased back, they lose a few members, and they still have the wits about them with Leffy and Capo. They know that they still have the advantage. They're gonna still try to get that Crimson Golem down to 25%. This, a Tyrant is, and it is stolen. Halang goes in there, scoops it up.
Good use of that Winter is here so that they can secure that Tyrant for their side. We have 80 seconds on this. Twisted Minds needs to use this in their favor. They were losing most of the fights a while ago, but with this Tyrant, they might be able to win the next ones.
Yeah, and at the very least, they've afforded themselves some breathing room because you're going to have that pressure coming in from all the lanes. It's going to allow Twisted Minds to maybe start cleaning up some of their jungle, maybe kind of come back, maybe look for an option or at least some type of placement here.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at that now. 205 on this. Good items from the hands of Leffy. He would be dealing so much damage once the fight comes in. What's really hard about this for Twisted Minds though is that the mid lane tower of 9Z is still standing pretty strong. And that's why they cannot even invade on the jungle of 9Z. That's why right now they're trying to set up a death rush here in order for them to get a pick off, then try to push the mid lane.
Yeah, and I want to say too, like off of that, like that mid tower is so important for team fights because having that up means there is so much security on 9Z. They can get a fight here, and they have a closer place to just run back to get to safety. Meanwhile, Twisted Mind's gonna go ahead start on this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, starting on it, clean in position. Finding a death rush so that he could set up those very cheeky plays. He has a flash again, so he can do that this time around. Tyrant, the Primal Bond is already down for Twisted Minds, so that's going to be good once they start this Overlord.
Ooh, sick. Poked his head out there. Didn't like what he saw, went back. Now ACC gonna go ahead and start on there. It does seem like Twisted Minds, they want to try to get more information. They're looking for that backline, looking for a way in. But I mean, 9Z's doing such a great job. And look at that, Shanks got nailed down to 25%. Leffy just unloaded on him. Now, Twisted Minds know that they're not gonna have that big amount of damage, and they start backing up to their jungle. And this is just showing what you were just talking about. Having that mid tower up. Twisted Minds know if they get a bad fight here, it's over for them. They have nowhere to run. Meanwhile, down to 25%, 9Z quickly scoop up the Overlord.
Very smart push on that top side. Wind was pushing that top side of the map so that they have to back away and won't be able to fight the 50-50 here on the Overlord. That's very smart here. 9Z right now has big advantages. They're just waiting for the next wave in order for them to drop this Shadow Overlord on whoever they want to. Right now, they're going to go to the bot side though.
Ooh, draws out a little bit of damage from ACC. Does a stick on the back end. 9Z looking for an angle in. They don't find anybody. Twisted Minds continually being pushed back now. Now they're going to have to contend with Vanguards coming as well.
Yeah. Waiting for the Shadow Vanguard. Where are they going to drop the Shadow Path? That's the question. They're just waiting for Twisted Minds to go for pushes. I think bot lane is where they're going to push, or the Shadow Vanguard could go to the top side. Yeah, there you go. The Shadow Vanguard is going to go to the top side of the map. So they would be using that as a distraction for that push. Oh, no.
Yeah. Actually, so wait. In trouble is going to happen. It gets into harm's way. But they turn it around. Sick is down. Putting on a good front line. You still see that Moon and Leffy putting on the damage. Clean comes in, finds a pop-up, but has to disengage.
Yeah, Sick is the only one to die in that fight. I thought they're gonna get like 2 kills from there, but they weren't able to take both of them. Now, Tyrant is alive. They do have the smite on top of Seba, so they could use it. But right now, Twisted Minds is also positioning right there on the bot side of the map.
it was just great positioning by the side of 9Z. As soon as Sick went down, Capo and Wind kind of took the front line there, while Moon and Lefty kind of fell back to kind of provide that suppressive fire. It was a great movement there by the side of 9Z to kind of cover up, and there was nowhere for Twisted Minds to kind of really push that engagement here. It looks like they're looking for a little bit of engagement on Twisted Minds. They're kind of baking out this Tyrant. They don't. I mean, Sick is back up now, so they are going to have that smite. So we're all kind of looking for that positioning. It was stolen before, so I know they're a little wary of that. ACC comes in from the side. Ooh, we do have a wasted ultimate there from Wind and a reset on this Tyrant. We don't have the board anymore. This might be the opportunity that Twisted Minds is looking for. A lot of ults off the table. And Capo able to scoop up that Tyrant.
Really hard to contest that, right? They have double smite, so it's like it's almost impossible for them to win the smite battle there unless they want to take the risk and take the fight first. So that's why Twisted Minds knew that they cannot fight that. But right now, top side though, clean hasn't been seen.
Ooh, actually, in a little bit of trouble there. And just to go on to your point there, the fact that they knew that they couldn't take the fight, but they were still there looking for an opportunity, looking for an angle to try to get in. So it was very dangerous, but still very well played. Twisted Minds had vision on it the whole time. Unfortunately, just were not able to find the advantage that they needed.
Already have the Sage's Sanctuary here on Sick, so he can dive whenever he wants to. Top side is where the push is going to happen.
Yeah, and now you see Lefty there from the back, putting on the damage. Unbridled Outburst lands along with the board. They are trapped. Shanks gets beat down, gets taken down first on the back end. Moon in trouble. ACC trying to take him down. Moon actually able to find himself a kill there as well. Jouet is next. Lang might not be long for this world, and 9Z Globant very dominant in that fight, a little lower than I would care for when pushing this tower, and they're going to be able to get that next high ground.
Are they going to be finishing this game? No, they're going to be backing off, going to go for that Vanguard after. But what a great fight coming in from 9Z Globant on that one. Win RJ just going in, gets a double on that Truth Mantra, and that's the reason why they won that fight. Good efforts again from Clean, but nobody was there to follow up.
Yeah, and it's just such a great job, too, because you have Capo coming in with the Unbridled Outburst, cuts off the escape of Twisted Minds, and then you're going to have Wind come in with the Truth Mantra on those people who are trying to figure out what do we do now that we're trapped. And, yeah, it's a great fight overall by 9Z.
Oh, wow. And now they have the Shadow Vanguard again on their side. They could use this, but they're going to have the Primal Bond before this Tempest Dragon comes out. 20 minutes on the game. Oh man, this is gonna be a Tempest game, and nobody's here to finish the game just yet. 10 seconds on the clock, and 9Z in position to push the top side.
Yeah, and you can see 9Z kind of laying in wait, looking for a first mistake from Twisted. Not a first mistake, but a mistake from them coming in here. They have already shown they're not afraid to kind of get vision of these objectives, to kind of get in there and maybe try to find themselves an angle. They were already able to find a steal as well. And 9Z are doing a good job of laying around the map right now, kind of spread out, looking to maybe catch Twisted Mind as they rotate around.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard has been thrown on the bottom side of the map. We can see Shure on the top side. He is positioned there. He's trying to clear out the wave as much as he can. And now with the Shadow Vanguard looming on the bot side of the map, it's looking pretty scary here for Twisted Minds, because on the other hand, 9Z could play the mid lane, could play the top lane, so that they would have to look at both of those lanes.
Yeah, and I feel like 9Z's gonna wait until that Shadow Vanguard kind of pushes against the tower until they engage. Now they know that they're split up with their objectives here right now. They're gonna go ahead and push. ACC taking a lot of damage, down to about I want to say 60%. And the rest of 9Z gonna go ahead and use this opportunity. They're gonna go ahead and start on the Tempest.
Yeah, they got the space already. I think I like this. Tempest Dragon already being started, half HP, and Shure is in position at the bottom side, so they can start this, maybe finish it.
Yeah, Zue looking for an angle. He's sitting down there at the bottom, but it looks like Capo very smartly going to go into that bush. Check it out, 20%, 10%, and a great board goes down to protect that pickup of the Tempest.
Think I can finish? Okay, good thing that they were able to clear the top side. And now with the Tempest on the side here of 9Z Globant, this might be the end that we're looking for here. One last push is gonna be all it takes for 9Z to get a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, but you know what they say, like a lot of games are lost at the enemy's gates here. You need to be very careful about not putting yourself in harm's way. They're doing a great job picking from afar, just poking down these towers, not really getting themselves into harm's way. Vanguard's coming in. Now, is this going to be the last fight? In goes ACC. Unbridled Outburst comes out, but they're diving onto the back line, and it does look like 9Z able to find those kills. Laying down. ACC is down as well, but they find a kill onto Wind, trying to turn this back around. Down goes Clean, and this is going to be game 2 going to 9Z Globant.
What a good win for 9Z Globant, just getting a punch back out of Twisted Minds, the same faction as they did from yesterday. After game 1, game number 2, they got a win, and now this is the turnaround that we're looking for in this series.
Yeah, and this is exactly how it played out yesterday. That first game of the series went over the Twisted Minds, and it took a little bit of time for 9Z to kind of get that ball rolling, get into the motion. Here, I want to say this entire game, and especially I want to see how it looks when it comes to that gold. The entire game just kind of looked like it was 9Z Globant just kind of rolling out very clean and very steady.
Yeah, and one thing that is great about that, though, is the early parts of the game, Twisted Minds was the one dominating. They got first 2 kills against Win RJ, and Win took it personally, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to be making plays this whole game. He was getting a lot of great truth matches this whole game, and that's why he just let the dragon out in that game.
Yeah, and that just talks about something, especially at this level. Pro players, they can take those types of death. I'm going to tell you, if I was in that Clash lane taking those 2, that would have crumbled me. I'm like, man, what can I do here? But he immediately, he just understands what he needs to do immediately. Answers back, gets a great set onto 2 members of the enemy, and that just kind of started that steamroll.
Crazy play from 9Z Globant. I do feel like they are a bit cleaner compared to how they played during game number 1. But here on the side of Twisted Minds, they were kind of lost. And we were saying it a while ago. Once we step into the late game, past the 15-minute mark, they're going to get outscaled by the Flowborn. Leffy was really strong this whole game, and his damage was just crazy. The Arrow Storm was just zoning out everybody out of the objectives.
Yeah, and that was the amazing thing too, is even with how much Twisted Minds was trying to get a little bit of information, all it took was those Arrow Storms to kind of come down and like chunk. Even we were talking about it before when ACC got caught, dropped them down to about 50%. And if it was going to be anybody else, that would have been a pretty clean kill onto them. But man, amazing job by him to kind of still help with being able to zone out the rest of Twisted.
Yeah, you can definitely see here that Shanks was doing his best during this whole game. He was trying his best to get a lot of damage in, but he doesn't really have any space to move forward, which is what's hard whenever you're picking up a Dubenzie on your team. It's going to be a struggle every time, but look at this gold grab. It was 9Z all around, and after just getting 1 advantage at the 4-minute mark, it was their game.
Yeah, you absolutely are right. Right at the beginning, those first 2 kills onto the Clash laner, and then it just turned around as he was able to kind of find his own set there, and then it was all 9Z.
Yeah, it was really hard. It was really hard the whole time, but the MVP, very well deserved. The first time that we've seen here on the Major West, it is sick on that Nakaruru. 738, 19% damage taken, 20% damage, and total gold of 24%, showing us how it's done.
Yeah, really continuing to kind of give us examples of his prowess on those assassins is a sick here. First showing of Nakaruru here, and a very successful one at that.
Yeah, and they're showing it to us. Like, yeah, ban all my assassins. It doesn't matter. There's a lot more assassins that I can pick from, and it doesn't even matter what he gets on his hands. Picking up the Nakoruru, I was expecting that by the late game, it might be hard for Sick to do anything, but he was still doing a good job of going in and out of those battles.
Yeah, and I feel like it was due, in fact, to a lot of the CC that they had in the front, and in the back. Even in that last fight, you saw the Unbridled Outburst go out, and Twisted Minds was actually able to get behind it. But there still was so much a CC that he was still able to find those angles, still able to get those kills.
Yeah, and that was it, everybody. Game number 2, we're going to be in it for the long run here for this series. But before we go to game 3, we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
And welcome back to Twisted Minds taking on 9Z Globant. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hand, but that wasn't a surprise to anybody.
Yep, that was the same story from yesterday, everybody. A 1-1 again this time around. And on the same games, game number 1, Twisted Minds won. Now 9Z won game number 2. Is it going to be the same thing here for game number 3 and 4? Let's see, because this is an exciting series to see for all of us here.
Yeah, unfortunate for Twisted Minds, they did take 2 losses yesterday, so you do know that they are wanting to try to turn this around. This could be that momentum that they're looking for to be able to turn this around and maybe try to get some more of those victories for the rest of this survival week.
Yeah, what a sick play from 9Z. From that game, they picked up the Nakoruru. The Flowburn Marksman was very effective during that time. But on the hands here of Twisted Minds, they're kind of trying to think about what they're gonna do. Remember, everybody, even if they lose, Twisted Minds were still the kings of the Major West, so I'm kind of expecting excellence here moving forward from game number 3 to game number 5.
Yeah, and the real interesting thing too is that Twisted Minds kind of started off that last game by trying to ban out Fade, trying to maybe take away some of those bigger picks, and in answer to that, Sick basically showed them that, yeah, you're not going to be able to ban out all of my assassins. I'm going to be able to pull out everything, and pulled out a Nakaruru there, and absolutely, I feel like what we're going to need to plan on, we can't really rely on the ban. We're going to need to have a plan for the assassins in our composition.
Yeah, you can see it here, everybody. If you are new here on the broadcast, we are on a global ban and pick format. Whatever you pick on the last few games, you won't be able to pick them again. That's why you see it on game number 1, 2, game number 1, 2 on the other side. 2, those are what they picked. So they are not going to be allowed to pick that again, which is why we have a diverse amount of picks here in Honor of Kings Esports.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so exciting. You don't really have the lull of picking the same things over and over and over again to success. You get that success once. And heck, sometimes you don't even get that success. Sometimes you get those really important pickups like we saw in game 1. 9Z, they had the Mai Shiranu out there, they had the Ogren out there, and they actually took a loss with that. So, and that's going to be the hardest thing I want to say, is sometimes you have these great picks, these great compositions in mind, and then you take a loss with that, and you have to kind of go deeper and deeper into that hero pool.
Yeah, we're seeing here now Dongfei, a favorite of Twisted Minds, has been picked up on their side, has been denied by 9Z during our last game. So now that they're picking it up, it might be a different story here for the team in Charlotte. I like this. Coming in from Twisted Minds, Clean being allowed to go crazy, but the Futsu being picked here by 9Z. It has been banned twice now, and now it's out for win.
I was just about to say, this was one of the top bans for Twisted in the first 2 games, and unfortunately here this time they kind of let it slip. On the back end though, from Twisted Minds, you're going to go ahead and scoop up Heino.
Ooh, picking up the Heino here for Hylang. For Twisted Minds, they're going to be playing a bit more stable. Looking for 9Z, what mid laner are they going to be playing with? Because most of the time, when you're picking up the Agudo, a Heino is a good counter, because Heino could use all your summons as a stacker for Scepter of Fate. So it will be a really, really good counter against all your minions.
Yeah, and we've already seen examples of teams, I believe it was BTK, not really respecting those scepters. They kind of like, all right, they were taking some damage, and then each one that landed was doing more and more and more damage, until it basically those things are setting these team fights, because it's chunking them down, getting them low enough to where they can kind of just charge in.
Oh yeah, and now with this Twisted Minds, they're really just chomping down on the mid laner picks that could definitely kill a Heino. Usually what people use is an Angela, just for them to burst down the Heino as fast as they could. And here on the other end for 9Z, there's still that option. I love that they banned out the Ganenmo and the Nua so that they don't have the burst, the other 2 burst options that could take down the Heino.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting for these last 2 pickups. Twisted Minds actually taking Nua, really focusing in on that mid lane, on the hero pool of Moon.
I like that they picked up the Musashi here. A very smart pickup for the side of 9Z, just so they could take down the targets that have high amounts of good amounts of sustain, and taking that out with duel to the death, that's 8 seconds that you're not allowed to heal, and that's a very long time.
Oh yeah, and this has been one of my when I first started playing, one of the things that I was very amazed to learn about Musashi's kit is that his ultimate that just stops healing, and he's just one of those huge counters for a lot of those heroes that have a lot of that sustain, a lot of that re-ups, and with that they're gonna go ahead, they're gonna challenge that. They're gonna try to get even more healing on their team and picking up Secure here.
Oh yeah, I love this. Picking up the Secure and the Garo? What? Okay, I love this. Having the Garo on your team, you're kind of losing on the damage department here for the side of 9Z. Yes, she is an easy target for the Charlotte and Musashi, but if you won't be able to reach her, man, you're gonna have a big problem here because she's gonna be dealing crazy damage.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's where it kind of comes into both of these compositions. Are you going to be able to angle that Musashi to kind of get into that line to be able to find those pickoffs, or is 9Z going to be able to kind of protect these? They do have a good line when it comes to the regen that they have. Lubon number 7. I think this is another first that we've seen.
Oh, what is happening here? What is happening, Private? I don't know what's happening here for our game. Surprised that we're gonna see a Lubon without the system on their side. So this is very interesting. Twisted Minds have been very experimental, but if you're gonna be looking for somebody who has a good amount of range like the Garo, I do believe Lubon has that, and he is gonna be destroying Garo in the early game.
Yeah, not just that, but you have the shark cannon that you can just lob off to kind of set the tone for a lot of these fights as well. It's going to be very interesting. And we were talking about it earlier. This is the point where your teams, you need to start kind of throwing out a lot of those maybe secrets, those things that you had in your back pocket that you were wondering, will this work? Now is the time to kind of throw that out, especially with this type. I dare call this like a grudge match between both of these teams.
2 debut picks that we're going to be having here, everybody. The Garo and the Lubon number 7 are going to be firstly picked here in this, or actually in the same game for this series. Very excited. This is what's great about the best of 5, because we're going to be seeing crazy picks every time.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is I'm very much assuming both of these teams are going to probably want to be sending some support, some type of action down into that gold lane to kind of make sure to protect both of these, especially since they're not that they're just new, but there's kind of an offset there. You pointed it out. Lubon does win that early game against Garo, so is there going to be support there immediately sent down by 9Z?
Yeah, one thing that I love about this for 9Z is that they have a lot of healing on their side coming from the Yuhuan, the Sakir, so they have a lot of healing for the Garo. But remember, we have a Musashi, but everybody, we're gonna go to game 3.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, game 3 of 9Z Globant taking on Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds looking to kind of offset. They're both tied at 1-1 apiece.
Oh man, this looks really, really good. I love the draft coming in from Twisted Minds coming into this game. I do believe that they have the superior draft here, especially against that Garo. They have a lot of access to the backline, but on the other hand, 9Z needs to find that setup on Wind for this to work.
Yeah, a little bit of a fight off here. Moon and Halang going at it at the mid already. Both of them taking down the 50%, trying to put that damage onto each other. And it's going to be very interesting too, because I want to say, like, the Twisted Minds, especially in the early game, you're just kind of looking for the Musashi pick to kind of get in there. Oh, big Sunlance and a pop-up. Halang actually in a little bit of trouble. They decide against going with that engagement.
Oh man, that was a really nice engagement, but they didn't really have the damage to follow it through. They need to wait for Leffy to get a bit of items in order for them to engage like that. One thing that they could utilize in the early game is find a way to let Capo Seba play around Sick, because Sick is gonna be the reason. Knockup.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Taken down to about 50%. He decided he wanted to go up there. There goes that shark cannon out from him. Just go ahead and test little measures out there.
Yeah, right now, or what we're seeing here for 9Z, they're really putting all their eggs in the Leffy basket in this game. So they're going to be looking at that and how they're going to play this. Sick might dive here.
Oh, yeah, Halang senses it out there. Does catch a big pop-up, and they chase him onto the back line. Yeah, he's not long for this world. A big pickup there for the side of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, good answer. 9Z setting the tone in the early game. Good first blood on their side, and now what they can do is find a way to just give more space here for Leffy in the bot side, because Shanks can't even lane against him right now.
Yeah, and yeah, they're gonna go ahead and keep that pressure on and putting it all there onto mid, and doing a good job, especially because I feel like we haven't put enough pressure on the bottom by Twisted to kind of protect this Lubon pick up by Shanks. You can see 3 members down here looking for an angle to get in there, put some on, looking for that stun coming in from Moon. They do not catch it.
Yeah, it has been crazy though. Capo has been hitting all his mulberry powers. This is gonna be crazy. If he hits that on the right targets at the right time, it's gonna be really scary against the other team. Right now, Twisted Minds are still in that area of just waiting for everybody to scale.
Yeah, Shuei's gonna have to get forced out back from that mid lane. And S2G, continue, press on the mid, rotate back to bottom. Press on the mid, rotate back to bottom. Just to kind of keep on this pressure onto Shanks.
Yeah, this is what's great about the Sakir, right? He could just move in and out of lanes and be okay about it. He can traverse a lot of distance just by using his Ride the Wind. And that's what's great about him. And protecting Leffy isn't even a problem for him at this point.
Yeah, and we still haven't seen, like, I mean, we're still in kind of the laning phase here. Zui just has not been able to find an opportunity, and because there's such a great job by 9Z Globant to kind of keep this nice little tight ball. Leffy isn't left alone. Moon isn't left alone. All of these picks are kind of grouping around, especially with these nice tight rotations.
Yeah, in the early game, you can see the power of Sick. In this game, he's just zoning out a lot of the areas, getting vision for the team, and clearing up this wave in the mid lane is the most important thing before you start on those objectives. 5 seconds, cleared up on the mid lane. Leffy might be a bit late, but we can start this Tyrant battle right now.
They immediately sense that. Dewey actually going to go in there, looking for the duel to the death. Actually gets taken down to about 25 cents. Going to use that dash to get himself to safety, but it's not enough. Sick going to pick up the kill on the back end. Shanks tried to put on some suppressive fire, but it is not enough. And down goes ACC. That is 2 down for the side of Twisted Minds. 9Z going to use this as an opportunity to pick up the Tyrant. Ooh, actually, they're going to go in clean. Not done. Halang on the back end as well. And it does look like a pickup comes from Halang. Able to get that Tyrant.
What was that? And now he's knocked it over. Got 2 kills out of that. Oh man, that was a crazy fight that we've seen there. They got the Tyrant. They got the win. And 9Z just lost that battle. No smite on Sick when they were taking that Tyrant.
Yeah, and a great pickup by Twisted Minds. They did kind of turn it around, or they actually got pushed back, took a death, and it felt like 9Z, they got a little comfortable. Thought that, all right, we're going to be able to take this, no problem. Twisted Minds said, no, we're going to turn this around. We're going to actually go for this and turn this entire fight around.
Yeah, use the ult though.
Yeah, big stun lands on the ACC.
He's dead.
Pop-up lands onto him, and that's going to be short work for the side of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, very easy start here for the side of 9Z Globant. We are seeing Twisted Minds just at least coming back from this game. Still has the advantage because they're the ones who got the Tyrant a while ago. But you can see that in fights, they struggle. Look at what they're doing here. Capo Seba in position to just stop them from taking the Azurba.
Blue team has
yeah, and it looks like they go ahead and steal that away. Halang putting on the damage. It actually flashes forward. Is that going to be enough? He does get himself a little bit of distance toward that mid tower. 5-3 right now in favor of 9Z.
I want to say the items that Hailang is building here, he's very, very tanky. Just looking at how much HP he has currently, I want to see if he's building tank or he's building a little bit of magic damage just so we can make use of the Scepter against this Agudo pick. But right now, what's scary about this is that Shanks, if he gets stronger and stronger late game, could be pretty scary here, even for Leffy.
Well, I mean, we already saw, too, like, even with this laning phase, where it felt like 9Z really has a great advantage, when it came to that objective fight, Twisted Minds just really were able to put that damage on and able to turn it around. So that's really kind of got to get into the minds of 9Z to know that they don't really have this as secured in the early game as they thought. And as it gets later, it just gets even more and more in Twisted Minds' favor.
Yeah, and Hano also in the late game, if he's building a little bit of magic damage, it's going to be scary because you won't be able to push any towers at that point. So that is going to be the scare here of 9Z. So they have to fasten up, accelerate Leffy as fast as they could so that Twisted Minds doesn't have the time to give space to Highland also. And even Clean is scary late game.
Yeah, and right now, Twisted Minds starting to mount some suppression on their side, starting to mount a little bit of offense there. Shanks blasting away at that top tower while we have a little bit of a fight. Big pop-up coming from Capo, but it does look like ACC and then go ahead and turn around. Halang on the back end here does find himself an escape from that gank. 9Z gonna have to back up back into their jungle.
Yeah, that was again a good fight here that has been canceled just because of one bottom here coming in from Hai Lang. And that is going to happen again and again here. So they have to set up the fight perfectly in where Hai Lang is not allowed to stack the Scepters of Fate. But for this time, Twisted Minds already positioned in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and they're already doing such a good job of starting to invade, starting to refuse a lot of that jungle from the side of 9Z. Big pop-up lands on the two members, but nobody from 9Z really wanting to go in off of that just yet. I'm kind of waiting for the kind of like stacked opportunities here from 9Z. When you go in with Sick, then maybe Moon can kind of come in with a stun, but it feels like they were just kind of not on the same page just yet.
Yeah, Shanks has been doing a good job here. Look at his zoning. This is what's scary about the Luvan when he's picked in these types of situations. The air support is really good. His passive has been really annoying. The suppressive fire has been suppressing 9Z actually. And right now, they can't even move past their own jungle here because Twisted Minds has hold of the map.
Yeah, and then when you're trying to look at some of the range on the side of 9Z, they don't really have that same amount of range that you have coming from Twisted Minds. They're trying to zone out from this mid tower just yet. And Twisted not just yet able to take that mid tower, which will open up the map.
1 minute before the objective comes out, still are waiting on what moves they're going to be doing here. Free for the side of 9Z. Already have items on both of our sides, so we're waiting for Shanks to play this out. Nobody can push the mid lane for sure.
Yeah, they're trying. They're trying as much as they can, but both teams really do not want to give up that mid tower, and that just kind of shows. Oh, almost got caught there. But Capo able to get away.
My man Capo is just riding the wind, literally during that one. He was trying to dodge out everything from the side of Twisted Minds, and this is the power of the Sakir, right? How he's gonna be playing those in his favor. How he's gonna get vision out of the map and just running away from it.
Fuzi very brave here, looking to start a fight here on to ACC, put some damage on there just to let him know that he is here. Two members gonna chase him down, at least just chase him away. Now we're starting on the Overlord. I don't know if 9Z is gonna be able to stop it. Down to about 30%, getting to about 25. In comes 9Z, get some information, but they just don't want to pull the trigger on a fight. Speaking of pulling the trigger, Twisted Minds, they're gonna come in, try to put that on to the side of 9Z. Down. I thought we had a kill there. And down goes Clean. Now continuing on their fight. Down goes a Secure as well. Trading blows for each other. Capo is down. 3 down for the side of Twisted Minds. Able to find those answers that they were looking for earlier in the game. Down goes the mid tower. The rest of Twisted Minds running for the hills.
Can't touch Lefty with the triple kill that he got right there. He was out of range for most of the members of Twisted Minds. They were trying to chase him down, and when they don't have anything on their hands, it's going to be pretty hard. Now the mid lane tower has been taken down. No more high ground mid lane. That's a big opening for 9Z.
And this is exactly what you were mentioning when you saw the draft. Is like, yes, they could latch on to Leffy to be able to take him down, but they still have to get to him, and they traced him pretty hard, and he was able to kind of turn around that damage onto them. And this shows if you're not able to get Leffy down early in the fight, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, one thing to also note though for everybody watching, you always need to look at if Lefty has a flash. He's just going to be joining the fight once every ult is already down, and that's what happened during that fight.
Yeah, and it's doing such a great job, and still with that mid tower. They do have those Vanguards pushing down from the side of Twisted Minds, going to start crashing in to the side towers of 9Z Globant.
Oh man, he has the Sun Chaser. Oh man, this is a lot of range coming in from Leffy, so every fight he's gonna be out of harm's way, like a screen away from everyone. So this is gonna be what we are gonna be expecting. Daybreaker already built by Shanks, and with the Blood Weeper, he definitely has a lot of items, so it's also gonna be scary. So they have to look at both of his marksmen on those big team fights.
Oh, Moon almost got bursted down there, just out of nowhere from Shue there. And now a lot of big pressure kind of coming into that mid lane. Still haven't been able to pull the trigger on that mid tower. Twisted Mind's kind of looking for an opening for it. This is what we were talking about before. With that mid tower down, fights are a little bit more dangerous for the side of the Twisted Minds. Big stun lands on the two members and still not in a position to be able to get the advantage.
Yeah, the healing is just too good at keeping them alive. They could do this a lot more times. They could rinse and repeat. Just the healing from Capo Sable has been really helpful for them to just defend this mid lane tower. The idea supposedly of what Hailang is going to be doing this game was to keep the mid lane tower alive, but because they lost the fight a while ago, there's a big gap in the mid lane, and that's why 9Z is allowed to play around it.
Yeah, and it really kind of sets the tone for Twisted Minds. They got to be very careful about it. They're waiting for an opening that they just cannot get from the side of 9Z just yet. As we take a look, I mean, gold chart, Shanks actually doing such a great job.
Yeah, Shanks has been getting a lot of gold, and that's why the gold gap is not really that high. It's just a 2k gold lead for 9Z. 20 seconds, and we have the Tyrant, we have the Overlord. Both of them are positioning on the Tyrant side because they want to get that extra damage. 9Z wants to finish this as fast as they could.
Yeah, but it's all kind of coming down. Oh, no. Can we get to those farm laners? Ooh, we do have a little bit of an engagement here. And Lane gonna go ahead, find himself and escape. Almost got taken and caught there by Capo. But the Shadow Overlord taken, scooped up in that time that engagement happened. Twisted Minds had the forethought to be able to scoop up the Overlord.
Nice bait from their side though. ACC in position to get the stun here. Now the Tyrant could be taken.
Yeah, ACC blows the back, looking for an engagement here as well. 50% on the Tyrant. The rest of 9Z have the opportunity. That's going to be scooped up. Actually, that got taken. Yeah, backline is in a little Shue trying to find himself an escape here. Finds him. We do have a Shue finds himself a kill on the backside. Clean, diving deep into the backline. We're going to have to use a flash from Win to try to get himself out of harm's way. 2 down for the side of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, got 2 kills on the side of Twisted Minds. That was a big shutdown coming in from them. And now with the mid lane tower and the Shadow Vanguard on the mid lane, High Ground Tower is going to be in danger here. 15 seconds before Leffy comes out. And this could be a time for Twisted Minds to take down this tower.
Yeah, they have the advantage, they have the pressure, and they have the firepower. Oh, a big pop-up land on the 3 members. They do turn it around, they find a kill onto the lane. They need to be backing up here as you see the rest of 9Z Globant starting to force their will into it. Clean, a couple of pot shots before he escapes, and the rest of Twisted gonna try to get that retreat, try to clean out the jungle before they run away.
Capo MVP just to save them and not be allowed to push. That kill on Hailang was pretty important for them to not finish this game. Now they bought themselves some time. They could go for another fight here, but something that 9Z always needs to understand is they need to defend Leffy. If Leffy is killed by Shuri again in this next fight, this game is over and it's gonna go for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, trying to get locked onto those farm laners. Can they do it? Shue did such a great job, knows what his target is able to find the angle he needs to get into there.
Yeah, right now, Leffy needs to just stay out of everything, stay out of the harm's way on the fights because he's going to be the only damage. Or he has Ominous Premonition, everyone. He has a tank item because he wants to survive as long as he could.
Yeah, and I mean, and this is going to kind of come down to how well he can kind of play, because you need to maintain your distance, but you also need to kind of get in there quick enough before the Twisted Minds is able to turn it around with the damage, because you still have the immense amount of fire superiority coming from Shanks and what he's dishing out.
Yeah, right now, Twisted Minds is positioning themselves on the top side of the map, just clearing out the waves. So far, the waves are in their favor. 45 seconds, and we already have ACC in position right here on the blue side jungle of 9Z.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of damage. Great clearing there from Leffy. Stun comes out. Does not really catch anybody just yet. We have cleared through the mid lane for both of these teams. Now forcing their way forward. ACC and Halang. Ooh, do catch him with a little bit of damage there. Wynn's going to go ahead and try to put on some damage onto these minions. Looking for an angle. Do they find one? Ooh, Halang takes down to 50%. And we do have that air support coming out from Shanks.
Yeah, could be the space. Leffy should be careful about this brushes though, because if he moves forward a bit too far forward, it might be a kill that goes to Twisted Mind. Shanks also could be in position for this fight, but right now look at how fast Leffy is. So fast.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and push forward now. Ooh, actually caught a little bit of a pop-up there on the back end there, did ACC. And I was going to say that it felt like Twisted Minds had a good positioning because they were kind of forcing 9Z to turtle, but as soon as this objective came up, 9Z, they took the offensive positioning here. Now they're starting to hide. Now they're starting to get in position, and they're starting to back up. I think they're trying to bait out a fight here. They want to find Twisted Minds, find an opportunity to catch one of them out.
They're trying to start the fight because Leffy popped the Sound Chaser a while ago, so he doesn't have that extra range, so they could really close the distance. Halang.
Oh, yeah, speaking of which, Halang 50% unbridled outburst, and on the back end, it does look like Shu able to pick up the Shadow Overlord. Now looking for a fight, nobody down on both sides, but this is what happens when you kind of take a little bit too much time, create too much space away from Twisted. They're going to be quick to pick up that objective.
Yeah, Tyrant is on the other side here. 9Z can start this. Primal Bond is already on the heads here of Twisted Minds, so they could just take this pretty easily without any threat from the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but it does look like Twisted Minds are gearing up for a fight here. They want to, they're baiting out. There's no way they're going to want to try to take this in the middle of a fight between 9Z. Now you're going to have the Vanguards pushing on there. You're going to split up the priorities from 9Z Globant. You can already see Wind on that. Fuzi has to go answer up at the top as well.
Where's Leffy? Leffy's in position here on the back line though, but Shure is already setting himself up to go on the back line, so it's still a pretty scary one. Shadow Vanguard on the top side, so this is going to be a big threat. Shanks is still starting on that Tyrant, even with the Primal Bond.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting on it. It's almost kind of like they're trying to slow play it. They're not going to be able to do enough damage, like you said, because of that Primal Bond, and they're not able to. They just wanted to be in a position to refuse it to 9Z.
Yeah, very smart for Twisted Minds to just delay that so that the Tyrant couldn't be taken by 9Z. Now, at almost the 20-minute mark, we have the reset. Tempest Dragon is going to be coming up in a bit.
Yeah, Capo does have to back up from it. Moon comes in, catches the stun, is not available for the team just yet. In a little bit of pressure up at the top. We do lose a high ground tower. Tempest Dragon has spawned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the 20-minute mark.
Again, this is the second game that we're on a Tempest game, everyone. So with this, we're going to be seeing Twisted Minds just getting ready on that Tempest Dragon. 9Z pretty scared on moving forward because they know that everybody is a threat at this point in the game, and everybody's building their items and getting ready for this next fight.
Ooh, Capo takes a little bit of damage on the other side. Moon comes in with some stuns on the bottom and a little bit of the damage is going on. Is there going to be able to? We do find a kill. Halang finds himself on the wrong end of damage coming from Leffy. 9Z Globant looking for an opportunity here. ACC taking a lot of damage down to 10%. Is that going to be enough? Down goes ACC. Moon picking up the kill there as well. Shanks trying to put on the damage and gets taken out sick with the kill, and that is going to be the Tempest going to 9Z Globant.
They can't even stop them. Sure can't even recall back to lane. Sick is going to be here. They could go for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, he's fighting for his life issue, but he knows that there is nothing he can do. He was trying to at least slow them down, but now you're going to have the Tempest Dragons marching down all the lanes. One player, actually two players left. Halang is back up and clean.
Yeah, they have the Fate Rewind. If ever a push is going to be happening here, they should be scared. Pushes are happening at every lane. 9Z positioning themselves at the top side of the map. They can go for the push here. Start it right now before the waves of the Tempest Dragons are going to be coming in.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, that last fight, just such a great experience. We were talking about Leffy. It's basically on him. A lot of pressure on him not to get caught and to still try to find those angles to find the damage onto the back line. Onto Helang, he was able to take him out, and that really turned it around for 9Z. Now, all the pressure mounting on the side of Globant, trying to protect this high ground. Down,
okay, back.
Only one more left. Are they going to be able to find it? Oh, yes,
that was down.
The little Fate Rewind in there is going to bring the tower back up, but 9Z right there to bring it right back down. One more high ground tower, another barrage of dragons on their way down the lanes.
Gold leads doesn't even matter at this point, everybody. It all comes down to how they play this next few minutes before the next Tempest comes in. Leffy already dropped the Sage of Sanctuary a while ago to get it with the Destiny. So this time, what are they going to be doing? They're going to try to push the spot lane tower.
Blue team has
Yep, and they're going to make short work of it. Now you have an open and exposed base on the side of a Twisted Minds. 9Z looking for a
top side.
Oh, on the back end there, Shui was a little too deep. Does have the resurrection.
Okay.
To get away. Look at the damage coming out. Clean. Actually, a little bit of trouble here. Down goes the Musashi. Shui goes down. Clean is next on the chopping block, and another pick up.
That's
there.
it.
Actually able to turn it down on Uzi, and that is going to be the base. 9Z Globant with a pickup, 2-1.
Bro, a bit late on that Fate Rewind. That Fate Rewind could have healed the crystal. Oh man, that was unfortunate. Twisted Minds could have taken another fight. But in the end there, it all came down to who's the marksman that's going to stay alive. Whoever has the marksman alive, they're going to be winning that game. And in the end there, what a play. Good effort from Twisted Minds, but 9Z just won this game.
Not just good effort, but the patience of 9Z. Because I'm not going to lie, it did look a little grim. They weren't able to find the angles. Leffy, though, was continually farming, continually getting his items, continually staying in the back and making sure that he wasn't getting caught. And eventually able to finally find his way in, able to find that kill onto Helang, and that really kind of set the ball for 9Z.
Yeah, we could definitely see the last moments of the fight here on the replay later on. I want to see the Fate Rewind again and what happened there. But on the end there, it all came down to how Shuer was going to go for Leffy. Clean also tried his best to get the kill on Leffy there, but they weren't successful. On the other hand, the other two members of 9Z was also trying to get on Shanks. They failed, yes. But in the end, the Tempest Vanguards were the ones who finished the game there.
Yeah, and it almost feels like it's crazy because both teams were trying, and I want to say 9Z, they actually failed at trying to get to that back line, trying to get to Shanks. However, as weird as this is to say, Twisted Minds failed harder trying to get back into Leffy because Leffy was actually able to turn that around and find a kill of his own.
Yeah, you can't even fault Shanks in this game because Shanks did a good job this game staying alive more than Leffy. Because as we said a while ago, there's not really a lot of catch potential for 9Z, so Shanks would have an easier time surviving. On the other hand, Clean and Shure could really easily get onto Leffy. So that's why Leffy had more deaths this game. But in the end, it was still the last lap of 9ZG. You can see the gold gap here, everybody. In the end, it didn't even matter. They had like a 7k gold lead in the end there, but everybody was full item anyway.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can only get 6 items. That's the max you can get. After that, it comes down to strategy. It comes down to who makes the least amount of mistakes and who can create those opportunities. You can see here, Wind RJ with the MVP, 3, 1, and 6. Damage taken at 13%, damage at 17, but it doesn't speak for the setting potential and him being able to get in during those fights.
We didn't see most of his setups, but the Sage's Mites that he has been doing against the junglers or even against Clean has been really good. It has been very important on great parts of the game, but if I'm going to be giving an MVP also for just my personal MVP, it was Capo Zeba. He was doing a good job at saving the team most of the time, and that's why, for me, he was my second MVP.
Yeah, great job, and especially against the reading into that Musashi pickup. They pick up the Sakir, and it just kind of overwhelmed him with what he could kind of nail on. And I feel like, unfortunately, Shui was finding it very hard to try to get in there to try to find those duel to the deaths.
Yeah, you can see here though, right? Win was going to the back line. He was the Shui, he was the clean off the other side. But again, everybody, that was just game number 3. It was 9Z who won this game. But let's see if game 4 will be their win or will we head to game 5. We're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at possible game points here of this exciting series, a rematch from yesterday. Twisted Minds taking on 9Z Globant.
Yeah, it was a very nice game that we've seen there during that whole time. It was crazy that we have 2 Tempest games in one series. That was the same story yesterday, everybody. Is it going to be another Tempest game for game number 4 or game number 5? I don't know, but I'm excited to see who's going to win for this series.
I'm just excited to see another team up at that level of Twisted Minds, taking them to making it to the point that they need to expend everything here, right neck and neck. You were talking about it. We were to the point that the gold didn't matter anymore. It was all about strategy. Who could make the least of mistakes? Who could open up the opportunities faster for each other? And unfortunately for Twisted Minds, 9Z Global last match was able to do that. And these matches, they're not squash matches. These are neck and neck, right? It just takes one mistake and that could have turned easily into Twisted Minds' victory.
That's true. That could have been anybody's game at that point. It was just one mistake that led to that game going in favor of 9Z Globant. They were able to get the Tempest Dragon. So most of the time, everyone, if you get the Tempest Dragon, that is your win already. That is your game to lose. So it was kind of expected at that point, but Twisted Minds right now, they're kind of struggling, but it's not because of the fundamental things. It's because 9Z, the improvement that they had from the last season is just massive, and we're seeing everybody in Major West accelerating, and they are very, very good now compared to last season.
Yeah, not even, and that's the crazy thing. You talk about how much they grew from last season. I can tell, even just being this being my first cast of the Major West, seeing how they've grown just here in the last 2 weeks to see how fast that they've grown from the losses that they took from Twisted Minds to be able to turn that around now to where they are being very dominant to the point where it is now game point for 9Z, and Twisted Minds are have their backs against the wall.
Yeah, everybody, the story here is who they are going to be facing here, because right now they're not really fighting for elimination. They're fighting on who gets to the lower bracket semifinals, and in the lower bracket semifinals, it's not double lives for you. You're definitely gonna be eliminated if you lose there. So it's important for Group S to get to the upper brackets. But now, Twisted Minds and 9Z, as we said a while ago, global ban and pick, everybody, here are the picks that they had from the past few games.
Yeah, and this is where it kind of starts to get exciting for me. We're down to the 4th match. We're starting to get really deep into those hero pools. We're going to start seeing some of those picks that we don't, well, I mean, we've already seen a lot of picks that we don't really see too often already, which has been amazing. So it's just going to get even better from here, except for Arlie. Apparently, we're just not going to see her this game. That's just been the priority of a ban out.
Yeah, Shanks on and Arlie, kind of scared. That's why I do respect that 9Z has always been banning it. And also 9Z has always been preferring going to the red side because they could build a composition faster than on the other end. So Twisted Minds, I want to see how they bounce back from this, how they play around this first pick being on the blue side.
Yeah, they do see more respect paid to Sick there as that fade taken off. Nua taken off the board on the side there for Twisted. And we're going to scoop up a Prio pickup for Dolia.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to do this. Dolia, the Guan Yu has been picked up, and the Luna for Sick. Oh man, this game is gonna be scary. Twisted Minds already picked up the Dolia, right? So they won't be able to pick up the Liang as a counter against that Luna.
Yeah, and that is the Luna. We've already talked about it, and he's already gotten, I want to say Sick has already gotten MVP on this Luna before. Ooh, I almost completely forgot that combination of the Dolia and Dune picked up by Twisted Minds. Very strong. You're going to have that, that Unruly Blade maybe twice if they go ahead or potentially. Ooh, Yuhuan picked up by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, loving it that they're going for that concept. They have a lot of resets on those ult, making sure that the ending sorrow would be used as a way to get in and get out of fights, or at least get space on one part of the map. So that's the expectation here for Twisted Minds. One thing that they could use is use the Dolia Dun. Luna has problems in the early game, so make sure that the Luna gets oppressed in the early game.
Yeah, and it's something that we haven't seen too often, I want to say, in the last few games. I mean, there have been invades, but that's mostly after they get a kill, they go in. So we're going to be looking for a lot of pressure from Twisted Minds. We saw that before. They were able to mount a lot of pressure into the Clash lane to really surprise Wind early. I mean, he was able to come back eventually, but the point remains that they were able to surprise him to really, even when it came to 1v1s, and that really opened up for Twisted Minds to get a lot of those invades here. Maybe this time they can kind of hold that lead, maybe not overstep what they're trying to do, get those jungles, get out very quickly.
Yeah, I want to see what Twisted Minds has in mind here for their Clash lane. We haven't seen a Byron picked up in this whole series. Really surprised that we're not seeing a Byron in this game, because I was expecting that a lot since a while ago. Shano, very strong pick, has a high ceiling in the late game, so definitely gonna be good in this lineup. Twisted Minds has an option to go Flowburn Marksman for their side. They haven't picked that up yet.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see where this farm lane actually goes from them right here. I feel like maybe we might be missing just a little bit of a front line from the side of 9Z. You don't really count the Guan Yu as like a front liner because he really shines when he's kind of in the back end there. Hoi Yi, yeah, that's actually pretty standard. I can't believe we haven't actually seen him. Okay. We mentioned this a little earlier in that Ukyo is a decent counter for Pei, but he leaves himself open because he's so squishy. He can get CC'd down and taken out very quickly. It's going to be very interesting to see how Twisted Minds can utilize this pickup.
Yeah, usually a coin flip, right? Whenever you're picking up the Ukyo Tachibana, I was looking for any damage sources here for Twisted Minds. I was not expecting the whole Yi getting picked up. The Flowborn Marksman could have been better here, but the Ukyo Tachibana really wraps it up in a gift here. Once they get the Burning Sun arrow on anybody, Ukyo is there to explode whoever gets hit.
Yeah, and as you move into the mid and to the late game, you're just dodging Burning Sun arrows from across the map everywhere. And that's the fact of the matter is just how long that stuns you for. It doesn't matter, like in most places on the map, it just allows the team to be able to close the distance on you so quickly because of how long that lasts.
Yeah, also just to add though, there are 3 ultimates that the Dolia could reset. Burning Sun arrow twice. That could happen in this game, so that is actually pretty scary for 9Z. I am expecting that they're gonna go for resistance boosts in this game just because there's a threat of that crowd control on this side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I like the composition coming from Twisted Minds. I like to see that with Adolia where it's not just one answer. You've got a lot of ultimates that will really shine from that reset here. But I mean, we've seen some pretty good drafts from them in the past, and 9Z has still been able to overcome. So we're gonna see here in the potential game point for 9Z.
Yeah, the question is, has the Kings been dethroned here in this game? Because so far, with what happened on yesterday's games, it's gonna happen again today if 9Z wins this game, because it's gonna be match point for 9Z.
Yeah, we talked about how it can be kind of a flip, a little bit of a dice throw when it comes to that Ukyo. We're gonna see here if they can kind of. I haven't seen a successful Ukyo yet, so I'm really kind of eyeing this one. I want to see how well Clean can treat that.
Yeah, Clean, it's all up to you, buddy. That's how the game is gonna go. And 9Z right now, all hands on sick because getting to play the Luna is pretty important for him. But Shui is already starting on the Crimson buff here, trying to go for that invade.
Yeah, they see him, so you're going to see... Oh, actually, he's getting a lot of support from his friends here, so they're going to be able to claim and clean that up. Good.
You can see how he just...
there from Shui.
Did you see how he just tanked up the damage on Capo Seba? He doesn't even care. Like, yeah, bro, let's do it.
I'm just going to squeeze through here if you don't mind. Get back to my jungle.
Oh, man, he just got back to his jungle. Even with this amount of HP, just by getting punched by Capo Seba. But remember, in this game, it's important to give as much space, as much gold to Sick, because he's going to be the one carrying this game. So that's why Wind will just be giving the XP on the Clash lane to Sick here, just for him to get to level 4.
Yeah, and that's smart. Just basically, you're basically funneling for your jungler here right now, and especially they're doing a good job. Twisted Minds to kind of refuse some of that. That's exactly what you want to do when it comes to having an assassin. Refuse that jungle. Try to make sure that he's not getting his gold as fast as possible. We have a potential gank here. Shanks is doing a good job, kind of keeping the offense here, and it does look like 9Z decide against it. Ooh, a little bit of a rotation here coming back from Twisted Minds. They decide against this fight.
I love this river vision that they have, right? They have the Yuhuan, they have the Dolia. They can have vision pretty easily on the river, so it's going to be easy for them to just take space whenever they need to, and they have a Dun as a jungler. So with that, this gives them the option to just go in aggressive in the early game. You have the Dolia with you, and you have Shanks to set up the fights for you. So this early game fights that Twisted Minds will be taking, I believe they will win it.
Yeah, well, we have yet to see if they can be successful in it. A lot of pressure down here at the bottom, but nobody really getting an advantage just yet. A lot of respect going from both of these members. That will probably change as we get closer to the 4-minute mark, when these objectives start to spawn, when we want to get those positionings, when we want to look for that kill before we go for that Tyrant.
Yeah, and just also to add to everybody, 9Z, everybody has been chipping in. Moon?
Yeah, Moon's looking for a little bit of an advantage, but AC's doing a good job. Twisted Minds are doing a good job. They understand that they don't have vision up there, so they're going to keep a safe distance on their tower.
Oh, no.
Really hang down.
Oh, no.
Whoa! Actually gets caught there by the snowfall slash. Is that going to be a kill? But they don't find it just yet. Turning it around. Is that going to be enough? Shuwei misses the unruly blade.
Yeah, I thought that was it. I thought that was a turnaround here but Sick, very, very dangerous to just go in like that because Clean almost got the kill against him, and that might be the play that they're looking for. Get the stun on Sick, then start from there.
Yeah, thankfully, I mean, that was a lot of action in there for nobody to turn up with any deaths yet. At the 3.5 minute mark here, let's take a look at the items.
Yeah, right now on the items, you can see that almost on the side of 9ZG that they're already almost complete on the items here, especially for Lefty on that Eternity Blade. But Twisted Minds, with the game in their mind, I do believe that they're going to be doing a lot of damage in the early game, but so far we haven't been seeing it.
Yeah, they've just been safe. A lot of respect for both of these teams. They're not trying to be the first one to make a mistake. A lot of poking, a lot of feeling out. They go in, they back up. They're not one really, especially when they don't have vision on a lot of that backline. They don't know where the damage is just yet when they poke in, so they smartly back off. Here, you see Shuwei starting up on this Tyrant. He might be in a bad position here between two members of 9Z Globant. 25% left on a Tyrant, and it's picked up by Shuwei. They're trying to make them pay for it. Can they? Big flash comes out. Is it going to be enough? They don't find the kill.
Still got away, and Leffy got away with murder down at the bot lane on Shanks while everybody's busy on the Tyrant. And as we were seeing, Sick was on the top side of the map, so they didn't really prefer on taking that Tyrant during that fight. So what they did was just find a kill somewhere else. Let's get a kill. Yes, we're going to be losing on the Tyrant because they won't be able to kill us anyway in this early parts of the game, so we don't need the Tyrant on the side of 9Z.
Yeah, it's very interesting, too, to be able to kind of trade that out.
Nice kill.
Oh, and just like that, off-skill Shuwei finds a kill onto Sick, and that's really going to set them back, especially on a Luna, where you kind of want to keep the advantage, keep that snowball in your favor.
Off-map, you saw Shanks was using the Burning Sun arrow, got the hit on Sick, and that was it. That was his death sentence. You can see in the replay. Yeah, he's just going to be here.
His own, thinks he's good to go.
Drop the arrow, and that's it. He's dead.
At least he saw it. I'm going to tell you, there's nothing more frustrating than getting hit from a Burning Sun arrow from across the map where you don't even see the Hoi-Yi. So at least he saw it coming. So he understands. Usually it's just like, what happened? All I know is that I was stunned. I was in a coma for a little bit. Now continuing on, resetting up on the map.
Yeah, so far, I really like this for Twisted Minds. They're making use of the early game on the Dulyadun, and they're using the Burning Sun arrow for them to get more. So far, I haven't seen Wind on these battles. I'm kind of expecting him to rotate more, get the displacement, because Twisted Minds is going to play like a death ball.
Ooh, ACC almost gets caught there. Is going to be able to get away. A little bit of a setup there from 9Z. And you're absolutely right. They're doing such a great job being able to kind of get some of these resets on to who needs it so that... and Clean with the catch up there. Oh, Leffy very quickly. And this is kind of sometimes my problem with the Ukyo is that you, especially in the early, I mean, you're in there, you're so squishy. And as I say that, he leaps behind Capo and finds the kill onto Leffy.
Oh, arrow.
Yeah, and a big stun lands. Two members of 9Z Globant. They're going to go ahead and disengage from that. Oh, man.
Okay.
What a clean pickup from Clean.
Yeah, it was a clean kill. We've seen it a while ago. When he dashes, get the stun. And as we were saying, he's going to be dealing a lot of damage when he gets the stun, the snowfall slash to finish it up. And Leffy not respecting the distance there.
Yeah, I'm just amazed. I was just sitting here talking about the damage that from one Hence there. Like he had to jump onto Leffy, was not able to finish the job, and I thought Leffy was going to probably turn around. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Didn't really respect the ability of him being able to close the distance here.
Okay.
Capo going to take a little bit of a stun as we continue to mount our pressure on this mid tower. Rotation coming to bottom.
Here it comes. Ooh, that was really scary, though. This is the time that we're going to be seeing Sick going on those plays. Also, good pickup on Moon. He already has the Venomous Staff, so we're going to be seeing less healing from Shui. So that is the most important pickup here for Moon. Now it's going to start to go in favor of 9Z and Chano. And if Leffy gets the Daybreaker, it's going to start to go in their favor.
He just needs to not get caught. Oh, we have two of them hiding. Clean might be in trouble here. They might be caught, and a great pickup there, and that is unfortunate for Clean.
Can't even fault him. He doesn't see them. They were there forever, and they were waiting for him to just go on the bot side. And with that pickup, they can go for the Tyrant.
Oh, yeah, especially there was only 1 second left there. A great, oh, man. That's just super unfortunate for Twisted Minds there. Clean right before the Tyrant. But very wisely, Twisted Minds going to go ahead and start on this Overlord.
Yeah, right now I want to see this. I want to see how Shanks is going to be playing this. Because with the item pickups, it is going to come down to how he picks up the items here. Because we need to find more damage if ever Clean falls down, and that needs to go from Shanks. If it goes on hit, if it goes crit, we need to know.
Yeah, the only problem is the distance. It was like I want to say Hoi is just wide. They don't exactly have the longest range when it comes to Shanks and Clean for that damage. So they actually need to get pretty close there. Ooh, we have the Mournful Sorrow come out there, and down still goes Halang.
What was down? He was going ham on the back line because nobody was there. Even with the Unending Sorrow and the flash from Hailang, he didn't survive that. That is a crazy chase down from Sick.
Yeah, very interesting here. Capo in the bush, looking for possibly. Ooh, on the deep side, he keeps onto the back line. Moon able to back up. He's still in the fight. He needs to back up. He's very close to dying there. Shui doesn't see it now.
Okay.
And looking for a kill.
Oh, he gets a push.
ACC Shanks in trouble. Gets taken down.
What a push from Win. Goes to the back line directly on Shanks. Got the pushback. Even with the flash, it didn't matter. He still got the kill in the end. And now this is going to be an easy Overlord for the side of 9C.
I want to say this is kind of a common story for Twisted Minds. When they try to dive deep and go too deep, don't actually get to finish the job. They dove after Moon, and Moon was able to just narrowly get away. 9Z Globant able to turn that fight around onto Twisted.
Yeah. Circling back on your point a while ago, right? The reason why Ukyo is such a volatile pick is you need to play perfectly. If you don't play perfectly, even if you get to the backline, you're gonna get popped by 9Z. And that's what's happening on most fights. Clean is having a hard time getting things done.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to who has the least amount of like boxes they need to check to be successful. And like you said, Clean, he's like, you need to get to the back line. You need to get those stuns in there. You need to get those ultimates when it comes to the Snowfall Slash as well. And unfortunately, it's kind of falling back on Twisted Minds. Big engagement here. Big pop-up lands onto it. Shui in trouble, gets obliterated by Leffy, and that's going to go ahead and set the tone possibly for this Tyrant.
Yeah, even with the Primal Bond, they're already positioning themselves. Look, the nap up.
Oh, yeah, he's trying to get away there, and Halang is down for the count. That's 3 down for Twisted Minds. They are on the Shanks. Oh, he's nowhere to go.
He's dead.
As they go deep onto him.
I thought Leffy's gonna die to the turret shot. That was pretty scary though. Now they can go for the push. Clean is the only one alive. 5 seconds on Shui, and now they're gonna be pushing on the top side.
Yeah, they have the pressure. They have going into the back line. Speaking of Clean, Clean finds himself a kill, but is in a bad way between two members of 9Z Globant. They are looking to close this up. This is game point for them. They want to close up this series.
Yeah, they didn't even opt for the push on the top side. I was surprised that they didn't go for it. And now the Tyrant is up and available because Leffy is not around. Clean did a good job buying the team some time so that they can reset for the Tyrant.
Yeah, and Tyrant is up right now, and they're going to go ahead and reset. Clean down for about 10 more seconds. Leffy down for 5, so they're going to probably both be up by the time these two clash.
Oh yeah, they're going to be waiting for the Tyrant. Shui is in position. Level 15 on Sick, probably full item at this point. With a 4K gold lead and towers down on their side, it's much more pressuring on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, you see Capo there doing a good job trying to keep vision, gonna zone out, try his best to zone out the rest of Twisted, getting that information. ACC, Shue, he goes and leaps into the Tyrant pit there. Oh, but on the other side, great job by Win to go ahead, start that push up at top. That means that they're gonna have uneven numbers for this fight, because now Clean has to answer that up at top, and they're gonna start on this Tyrant.
Great catch. Top side, they had to defend it. So Shuri is a bit late on this Tyrant now. 30 seconds on the Overlord. Now they're going to be fixing up, doing some housekeeping here. Going to be pushing on all the lanes for the side of 9Z before they start the fight.
Yeah, and man, 9Z is just kind of the complete package right now. Unfortunate for Twisted, they're just not able to at least at this point, be able to find those opportunities in the back line. You can see here at the gold chart, Sick and Leffy up on 10, both sitting at 10K gold.
Yeah, right now, Twisted Minds is glued to their base. They can't even move past it, because once they move away, Sick could just go in and destroy them whenever he wants to. And Clean could be the only threatening thing that they have to look at on the side of Twisted Minds at this point. And they're trying to go for the Overlord.
Yeah, they're looking for a positioning, jockeying for to find themselves an opportunity. Leffy unloads some damage now.
Oh.
Shue down to 25%. A big pop-up lands, and down he goes. Kill there, picked up by Capo. Now the rest of 9 Globant charging a big push, takes down 2 of Twisted Minds, and this could be a wrap. 9Z Globant take down 3 of Twisted Mind. They checked the wrong bush. And Leffy unloaded on them, and then you had, I want to say, Win come in with a great big push. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be, Win comes in looking for a kill if he can find it, and he goes down. A complete team wipe, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of this series, 9Z Globant.
You can see the pop-off of 9Z Globant out of this series. Very important win for them to cement themselves on the second place. Now with Twisted Minds going for third, because of this, they are going to be the ones heading to the lower bracket semifinals, and 9Z are here. We're just going to be taking a look if they're going to go for the first or second place, but so far at least they are secured for a second place here.
Yeah, I mean, they have an opportunity here at the end of our matches tonight, the third series, to maybe scoop up into that first slot. But here, this match now, what they just went through and how clean that matchup was for them, and unfortunate for the side of Twisted Minds, checking the wrong bush, and you had the marksman right there to lay on the damage, and then the rest of the team was right there. That started the steamroll for that last fight.
Yeah, and for everybody to know, the Dulyadun only works in the early to mid game. They really get outscaled a lot by the other picks that we have on the side of the 9Z. So they weren't able to oppress the Luna in the early game, which is why Sick got away with a lot of things there. And that was a really good thing. 9Z just played their composition pretty well.
And I'm not gonna lie, the Ukyo pick wasn't it didn't have a terrible performance. He was able to kind of
the scariest.
He found himself
yeah,
it was, as far as Twisted Minds, it was one of the scariest picks on their side. Unfortunately, I feel like a lot of that got traded out. He was basically trading out his life for a lot of the kills he was going in for, to try to really be that threat he needed to be. Here, you can see the final stats.
Yeah, very scary for the side of 9Z Globant. Look at how much kills they have compared to the side of Twisted Minds. This was their game all along in game number 4. And 3-2 from yesterday, and now on a 3-1. That's a big statement for the champions of the last Major West. Winning against them is such a big leap for 9Z Globant. And this is also, just to give context, this isn't the same 9Z as we've seen from last season. This isn't the same Twisted Minds that we've seen from the last KWC. But let's take a look at the goal graph. At the 10-minute mark is where 9Z started to get this game in their favor.
Yeah, really kind of hunkering down once they got those items, and really kind of enforcing their will onto Twisted Minds, where Twisted Minds was having trouble. They were you could see them trying their best to try to get to that back line. Leffy here absolutely, I want to say, obliterated on to Twisted Minds, especially that last fight. They went to check the bush. Leffy unloaded. They got the CC, they got the kill, and that just kind of started the steamroll for the end of Twisted Minds.
Oh yeah, and Leffy, very well deserved. This guy has been doing a lot of carrying for the games. Even the Garrow game, he was doing a good job there. But as we were saying a while ago, Twisted Minds, they tried their best in this game. I can see Clean trying his best to get the backline as much as he could. He was doing such a good job at pushing away Moon, pushing away Leffy, but nobody is there to follow up for him.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, it kind of left him in a bad position a lot of the times. You already know this pick is going to be squishy. It's got a lot of boxes it needs to do to be successful, and the team just was not quick enough to kind of respond when he did find those picks, when he did get those stuns. Wow. And unfortunately, that last
that
there
was
by
crazy.
Win, absolutely cleaned out two members of Twisted.
That was dirty. Win with that push really won them that fight though in the end. But again, I love this development, the evolution of Z and everybody from the Major West. But everybody, that was just our first series of the day, and that was a big upset today. So right now, that was it. We're gonna have series number 2, series number 3. But before that, we're gonna be taking a break. Don't go away.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second series of the second week of the second day of KMW League.
Got that right.
And,
yeah.
If it's going to be I'm hoping it's going to be as exciting as our last match. It kind of left me a little breathless, a little sweaty here already, and we're only moving on to the second match.
Man, we're still at the second series, and this is one of the bigger matches that we have here for Group A, because I know that there's this certain rivalry that Level Max has against BloodThirstyKings, and they want to get them back from the last time that they fought, because Level Max won that.
Yeah, and it's actually, and when it came to the Open series, before this, BTK was actually able to send Level Max to the lower bracket, but they just have not been able to duplicate that success again.
Yeah.
Not just that, but they've had a very frustrating start here. With not being able to pick up a series win just yet. It's not that to anybody's surprise. As a team, they've only had a few months here in this game, but there are those little glimmers of hope, especially some of the games yesterday. We saw a lot of synergy between BTK, especially in that last game when you had best player on Assassin. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they're maybe able to learn from that, grow, and be able to pick up a victory here against a team like Level Max.
Yeah, let's take a look at that, everyone. But look at something at the bottom there, everyone. Ultimate Awakening Super Thrilling MOBA Combat September 27. It's going to be coming soon. And also a while ago, we had the September 24 new version, and probably the time in where our ranks will be reset, everybody. So everybody was trying to grind as much as they can to get Grandmaster. You have a few more days. I'm grinding to 100 stars. I hope I will be able to reach it before the 24th.
Yeah, that's gonna be amazing. But let's go ahead and take a look at our first team.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's coming. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise them up. Yeah. Cause you can be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
It's a United States grudge match coming here. It is BloodThirstyKings picking up the Clash lane. It is Fly the Chicken in the jungle. Best player 1 in the farm lane. It is MOBA Zane picking up the roam. It is Shark, and in the mid lane, it is Hoon.
Maybe this is the time that they're going to be getting a win here. This is a best of 5. They have a grudge against each other, but BloodThirstyKings are definitely thirsty for a serious win in this survival week.
I mean, it's not like they have gotten a few games off. It's just, I mean, when it comes to being new to a game, understanding the compositions and understanding, especially when it comes to hero pool and things like that, it's going to be very interesting to see what BTK go. Do we have another plan out here that we might be going for?
Yeah, I want to see how they adjust here, because right now, but let's take a look at Level Max and who they are.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise them up. Yeah. Cause you can be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Level Max Club, the Limit Breakers. They are comprised of Wu Ching, Newell, Legend, Ash, and now in the mid lane. These guys have been performing better so far than the BloodThirstyKings, but they have a grudge. They want revenge. They want to take over this series right now against BTK.
Yeah, I want to say this was the first kind of wall that BTK hits since joining Honor of Kings. They were very dominant until they hit level max, who, like I said, they were actually brought down to the lower bracket, met BTK in the finals, and had a great plan. And I want to say it was great because they weren't afraid to go outside the box. They actually were able to beat BTK with a double fighter in the side lanes, which you don't see too often.
Yeah, and with that, I am expecting a lot more here. I could definitely see that BTK has been adjusting a lot because they haven't really played the game this long, but you see Fried Chicken playing pretty well with a lot more kills than Wu Ching here. Even the damage, the average gold, and even the team fight participation, you can see Fried Chicken is the one that you have to look at here for BTK.
Yeah, I was about to say the one of the I want to say the hardest workers on the side of BTK when it comes to, and I feel like as far as the team goes, he's the one who's kind of adjusted the quickest to the meta, to the heroes, to be able to kind of find his roles, even to the, I don't want to say separately, when BTK's doing bad, whether they're doing good, whether they're doing bad, BTK Fried Chicken is able to find able to find those angles, able to find those kills and get in there to try to get the turnaround.
Yeah, the only question is how much the hero pool of BTK has from the past week. How much has it widened? Because on a best of 5, it's going to be way harder compared to a best of 3. Because level max up, I definitely am sure that their hero pool is much wider than BTK's. But there's a possibility that they need to finish this at a 3-0 if they want to win against level max.
Yeah, the earlier the better for BTK. Yeah. And I mean, it's unfortunate. Like I said, we're talking about a team that's very new to this. One thing I want to say too is I'd kind of like to see maybe BTK find an answer for the She pickups. I've seen time and time again when the enemy has She, it almost feels like BTK don't respect what she can do, or don't expect it for the most part. They've been caught by rotations every single time that pickup is on the enemy team. It's almost like it's come as a surprise during a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I want to see if that is in the pockets here of now, because if never mind, Mai Shiranui is gonna be picked up first for the side of level max club, and that's a big pickup because a while ago, even though it's not prioritized, still a very good setter for the early to mid game.
Oh yeah, and not just that, but that's a big answer to Hoon. It's one of his favorite pickups too when it's allowed. They've been able to kind of refuse that to him as well. Here we're gonna go for the lone pickup on the side of BTK. We've seen how strong it can be. Dolia, the next pickup for BTK. So they're gonna be looking for a lot of those resets. Hopefully building a composition based on a lot of different heroes that can really meld well with that.
Yeah, they can pick up the Yuhuan for the next pick up here, or even pick up the Dun for best player 1 if he wants to play a tank jungler that could really work towards what Dolia wants to do. And Yuhuan also being denied here, very smart for the side of LM. But BTK, I hope they answer with the Dun.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the obvious pickup here. I was actually kind of, I was hoping that they would be able to, they go with a Menki. They go to try to secure some type of comfort for best player, because that's one of his favorite heroes there. The Huan refusal is really great too, because that's one of the bigger, I want to say, counters for the Mai Shiranui, who can pretty much be all over the map, but there's such a wide berth of area that Yuan affects. That's a great refusal by LM here.
Yep. Good pickup here for LM, and with these 2 picks, they can build a composition around it already. They have a lot of space, a lot of roaming for the Yuhuan, so they just need to have a stable farm laner and a roamer on their side, or rather a farm laner and a clash laner that could work towards just denying the long space.
And as we move on, we do see the D-Renje taken off of the board as well. And I'm kind of wondering, what do we have left on the side of BTK to kind of round out this composition? We're still, like you said, still looking for that Clash laner. Dune would have been a good pickup for the side of BTK. I do know Chicken does play Dune. He does favor the Dharma, which is has already been taken off the board.
There you go.
But, we're going to go for the Charlotte.
There you go. One of the favorites of Fried Chicken together with the Fatih that we see from the almost all games that we see BTK on. And I do believe that if they perform really well with this one, they might be able to get this on a very long game against LM.
Yeah, and we were already talking about Chicken's ability to kind of get to that back line and find those kills, regardless of how his team is doing, like if they're in an advantage or if they're at a disadvantage. The Chicken has been able to kind of set himself apart and really do well into that clash lane. Ooh, but we're going to have a Flowborn pickup on the side of LM.
Oh, even picking up the BT for their side. I'm really surprised about this pickup for the level max club, because we've seen this on one of the games from yesterday and it was not successful. But with this composition, maybe they might be able to win this somehow.
Yeah, I mean, we what was it, the death Sith that they were trying to, it just really wasn't as effective during a lot of these team fights to really kind of get those pull-ins. I do like we have on both teams, we have a good setting potential. LM, I feel like, has maybe just a few more in some of those stuns from Yuhan. You got the setting and the pop-ups and the CC from Maishiro now, or even Musashi with that duel to the death. On the side of BTK, we have the Dream Roam coming in from best player. You've got Yixing, who can kind of set down that board as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see which one of these teams can kind of be successful with some of those initiating factors.
Yeah, I want to see how they play around this, right? They have a lot of crowd controls. I like that the ultimate, they can play around the Hichiryu Wenjing from Maishiro Nui. They have a lot of dives for level max club in where the Arrow Storm could just go in and deal the damage. So all the damage is going to be coming in from this Flowborn, and he's going to be the one carrying it for the team.
Yeah, and that's going to need to be answered, hopefully very quickly, by BTK to kind of shut that down. I do want to say the big thing I'm watching for with BTK is going to come from a lot of these rotations. There has been a little bit of problems with some of the rotations when it comes to getting caught or being a little bit too late to some of these fights, just a step behind here. They have grown, and I want to say that they have kind of shown a lot of growth in the last few weeks, so we're going to see how well they've kind of picked up here in this rematch of their match against LM.
Really excited on how BTK has grown from their last match. I really like this composition. Very safe, very BTK, if I may say, because they really want to play on this heroes and they want to win this first game very hardly. But LM saving up some strats, and now we're gonna go to game one.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the grudge match between the United States. LM taking on a BTK.
Yeah, let's see how they are going to do this. BTK really needs to get that revenge. Has been 2 punches already from LM, and they need to get a punch back here.
Yeah, and we can go ahead and already see. You're gonna want to see a lot of suppression coming from the side of Noah here on the Maishiro now. Ooh, already landing those fans on the Noon, chucking him down. So you're gonna see a lot of that poking coming from them. Ooh, and not just a poking, but gonna come in, find a little pop-up onto 2 of them.
Yeah, one thing that's good about the Yixing pickup, right, is against the Maishiro Nui, he doesn't really, quote-unquote, lose against her, because remember, he has a passive. That's why he's a very safe pickup. But looking at where they're putting their eggs here on the side of LM, they're really trying to help out YT on the top side. So when Newell goes on the top side, they could probably look for that kill on that fried chicken.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too, I want to say, to be able to kind of strangle, but to put that stranglehold onto the clash lane, especially for a player like Fly Chicken who has been doing so well. If you kind of crumble a BTK from that angle, from the clash lane, you're really going to take out, I want to say, one of the difference makers on the team.
Yeah, especially on the Charlotte, on the Fatih, whenever he gets to use those heroes, he's going to be performing spectacularly for the side of BTK. So I'm expecting that they will be able to do that on this first game.
Yeah, we do have 3 down here. Noah teleports down to the bottom to provide some assistance. Best player on the back end does throw out some abilities. They're going to go ahead and clean up the small camps here from the side of LM. Neither team really finding an advantage just yet, but this is not unruly. This is not something we haven't seen before. Both teams want to be real safe before some of these objectives kind of spawn out there.
Yeah, they're just going to be looking at it. This is going to be an early fight. No early fights that we're going to be seeing so far. I want to see how the combo is going to work here for level max, because I want to see the layaway, to the duel to the death, to the knock up from now. That is going to be working once we head into our first objective, which is going to be the Tyrant.
Ooh, we do have a little bit of engagement up on top. Chicken's going to be able to... Ooh, I was going to say, be able to get away, trying to get to his tower here, taking a lot of damage. 25% is going to be able to get that healing sprite on the back end. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, Shark and Mobazane taking a little bit of damage, but no worse for wear.
Yeah, that's just what they want to do here. Just make sure that they're going to be doing that, going to be able to do some damage, and just back off. Right now, they're putting a lot of pressure on Fried Chicken, just knowing who's going to be carrying this game for the side of BTK. At least they're respecting that. I want to see how they play this next few seconds, because we're going to be going for our first objective after this.
Yeah, and I want to say that kind of does leave open the bottom end. I mean, you're going to put all that pressure on the Fried Chicken, then that leaves open the bottom end for Legend Ash potentially to possibly get ganked. Maybe BTK can kind of take that pressure, mount it down at the bottom. A little bit of engagement here. They're going to try to latch on the best player. We do have a board. Lands onto two members. Not sure if they want this fight, though. It is a 3v4. They decide against it there. Good board, but just not the follow-up that BTK was looking for.
That's going to be a 50-second cooldown, everybody. It's not going to be up on time on that Tyrant fight. So this is not good. Right now, they won't have their biggest ultimate on that Tyrant fight, and LM still has theirs. So it's going to be a crazy one.
Yeah, and especially for a team like LM. Oh, actually, they're going to go in there. We do have that Dream Row. They are not able to find it just yet. Is that going to give them enough space to take this Tyrant, though?
Yeah, got the space. Tyrant could be taken. Oh, easy take for BTK.
Yeah, good first start there. And not, I want to say LM got pushed back, and immediately BTK immediately rushed for the Tyrant to try to, almost like they wanted to take it before LM realized what was going on and were able to regroup. So that's just some very quick thinking on their side. Ash and Legend down here defending this tower.
Oh no, this is scary. Could go for the dive. Oh!
Yeah, big dive comes in, big pop-up lands. We do have a board down, but down goes a Shark. And we have the infinite vastness executed there by Mobazane to get away. One kill, the first blood there, taken by LM.
Force the infinite vastness. That's going to be big here for their side. Once they go for another fight, could be top side.
Oh, we're trying to a little 1v1 here. Chicken might be losing. He's going to have to get that health sprite again. Oh, man, I feel like he's kind of met his matchup here when it comes to that laning up there. He's kind of been going back and forth, and he's been holding him down. They're doing a great job, as you said, continually putting that pressure onto the Clash lane.
He's not going to be sustaining that, right? Whenever he uses the duel to the death against him, Fried Chicken will not have that extra healing on those fights. So that is going to be really scary whenever that happens, which is why Musashi is such a good pickup here against that Charlotte.
Right here, 2v3 here right now. Ash. Oh, we do have the Dream Roam comes in, lands on to Ash. Is going to be able to use that ultimate board. Is down, but unable to catch any members from LM. Speaking of which, No comes in, does find a pop-up. Best player in trouble, and he is not long for this world as Nuo able to find the kill. Now 2-0
also
for LM.
Also, great zone from Wu Ching, pushing everybody away from the side of BTK so that they won't be able to follow up and help best player one there. Mid lane, not going to be in danger. It's still very, very safe.
Yeah, but you're just seeing a lot of that great setting. And I like that now, because now we're actually starting to get the value out of the Baichi pickup. Ooh, speaking of which, Infinite Vastness has to come out again. And unfortunate for the side of BTK, that's going to be an ultimate that they're not going to have for a while. But as I was saying, that Baichi, like you were saying, during that fight, able to pull them back. So they were getting a great separation from the team.
Bro, I can see the idea why Mobazane did that. He could have gotten the kill on Legend, but he was not on the right target. If the Flaming Bomb has hit Legend, Legend could have been dead. Infinite Fastest away. Good play from Mobazane.
Oh, Nuo dives into the back line. We do have the Dream Room coming out forward. Does not catch anybody. Just a little late on the dial is Hoon. Nuo and Ash get away.
Yeah, forces the flash on both of them. That is already good. Right now, LM still not in the biggest lead. BTK has been doing a good job at just staving away most of the members here of LM, not giving them as much advantage, because look at the gold. It's not really that high of a gold gap.
Yeah, and that's to say something for the farming ability and the rotations right now of BTK. They've taken 2 deaths, but the lead is not out of their hands just yet. And there hasn't really been a fight where you're just like, oh man, this is gonna kind of really set the tone for BTK. And so they're doing a big job. Big CC lands on the best player. As I say that, gets caught by 4 members, and the tankiness of Menki not enough. Nuo picks up a tower for his team.
The combo is just so easy to pull off. They can do it on everyone whenever they want to, because just one crowd control hit, the duel to the death, the delay waste, one person is going to be dead on the side of BTK.
Oh yeah, and then I mean you absolutely shut down any type of healing or shield from Menki on that side as well. So it doesn't matter who it is. If you're playing that tanky, I don't know what you want to call him, Bear Bunny from Best Player, or one of the squishier members there like Hoon or Mobazane. And here, gonna go ahead, start on the Tyrant, Ash, and Legend, and Wuxing looking for, and gonna go ahead and try to zone out the rest of BTK for that. Maybe to try to pick up this Azul buff.
Oh, was able to pull it though, so that's gonna be reset. Now they can be in position to try and steal it.
Yeah, 4v3 here in favor of BTK, but that's not really stalling the side of LM here. They're going to continue to kind of put that pressure on there. Already taken down a tower, 2 towers on the mid of BTK, and we've already talked about how important those mid towers are to a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, got the big mid lane tower, got the bot lane tower, left them alone. BTK is just going to be taking the consolation prize of the Overlord and the top side tower, because most of the members of LM are on the bot side.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, really trying to push that tier 2 on the bottom side, and they really are working their way around this map, which is unfortunate. BTK does get themselves a single tower, but in the grand scheme of things, the macro definitely in favor of LM.
Yeah, still a 2nd tier tower on the bot lane has been taken. That's a big win for their side. Oh, nice pull.
Oh, Wuxing engages with Shark, and then the damage coming out from Legend.
Man, the Arrow Storm just deals so much damage. And I want to see what they picked up here for Legend, because that damage is crazy at this point. Probably at 2 items, almost at the 3rd one for Legend. But this time, BTK is yet to find a kill.
Yeah, and that's where the Wuxing pickup is coming in. You get that little pull back there. All the while, Legend is just unloading with that Arrow Storm and just doing so much damage. The 2nd time we've seen Flowborn here when it comes to these series, and he's just as deadly as the 1st time we saw him.
Okay, he got the stun a while ago with the lay waste, but now the Tyrant is for free for LM. Look at the position of White.
Yeah, you see Best Player, he wants to go in there. He comes in with a Dream Roll, gets the objective, steals away the Tyrant in Best Player fashion. I think that is like the 5th objective he's stolen in the last 2 weeks. But off screen, we do see that Fly Chicken gets taken out in answer.
What another steal from Best Player 1. We see it time and time again. Whenever he goes in, he gets the steal. He doesn't lose the smite battles. And now that buys them a bit of time.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit of wiggle room, but I want to say it's just unfortunate because LM immediately able to answer, able to take down Fly Chicken, and you're looking at a killless game for BTK right now. The rest of LM focusing on this Overlord, the Best Player, kind of looking for it. He doesn't have that fight anymore, so they don't have. He's not going to be able to get that steal. And is Nuo going to be able to pick that up? Now they're going to go in for the kill. They do take down Hoon. Nuo looking for more of an advantage. As they chase down Shark, and that is 2 down for BTK, 7-0 for a dominant LM right now.
insane collapse from LM, just dividing the fight in two and just winning on both sides. And BTK can't even position themselves on the right place just because of that space that they took in the middle of this red buff.
Blue team has destroyed a
Yeah, and
tower.
now starting to mount that pressure onto the mid-high ground tower. They make mincemeat of that. Now, gonna go ahead and put that same amount of pressure and make short work of Fly Chicken. Close the distance on him so quickly, I'm not even sure he knows what hit him.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard is gonna be in the bottom side. Last push, probably.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and make short work of this high ground tower. We do have a board out there trying to turn this around. Is BTK. They do find a kill onto Hoon. And Hoon is able to answer back with a kill onto Wuxing. Legendary low. The rest of BTK retreating under the core. LM, very dominant right now. Finds themselves a final kill onto best player and claim BTK's core. First game going to LM.
Level Max taking the first game, the first bunch again against their rivals BTK. And that was just a clean game coming from their side, not even giving a single kill to BTK.
Yeah, I mean, when you want to talk about dominance there, LM pretty much put on a clinic. The small glimmer of hope. Best player goes in, be able to steal an objective, but other than that, it was an all LM game.
Yeah, it was a nice try for BTK. I can see the idea. I like the steal that we've seen there from Best Player 1. Again, another highlight for Best Player 1 is the steals that he is going to be constantly doing in this whole series. But Level Max Club had the bigger picture in mind, and they were able to just take over the game.
Yeah, and I felt like the part of that plan, at least one checkbox of that, was to put all the pressure that they could onto that clash lane, really kind of refuse a lot to Fly Chicken. And unfortunately, I feel like the side of BTK, they weren't able to reply to that. There was all that pressure up at top, which meant maybe there was a little less down at the bottom than the farm lane, and BTK still weren't able to kind of get that push and answer to it.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting the same here for BTK, that they will be able... Oh, never mind what I said a while ago. They were able to get one kill from Hoon on the side of BTK. But in the end, LM was still able to get the win here. And the objective of this composition from Level Max Club was just very... what do you call that? Very straightforward, right? They want to get the duel to the death. They want to get the lay waste on anybody. And once they get that, that is a good start. That is a good starting place for them to start fights.
Yeah, and especially with the amount of CC they had, the pop-ups, you called the duel to the death, the ultimate coming from Mai Shiranu, and even the Baichi pickup there, all while having the Flowborn in the back line, able to get those arrow storms out and unload on them.
Yeah, and you can see here, LM just slowly taking the lead, taking the towers at almost the 6-minute mark during that game, in where they started to just dominate with the good kills. And in the end, it was a 9k gold lead. 12-1 is the scoreline that we have there. And LM, man, what a good first statement against BTK.
Yeah, a statement indeed, setting the standard here in that first match against BTK, letting them know you're going to have to come out with more than the same old against them, because they've been, like I said, these are people, I want to say they probably have the most experience. Not a shock here, MVP Wuxing here, 0, 1, and 7. Damage taken 27%, 8% damage. And we were talking about the possibility of the Baichi wasn't as effective when we first saw it. Here, really kind of getting in there, trying to get those pullbacks and allowing their marksman to shine as well.
Yeah, it was zoning a lot of people in this whole game, and you can see the layways that he has been doing on everybody. Getting like 2-man, 3-man layways was the start of the show here. Has been doing that and always leads to a kill, like what you're seeing right now in your screens, everyone.
Yeah, and even to the shock, oh man, look at dove well underneath the tower, and that was so unfortunate. And this has kind of been the story of the learning curve that kind of comes with this. We do have, and this is where I think Hoon was able to kind of pick up his first kill there, make it not a spotless game for BTK, but unfortunately the results the same, and academic, a victory for LM.
Yeah, what a great win for Level Max Club. Good first punch. It's a 1-0 right now, everybody. But before we head into game number 2, we're just going to take a short break.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to line. We don't bow to
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second series of the night. It is BTK taking on LM, a grudge match of the United States region.
Yeah, and that was a first punch by Level Max Club. They got a 1-0 in this first game, and a really good fashion at that too for the team. It's insane that they were able to do this in this game, and I want to see more from Level Max Club and also from BTK. I hope they will be able to come back from this.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, from the last series we saw from BTK, if we're trying to find those nuances where they succeed, I felt like some of the assassin pickups, especially with the Liu Bang with Chicken on there, you could see the synergy. You could see what they were attempting to do, and you could see it operating well for them. It's just those little basics that they need to get down when it comes to rotating, picking fights, diving under towers like we saw from the last game. Chicken went a little too deep, got himself caught. And do they have a plan if we're going to continually put on this pressure into the clash lane?
Yeah, that's the question though. How are they going to be changing things up? Losing to Charlotte was a pretty important pickup here for BTK because it's one of the best picks of Fried Chicken together with the Fatih. So I'm kind of expecting the Fatih to come out in this next game unless Level Max catches wind of that and bans it or picks it up.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got the Fatih, possibly Dune to be able to get picked up there. Dharma's taken off the board by BTK. And we've talked about this before too, being here on the red side where you're going to get that first pick and it's going to help LM kind of build their composition quicker, being able to reply to that first pick of BTK as well. Arlie taken off the board by the side of LM.
Ooh, I like this first pickup though. Pei. They are learning pretty fast. This is really what you want to do on a game 2. Pick up the Pei and then go with a Byron. A Fatih could also be okay for BTK here.
Yeah, I want to see what the answer is. The last time, Wukong.
Is that lock it?
Oh, no,
okay, never mind.
Okay, it's not locked in. Okay, you know what? I'm tired. They've done this to me in the past where they don't actually get the pick up there. my thing is, the last time we saw BTK pick up the pay pickup, it was answered in full, just exactly what I was going to say, by a mountain of CC by their opponents, which, I mean, we've talked about it before. Pei is so squishy. If you're able to catch him, you're going to be able to take him down quickly. Here, you've got the Liang, who's already a huge answer for a lot of those quick moving, versatile heroes, and mixing that with the Princess Frost.
Bro, that is crazy. Liang, Princess Frost, works against the Guan Yu, works against the Pei. So that's a lot of checks for level max club for their first two picks, and add insult to injury is going to be the Demon Jit to reduce their resistances, and even has a stun himself. So that's already good on the first three picks of LM. But on the side of BTK, don't get me wrong, these three picks are good, but against the Liang Princess Frost, it might be hard.
Yeah, and I'm honestly kind of wondering where you go from here for BTK. Maybe we look for a way to try to offset some of this CC, going possibly for Zhuangzi, possibly. Ooh. But I'm not sure how well that might work into this composition, because you've already got the Yuan out there, so you might be looking at it's probably a pick like that would be nerfing your team damage a bit.
Yeah, and honestly, picking up the Zhuangzi in this game is not really that good, because you usually pick that up whenever you have like a Dharma, you have a Mai Shenhui on the other team, so that you could use the butterfly effect in order for you to stop them from being effective. Really just nullifies one whole hero. And that could be saved for game number 4, probably, if we're gonna hit game number 4. Or game number 3 could be okay.
And now as we're going into the next pick, Mulan picked up by the side of LM.
Second time today.
Not as effective. Yeah, second time today. It wasn't very effective the first time we saw it. In fact, I felt like it could have been changed out with almost any other Clash laner at that point. But, I mean, LM, they have a plan, so we're going to see if they can execute it.
Oh yeah, I like it, especially against the Guan Yu. Very good counter. She has a lot of wave clear. She could definitely go at the back of Guan Yu and push him back himself. And that's why I really love the Yuhu 1 pickup that everybody has been doing currently whenever they see a Guan Yu on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Lady Shen picked up, and Flowborn picked up for Mobazane. I believe this is the first time we've seen him in the last 2 weeks grab that pickup, snatch it up.
Yeah, I love this, having the Lady Sun against this. At least whenever somebody goes in, whenever the Liao flashes and uses the control, drop the Destructive Deluge. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Jing picked up here by the side of LM.
Oh no, man. I'm scared. I'm scared here for BTK. One easy combo that they can do is that they drop the mirror domain on whoever Liang uses control on. Whoever gets picked up, whoever that somebody is dead. And whoever helps them is not going to be able to help them effectively. Remember, mirror domain on a winter is here. It's so hard to stay there. You're going to be dying if you stay there.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see how it goes in there, and especially with how aggressive we've seen a lot of these Liang's picks up. You're going to see them try to flash forward, get that power word control on, followed up by Princess Frost, and then possibly now the Jing pickup.
Yeah, what I like about Level Max Club's composition, they don't really have an effective front line, but they're going to be coming from everywhere, which is what they want to do here with their composition. Probably going to be picking up on a Howl on Liang even, just so whenever the control is up, they're going to find somebody, get the kill on them, run away. Because they can do that, definitely, with the comp.
Yeah, and that was kind of my big takeaway here. I'm kind of wondering, especially with that Guan Yu pickup, we really need to be very careful about trying to get to that back line. Are we going to be able to kind of have that communication, have that synergy that is needed to be able to follow up with that? Or, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see here. 1 point here already for LM. They're trying to set the standard here with another.
Yeah, and just to add to that, though, from what you said, the Guan Yu is going to be the reason why LM could lose this. If Fried Chicken plays this perfectly on Guan Yu, he will be able to push the Direnjie, the Liang, the Princess Frost away, which is going to be what will set them up for a win here.
Yeah, but we're going to see how well that can be executed. We've talked before about these compositions. It's good on paper, but it all comes down to the execution.
Now, let's see how they're going to be doing this game number 2, everyone, and it's going to be a very, very tough match.
Yeah, a little less, I want to say, pressure on to Fly Chicken this time. Ooh, he actually gets caught with a little bit of a rotation there by now up at the top, while the Hoon and Shark going to go ahead, try to take this jungle minion. Actually, they're actually fighting a little hard for this jungle minion against Legend.
They're pulling it. They're making Legend lose time and wait for their cooldown. And once they got their cooldown up, yep, we're going to take it.
Yeah, so a little bit of advanced strategy there coming out from BTK. Meanwhile, now up at the top, going to go ahead, find himself a teleport back to mid lane.
Yeah, one thing that they have to look at here is that Legend is a very independent marksman with the D-Winze. You will expect him to be just alone most of the time, and Ashe is just going to be roaming around the map, just helping out to find kills, especially in the mid lane.
Ooh, Nuo, and now they do go ahead and latch on. Are they going to be able to find it just yet? Not able to find the kill. Okay. They're looking for a tasty best player there in mid, but they don't find it just yet.
Yeah, they were just trying to clear out the waves here for Nuo so that he's going to be level 5 once he goes back to his own jungle. But look at this position from best player 1. They're threatening to take this.
Yeah, and ooh, actually, we're going to go ahead. A little bit of an engagement there on the Hoon. Drops down to about 30% and goes back to the mid tower. And right now, I mean, we don't see the same type of pressure that we saw from last game. So a little bit more breathing room for BTK and a little bit of a slower play by LM. But we've seen it before. As soon as these objectives come, they're going to be hot and heavy for these engagements.
Yeah. Now, let's take a look at this, everyone. With the level 4 now on Ashe, how are they going to be playing this? With the level 4, they have more opportunities to go for those kills, especially with now also on the level 4, so they can have those easy combos. So they're going to be running around past the map. No flash for Ashe, but whoever gets close could get caught by the control.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here, too. I mean, he doesn't have it just yet, and we're probably going to be waiting a little bit for that to come online. And that's where it's going to be really, really scary, especially like we were talking about with best player, or for a hero like Pei that is so squishy that just a little bit of CC is going to be something that closes him down. Speaking of which, Suppression lands a freeze and catches a Shark in the mid lane.
As we said, that's an easy setup. Use the control, use the Frigid Prison. That's an easy kill for the side of LM. Whoever gets caught is going to be dead. And now they're going to wait for the cooldown and do it again.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. Another little bit of a rotation. We don't really have anything on the side of BTK that can really be checking a lot of those bushes either. You're just, I mean, that is their roam, Shark. He went close to that bush and just got absolutely put into a coma. Look, the big CC there. Look at it, we do have more freeze and a CC put onto Shark there, and already taken down to 30%.
Yeah, we always have to look at if ever flash is available. Oh, the Frigid Prisons from now has been so good. Whenever he gets the hit on that and the positioning forces people away. Now Ashe has the ult though, so they have to be very scared on trying to contest this. They're not even going to contest it just because they're scared of the presence of Ashe in this game.
Yeah, and this is kind of a mirror of what we saw last time. And this is going to kind of hold down. And this is like, it's unfortunate because there's not much that best player can do unless his team can find a way to burn out a lot of these control, the CC. They do try to go in there, but you see that flash come out from Legend.
Oh, man. Look at the punishment here from LM. Because they saw a lot of people on the bot side of the map, they go on the top side, try to take all the jungle on this side of the map, leave Legend alone on the bot side and not help him out because it's okay. He's going to be taking this. He's going to be independent in this lane.
Yeah, but I want to say BTK, they're able to get a tower out of that push too, so not making it, not leaving empty-handed at least. Now, a little bit of pressure onto the top there, as you see Wuxing kind of pushing up there. Fly Chicken trying to get those minions away. This mid tower going to be so important for both of these teams. If BTK have a hope of trying to retain some type of control on this, they want to still try to protect that mid lane.
Yeah, from what we're seeing here, Still waiting for the setup. Still no big fights that we're seeing, right, Private? We haven't been seeing any big fights in where Fried Chicken would be able to stop Ash. Hoon would be able to use the Destructive Deluge to stop the ults from happening. So that is going to be the key here. And LM taking their sweet time on the flash, the setups that they're going to be having later on in the fights. But BTK actually doing a good job surviving here.
Yeah, but the longer this game goes on, I feel...
No!
Oh, speaking of which, Big Freeze lands, and that is best player down. Unfortunately, got snuck there from that bush at the bottom lane.
Oh, no. Even stole the Crimson buff from Nuo. Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, and Fly Chicken alone against 3 members. That's a little bit of what I like to call MOBA math. That if there's more than 2 members coming for your tower, that's just, you're not going to be able to defend that. You just need to give that up. And unfortunate, Chicken dove in and paid for it.
Oh yeah, that is it. And that is going to happen yet again. Right now, Ash and Now is just hiding down the brush and waiting for anybody to move forward. But look at that, man. That's a tower. 2nd tier tower in the bot side.
Yeah, tier 2 right there. They still haven't been able to claim anything immense. Speaking of which, Wuxing comes in, trying to latch on to Mobazane, not able to find it, and they turn it around and able to find a kill on the Wuxing.
Got the kill on Wuxing. Pretty important stuff for their side. They weren't able to go for the push, but the answer from Level Max is 1 whole tower.
Yeah, and it's almost like they like to kind of throw that up there. Wuxing goes up at top. You have 2 up there. Meanwhile, you're putting a lot of pressure on mid tower to kind of open up that map for you. So, yeah, you lose somebody, but you gain a tower, and that's working in favor of Level Max.
Yeah, Level Max has been going at it on the trade. Oh!
Woo! Whoa! Nuo able to slip away. Oh, he goes in! What? And they are still not able, man, dancing all over BTK, able to get away. Nuo there almost got taken out. They surprised him at his Azura buff. He's able to kind of dodge to the right and then all the way back to the mid tower.
Crazy that he survived that. Oh, Fried Chicken.
Yeah, looking for a way to get in there. And that's just, again, you have Ash able to kind of set aside. Fried Chicken looking, gets stunned up and unable to connect. And this is what I was talking about. If he goes on the back end, is there a way for BTK to be able to follow up? And he just got pulled too far there. Speaking of which, best player in trouble gets knocked back. Wuxing with the kill there. 2 down for BTK.
What was that slash? And even in the 1v1, Wuxing still wins that. BTK can't even get close to their own jungle. Now he's dead.
LM have a lot of experience against BTK now, able to get away, thankfully. I want to say Mobazane had the presence of mind not to get too thirsty for that. Lets it go. Doesn't chase into enemy team. Speaking of which, a big knockup lands on the 3 members. Down goes Hoon. Mobazane down as well, and Fly Chicken follows up. Wuxing and Legend putting on the damage on the BTK.
3-4-2 on their side, starting on the Tyrant here for the side of Level Max. They're already looking to take that and secure some more towers. 4 towers are down. It's still a 4K gold lead, but Wuxing going for the chase down.
Ooh, actually able to bait Wuxing into a fight. There was a Shark, best player right there on the side, able to follow up with some damage, collects up the kill. However, all the while this is happening, LM doing a great job of distancing BTK to pick up another objective.
Oh yeah. Are they going to be trying here? Best player 1. Not even going to be contesting on that Overlord. Just going to be clearing the waves. Because later on in 30 or about 40 seconds, we're going to have the Shadow Variants up.
Yeah, Shadow Variants at the 10-minute mark. The BTK almost got caught there on the wrong side of that ledge underneath enemy tower. They're looking to kind of maybe try to push into this mid tower, but unfortunately for the side of BTK, we just have not seen an answer for this amount of CC on the side of LM.
Yeah, what's also hard is that Jing Nuo is already level 14, closing in on level 15 at almost 10 minutes in the game. So you could see how much distance they have with the gold gap, but BTK in position.
Yeah, they do go ahead, put some damage on into the mid lane. They're going to go ahead and start on to this Shadow Tyrant. I'm not sure if they're looking for a fight. They do have the positioning. They're going to go ahead and unload on now. Fried Chicken does get caught up at the mid lane. He has to get away. They're going to dive in deep onto BTK. Down goes the best player.
Wow.
And, actually able to answer back a little bit. And down, now able to find a kill there as well. Nuo finds one of his own. 4 down for BTK. Hoon alone to try to stave off this push.
What a dirty kill from Nuo. Gets the kill, runs away. That was crazy. And from what we've seen there, the flash is coming from now. Dodging Fried Chicken, denying them even an ounce of a kill. Nice ult though.
Oh, actually able to put down Ashen now. Very low. Hoon actually might get caught here and taken out.
Oh, I wasn't expecting him to die there. That was a lot of zoning potential, and even the high ground tower on the mid lane has been taken off. Tyrant is going to go to the side of LM, and that is it. That is an 8k gold lead at 11 minutes in the game.
Yeah, 5-13 in favor of LM, but the real story is the level difference and the gold difference that LM has right now, as you can see that being pulled up here.
Oh, yeah. Right now on the other side, let's definitely take a look on where they are going to go next. They're just trying to defend this. Oh, no, he's dead.
Yep, and the big suppression, it doesn't matter who is caught there, doesn't matter how tank you are. If it's Chicken, he gets locked down and shut down, and that is part of the unfortunate part of this composition. There's nothing really to check these bushes. There's no answer for the CC, and they are paying for it. There's just no, as we said, there's no answer right now. LM just having a very dominant game as we take a look at the goal charts.
Yeah, it's also very hard to fight against the Jing if you don't really have any direct answers, and the direct answer is on the hands of LM, the Princess Frost and the Liang, and they don't have that for BTK, which is why they're having a problem against him.
Yeah, big zoning out here to try to take this next high ground tower. Damage kind of spilling on to Mobazane and Shark there, but they make short work of that high ground tower. Just one more high ground tower left on the bottom side for BTK.
Tower's down again. BTK trying to push down on the mid lane. Maybe a last push, a last fight here for them.
Oh yeah, Shark goes into the bush, looking for a stun. He does find one person, but BTK not in a position. They do finally get that tower. Maybe now looking forward to try to offset for this fight against the Tyrant. Diving deep into the back line. Best player gets picked up and put down. There's LM swarming around BTK. That is a complete team wipe. They turned that around so quick. Now looking for the final push. Is this going to be game 2 for them? Yeah, they're not going to be able to stop LM. Game 2, very dominant for LM.
What a play from Level Max Club, playing it as expected with a team composition that they built around. The Liang Princess Frost was very slow on the startup, but they were still able to fulfill their objective in that game, and it was so hard for BTK to even fight back.
Yeah, and the composition kind of spoke for itself. BTK, I almost am kind of sad that every single time best player gets this pay pick, and I know a lot of those critiques go out to his skill level on it, but I mean, that amount of CC, especially the Liang and the Princess Frost, it doesn't spell well for a pay pick. And that's also, we're talking about, Pei is in a position right now in the meta where I feel like people understand how he's going to come at you, how to try to counter him out there, and you usually have to wait really late for him to really kind of start getting a lot of those kills. And here, just, I mean, honestly, a great sense there by LM to immediately counter that pickup.
Yeah, it was just so hard during that game, though. They didn't really have any good answers on that Jing. They weren't able to set up anything for Fried Chicken on the top side, because I was kind of expecting that his displacement will be the answer to the Liang Princess Frost, but we didn't see much of that this game.
Well, and that's just because, like, if you go into the back line and you try to get that displacement, you still have to contend with Liang and Princess Frost, who can basically freeze you out into the back line. You're not pushing, you're not getting that displacement. BTK need to close the distance to get there to try to give you some type of support. And it's just unfortunate when it comes to this type of composition. LM just, I mean, it was a very strong draft and a very strong strategy.
Yeah, it was so hard for him to even get close, right? That's why Fried Chicken wasn't able to do so. You can see the damage dealt from both of them, and Best Player won. They were not allowed to do anything this game because LM was just aggressive with the crowd control, as we kept saying, right? Because the Winter is here, is there. You have the control from the Liang, so it was so hard for them to do anything.
Yeah, and at the end of the night, that just goes another very clean victory for LM. A bit more of a fight here put up by BTK with some of these pickups here, but I mean, the end, the control, the CC, just it was too much for them to handle with this composition.
Yeah, and you can see here, Level Max Club had the game in their hands the whole time. It was not, they were not even able to get anything to gain them an advantage, maybe some kills here and there, but other than that, it was just LM's pure victory here.
Yeah, as we go ahead, take a look at the MVP here. Nuo on the Jing, 6-1 and a 7, 22% damage taken and 30% damage dealt. And there was a point during this match where you pointed out he was about 2 or 3 levels ahead of BTK, and that's just man, that's just a recipe for domination.
Yeah, insane plays coming in from Nuo. He was allowed to play like this. Whenever you see a Jing on the other side, you should not allow the Jing to play anything like this. He was playing around, moving in and out of the fights. Yes, he died once during that scene that we've seen there, but he's allowed to do that, those long distance dashes, just because there's no crowd control to stop him.
Yeah, and here, I mean, even when it comes to the fights for the objective, Mobazane getting caught there at the end too. It just, they go in and immediately just get caught in the CC. They weren't even able to really get any touch on to the side of LM, just because, like we said, the insurmountable amount of CC there. Hopefully, though, the only bright side maybe being that you have some of those prime CC pickups that might not be available next time now.
Yeah, maybe they can pick the Liang Princess Frost next game, but everybody, before we head into Game 3, we're just gonna take a short break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second series of the night. It is the potential game point for LM taking on the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Oh yeah, let's see if they will be able to come back here for the side of BTK, because they've been taking 2 punches without any answers here from this whole series. Maybe this game number 3, they would have an answer against the members right here of Level Max Club.
Yeah, and we haven't seen some of the I want to say firmer pickups for BTK. Xiao Chao, that Hoon has kind of made a little popular. I want to say almost kind of brought the dust off of, because we didn't see too many Xiao Chaos. Then Hoon picked it up, and a lot of people were like, it's not as bad as people had originally figured. There's other pickups that we can go in here. Menki's already off the board for best player. It's just right now the BTK kind of scrounging, looking for a victory, trying for anything here to try to find a victory, especially against a team like LM.
Yeah, they're kind of thinking on the game plan here for the team, right? They're thinking on what they can do in order for them to win this. There's a lot of possibilities. There could be a lot of good answers that they could brew against Level Max Club. So Level Max Club, look at the confidence of this, guys. They're smiling. They're getting ready for the draft before they start this.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a very comfortable position right now. They've had 2 very dominant games against BTK. They're at the potential match point right now. And even if they lose this one, they're still potentially at a game point next series. So they've got a lot of breathing room. So there's no reason for them not to be confident. And it seems like, I was talking about it before, they are the most experienced team against BTK. And it seems like they basically have their number. They understand what it takes to be able to take them down.
Yeah, and they're just making use of those. Even picking up the Baiti, picking up the Mulan for their side. Really surprised that they're winning with those picks. And now Level Max Club only has 1 more game to go in order to win this. And for everybody watching that has just been here, a global ban and pick, we're going to be the picks that you had during the last few games. You won't be able to pick them again. Just on your side. The other team could pick it up.
Yeah, you can see the examples of those up at the above the draft here. The Pei pickup, the Menki there from game 1, and then on LM side, you can see some of those heroes there picked up. And I think I mentioned this before too. We no longer have the Liang. We no longer have the Princess Frost on the side of LM. Oh, and a Dharma pickup, a very strong pickup, first pickup for BTK.
Oh yeah, Dharma, very important flight chicken, will have a lot of openings to go for those big plays. And you know what, whenever you see a Dharma getting picked up, you always expect something very spicy that will happen in this game. But on the side of Level Max Club, they pick up the Guan Yu from game number 2 and the Luna on this game. And they have the possibility of picking up a Liang for BTK.
That's what I was about to say. You don't usually see the assassin pickup so early, just because there are a lot of threats out there to be able to kind of shut them down. One of those being the Liang, but maybe kind of reading in here that they potentially might not have a Liang player on the side of BTK, but they answer back with a Motzi. Not exactly a Liang, but a powerhouse when it comes to a lot of CC.
Yeah, one thing that I love about when we're talking about CC, this is gonna be it. The trio that we have currently for BTK has a lot of crowd control. The Motsu with the Sure has a lot of crowd. Okay, we're talking about CC, and there you go. The Zhuangzi has been picked up, and it's over. No, it's not over. Let's see how it's for the side of BTK.
Yeah, and that when it comes to the dress, I mean, I brought this up earlier. The Zhuangzi as a potential for offsetting CC by LM, and LM picks it up against a BTK here. And especially because CC is such a threat to heroes like the Luna there, and you're probably gonna see this roam basically attached at her hip to make sure that she has a clean entrance or escape.
Yeah, they're taking out a lot of the tank options and even the Fade on the side of BTK. I've seen the Agudo, I've seen the Kaiser getting picked up by best player 1, so that could be options that they could go for here for the side of BTK.
Yeah, a little late game assurance there by LM in the form of the Nua. Probably one of my favorite mid lane picks there with the amount of damage. It's just the early game, not really a bright spot for a Nua. And I believe the last nerf actually made the early game just a tiny bit worse. But that's just because of how strong she is in the late game, where you're able to kind of throw out those annihilation beams and
there you go.
And chunk down. But here, BTK gonna get Mobazane nice and comfortable on his favorite pick, the Marco Polo.
Okay, they saw this a while ago on our last series. They're gonna be picking up the Nakaruru for BTK. So how they are gonna be doing this is find a way to offset Luna from getting level 8 pretty early, and that's a smart way to do it. Nakaruru gets strong pretty fast, especially against a Luna.
And what I want to see here too is potentially from the side of BTK, especially when it comes to a Luna, I want to see maybe some early aggression, some invades, try to offset, because I know I want to say from LM, they're probably going to be looking at some invades here as well to try to offset that Nakaruru.
I love that they have picked up the Fang here for Legend. One thing that is good about Fang is that he could definitely dictate the early game. He has a lot of damage in the early game. That's why he's one of the scariest early gamers, especially even against a Long. It's not going to be even a problem. So the damage is going to be coming from Fang in the early game. Then the Nua and the Luna will pick it up from there once we head onto the mid game and the late game.
It'll be very interesting. I feel like as far as late game potential goes, it's definitely in favor of LM. However, there's a lot of early game potential from the side of BTK here, especially with the Shay pickup as well. It has potential to start to catch the enemy, because we've seen this. Shay has been very powerful. I want to look up the stats for her too, because I want to say there's an insurmountable amount of victories for them. But ladies and gentlemen, possibly last match of the series. BTK sitting at 0, LM with a commanding 2-0 lead.
Let's see if Best Player 1 would be able to play this correctly, like how Stick played it on our last series. So that is going to be the challenge here. Maybe this could be the reason why we go to game 4.
Yeah, and wouldn't that be a treat for us? Extend the night a little bit, but see a little bit of victory, a little bit of a light behind BTK's plays. And this is what we were talking about immediately. Already checking out the jungle there is the side of LM.
Yeah, for the side of LM, they're looking at the jungle, they're looking at the clearing. And right now, BTK, with the amount of crowd control that they have, I like that they picked up the monster, right? That's the next best thing against... Wait, I think he's going to die here. Shark?
So as you were talking about that monster pickup, ooh, actually takes a little bit of a stun there on the backside. Hoon puts on some damage, and Shark gonna have to back up because Whooshing very quickly, seeing that damage comes out, goes ahead and pays a little bit of a visit to the mid lane, scares Shark away.
Yeah, for everyone watching, if you don't know how Sleep Start's S2 of Zhuangzi works, it stacks. So the longer you fight him, the bigger the damage is gonna be, which is why we saw Shark almost dying. One more cast on that S2, he could have been dead.
Yeah, and that's just something you kind of learn as you pick up here. And it's something that it's not the first time BTK has kind of gotten roped into taking those shots because they didn't understand that it was just going to get more and more powerful. A little bit of a fight here. Diving into the back line is Nuo. And Whooshing comes in, misses with the pickup, does get stunned out, and a little bit of suppression coming out from Now to secure their escape.
Yeah, one thing. Oh, they're going to go in.
Oh, what was and just that? Like that, they get taken out. Best Player moves forward and gets taken down by Nuo. First blood by LM.
Clean triple dash from Nuo on that fight. I wasn't expecting that to be that clean.
Yeah, and man, this is already talking about the early game, the advantage we thought that maybe BTK might be able to hold on to. We've talked about, actually Chicken goes in, finds a little bit of a push there. Whooshing takes a bit of damage. Shark on the back end with those cannon blast, finds its mark, but able to kind of offset that pressure coming from LM.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at how they answer this. Legend, again, just taking a brink of the pressure against BTK because he's gonna go solo again and again on the games that we're gonna have. And right now, we can take a look at how they play this clash lane, because this is where the fights are going to be, and where Wu Ching is going to be Ezu, where is the most important part in this game.
Yeah, Mobazane continuing. I want to say the bottom farm lane's been kind of left alone by both teams here. They're both being allowed to farm up. So that speaks well. It gives Mobazane, especially since we were talking about that's kind of one of his favorite heroes. The only problem is his ability to kind of come in, get that fevered barrage. We take a look at the gold and items here at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, take a look at this, everybody, before we head into the Tyrant battle. Still going for that Blazing Cape for Wu Ching. Oh, the pull.
Oh, yeah, big combo there lands for now, and on the back end, Wu Ching comes in, Hoon able to find an escape. Meanwhile, Shark in a little bit of trouble here, gets caught, has the box, finds himself a kill. Down goes a Nuo, down goes a Legend, 2 down, BTK, but it's answered by LM quickly.
Good kills for BTK, denying that Luna with just one button. Ting inside the box. Oh, best player won.
Yeah, big push up there, lands. Wu Ching comes in, looking for a push. Is he going to be able to find it there? Down goes best player. Even under the safety of his tower, Wu Ching cannot be stopped.
Made it to 2 for 2. Wu Ching might be dead.
Has destroyed.
Oh yeah, Shark and Five Chicken looking to be able to kind of take him down. Big stun comes up. Shark able to pick up the kill there to reply in kind to Wu Ching.
Yeah, for Nuo, he's not going to be even bothering on taking that Tyrant. On the side of BTK, it's still a 3 for 3. Still advantage on the gold when it comes down to it for BTK. Starting on this Tyrant, but LM just picking up on those pieces, picking up on their losses, and that's okay because they're just going to be farming after that.
Yeah, and I want to say right now, BTK trying to keep that pace up, trying to match LM's pace when it comes to some of these fights, some of these engagements back and forth. You can see here a little bit of that gold being refused from BTK to LM.
Yeah, right now, I think Nuo is going to be a key here, but I love how Shark answers whenever Nuo goes in. One thing inside the box is going to stop Nuo from going crazy.
Yeah, speaking of which, they do go ahead, collapse around Wu Ching, gets the push on a Mobazane, and he dives in, able to use that fevered barrage to find the cleanup onto Wu Ching. 4 to 3, favor goes to BTK, but LM find themselves an Overlord and a tower at the top.
Great kill and great answer from Mobazane, almost from Wu Ching. They still got the Overlord in the end here. They have to find a way to get somewhere else. 30 seconds on that. No!
Oh, and just like that, a big combo comes out from now, and Nuo picks up the kill from the back end.
What a great play, time and time again from Nuo. Whenever he's allowed, whenever there's no presence of Shark on that part of the map, he's just gonna be dashing in on BTK.
Yeah, 4 to 4. The kills are lined up. Fly Chicken goes for an engagement onto Wu Ching, actually doing a decent amount of damage. Both parties agree for a temporary parlay and digress from each other.
Yeah, Wu Ching was even looking for it. Emergence!
Yeah, best player's gonna have to get out of dodge. He doesn't have the health to be able to kind of... Yeah, it was stolen by the side of LM there. Best player had to disengage from that. He didn't have the health to be able to kind of take on a fight there. And this is kind of the value you start getting from the now. He's going to be able to use that emergence, kind of be a menace on the entirety of the map.
Yeah, pretty important buff also for Nuo. Whenever he's getting like an Azure buff, it's going to be boosting his presence on the fights. Getting that extra mana is the problem with Luna. But when he gets the Azure buff, that problem is nullified. Hoon is dead.
Oh, and Hoon goes down. And I want to say we really haven't been able to see too much of what I thought would be a little bit of dominance when it comes to the CC from that Shay pickup. Oh, here, LM. They're going to make short work of that tower.
Tower's going to be down. Mobazane trying to bait out members here of LM, and I think they can go here.
Yeah, they dive deep into the back line, getting Mobazane very low and taken down with the Annihilation Blast coming out from now.
What a crazy shot from now. He's going to go in, actually.
Yeah, and best player on the side here, looking for an opportunity to clear out some of those minions. Takes a heap of damage, able to clear out the minions, though. Save himself the tier 2 mid tower.
Super annoying, especially for that Sure. Whenever Ash gets close on his teammates, Hoon, even if he gets a good Silky imprint, he's just gonna pop the butterfly effect and that's over. You're not gonna be able to pull anybody.
Yeah, a big combo that gets shut down there. Speaking of which, the big combos there. Fried Chicken on the back end drops Ash and Nuo very low. They're going to go ahead and disengage back to the safety of their tower.
Oh, yeah. They can't even chase down Ash at this point. Right now, after that kill, Nuo, even with a Truth Mantra on him, he was still able to get away with just one dash.
Yeah, the BTK just not able to kind of put together. Oh, did he steal that?
Yeah,
he did indeed steal that crimson buff. So at least getting those little marks is a Shark here. 4 members up at the top, and BTK gonna go ahead and try to push into that clash lane. Yeah. Tier 1 tower of LM.
Very thick wave on the bot side of the map. That's gonna take down the tower for sure, unless best player 1 gets in time.
Oh, yeah, and you see LM already starting on the Tyrant. Meanwhile, Wuxing, he doesn't even go for the Crimson buff. He lies and waits, hoping that BTK will come in here and he can try to get that cavalry push out of them. The Crimson buff goes over to LM.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy steal again for the team. Looking for anything that they can get here just to deny some resources out of BTK.
Yeah, best player. I mean, unfortunately, there's just no answer. If he's going to try to dive in, he's going to get kind of shut down. So he's kind of stuck trying to clear out lanes, try to be as useful as he can as an assassin, especially when you're behind. That's the big problem for assassins when you're behind, is there's not much effect that you can have there. Nuo is able to find himself an escape. 4-6 right now, and I want to say about a 4K gold lead for LM.
30 seconds on the Shadow Variant. Waiting for all of it, and BTK is being pushed away from this objective just because of the towers that already got taken down. And LM is trying to set this up, try to clear waves for Nuo first before they go into this Tyrant take.
Wuxing just lying in wait, the patience on him to kind of try to find himself an angle. He's not even moving. Even though there's 2 members of them, he just wants to make sure he's feeding out that information to his team.
Yeah. They only react to movement, which is why he's just placing himself at the far back of this map. Shadow Vanguard, Shadow Overlord might be the target here of BTK.
Yeah, but they already have, LM already has vision on it. You can see Ash right there. Fried Chicken comes out trying to stop the push in. He does find himself a Truth, a Mantra legend, able to get away while Nuo swoops in from the back, finds himself a kill onto Fried Chicken. Mobazane comes in with a fevered barrage, but gets quickly dismantled. Shark on the run, and so is Hoon, who looks like to be able, he gets taken down as well. It's just Shark alone here. He's going to try to teleport back to base and try to offset this push.
Oh, 18 seconds on the clock here for their side before anybody comes out. This is going to be a high ground tower push for this side.
Yeah, Shark finally. Oh, I don't know what Shark is just giving. Shark up there, kind of styling up there, and this might be a wipe there for the side of BTK.
Wow.
A clean sweep for LM against BTK.
LM taking a 3-0 against BTK in this matchup. What a great matchup we've seen here for the team. And you can definitely see the sportsmanship here for this, guys, because LM, what a performance during that game.
Yeah, really setting the tone there, really kind of showing that they had the answers. I talked about it before. They've got the most experience against BTK, so they understand what they can do with a lot of these picks. And it just felt like time and time again, match after match, they had the answer, whether it was in the draft or in the play style. Even with the Shay, who can be pretty oppressive and a pretty oppressive mage, they were able to find those answers with the Zhuangzi.
Yeah, I love the Zhuangzi pick there, especially against the Dharma. Dharma, Fried Chicken had a hard time finding those Truth Mantra plays during that whole game because the butterfly effect is just going to be canceling everything that he does on most fights. That's why it was such a checkmate, just even in the first battle, which was the drafting.
I only wish I could get those type of Zhuangzi players on my team during ranked because it goes a very different way. But here, LM, all professional, all dominant here. 3 wins against the BTK as we take a look at some of the final stats.
Yeah, you can see the effort here for BTK. You can see some shining moments from Mobazane, from Stark using the Tink inside the box against Nuo. And even with that, they were still able to get some very nice kills. LM just had the better end of the stick here in this game because Nuo was allowed to farm. He was going crazy with it whenever he's allowed to go in. And that was why LM just got the upper hand there.
Yeah, and it just the later and later the match got, of course, it was going to go into favor. That was the way the composition was rolling. It was going to start going into the favor of LM, and we really kind of saw that when BTK, they tried to press the early advantage, tried to kind of continue that pace, but slowly but surely the advantage started to look up from LM. And you can take a look here, probably one of the more dominant gold graphs that we've seen through these games against BTK.
Yeah, again, almost the same story as game number 2, right, Private? Because this is the same story. There was a bit of a stable fight on the first 4 minutes. Then once it came down to it, it all goes in favor of the side right here of LM. And in the end, the MVP of that game will be Nuo on his Luna 423. 27% damage taken at 19%, and 25% total gold of the team.
It just, honestly, I was so surprised. It seemed like a great call out by the team to pick up that Luna, and we saw CC come out from BTK and then the Swangza, and we're like, oh, like they just definitely kind of baited that out here. A little bit of pressure here. This is what we were talking about from BTK right from the beginning, trying their best to kind of put on a lot of that aggression, but unfortunately, and then catching BTK with that annihilation. Unfortunately, eventually it was just too much, and BTK started to falter, and it became an all LM push.
Yeah, Nuo was just allowed to play like this. He was allowed to go to the back line because if your fights are disassembled, it's not really easy to counter the Luna. That's why he was just allowed to dash in and out of those fights. But in the end there, it was a nice game. LM finishing it on a 3-0. We still have a last series in front of us, everyone. But before that, we're just going to take a short break.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to KMW League, our second week, second day, and our final series of the night.
Oh yeah, OG versus 9Z. We have seen 9Z Globant a while ago on our last game, and they won against Twisted Minds, but this time they're going to be fighting against OG, the strongest team currently because they haven't lost a single game so far. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge for 9Z.
I want to say one stat to kind of bring up here is that 9Z has been able to reclaim a victory against all of those teams that they lost against in the first week so far. That last team being OG. Can they get that victory over them?
Yeah, that's the question. But everybody take a look at this. We still have a new version coming up on September 24. Unleash Your Spirit. And I also know that we also have another one, Ultimate Awakening Super Thrilling MOBA Combat, September 27. It is going to be coming soon. Excited for the new changes that we're going to be having for the 24th. And also the rank reset that everybody's been waiting for. So I want to see what's going to happen for the next version of Honor Kings.
I want to say everybody's scrambling to kind of get those last few points in before the reset there, because we're going to have a lot of different changes coming out there. But here tonight, another series, OG taking on 9Z. I'm very excited to see if 9Z has the potential, can get themselves up one more spot in our rankings.
Yeah, that's the question though. Will they be able to get that? Will they be able to win against OG? Because currently, OG has been strong. OG also had the same story from the last season, but they weren't able to win it. But you know what? Right now, OG is in pristine form. And I definitely think that they're not gonna be throwing it outside like last season.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking to kind of set the tone here, especially their matches against 9Z weren't exactly close. It was very dominant form for OG. You could tell they had kind of a bone to pick here at KMW. They knew that they kind of had a little bit of an issue. They had it slip through their fingers last season, and this season they're looking to come in dominant.
Yeah, I want to see that, but let's take a look at OG first.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. You could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
One of the most dominating teams that we've seen from the last season, and until now, OG Esports Dream OG, comprised of Kaka on the Clash lane, Dao Dao on the jungle, and on the farm lane, Wu Chen on the roam, and Wen on the mid lane, and together they are still that strong.
Yeah, they came in very fierce in these 2 weeks of competition. Very dominant, great compositions, great strategies, and I don't believe anybody's been able to take those victories off of them just yet. Here, they're going to probably be facing one of their biggest challenges.
Yeah, but let's take a look first at 9Z.
So you should never give up. Let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
The pride of Argentina, La Violeta, 9Z Globant. You have in the Clash lane, Wind, Picking up the jungle will be Sick. In the farm lane is Leffy. Picking up the road, Capo, and in the mid lane will be Moon. And we've already seen how dominant they were in the first series of the night.
Yeah, we've seen them. We've seen how they got stronger. We've seen how they evolved from the last season. Do they deserve that second place spot, or will they do another comeback, or should I say upset here against OG? That's what I want to see.
I'm going to wonder if it actually comes into play now that they are on kind of a 3-game winning streak right now. They have the momentum at their backs, the wind and their sails ready to kind of come in here. They've got a couple of matches under their belt today. We've talked about how they can kind of be slow starters, but once they get rolling, they are that freight train that is very hard to stop. As we take a look at the head-to-head here.
You can see here, 9Z, Moon especially having more total kills could also be a reason why, is because they have a lot more games than OG, because OG got all 2 zeros. But Moon has definitely been overperforming during the last few days, and during the times they win, he's just that good.
Yeah, and that's going to be a clear matchup that people are going to watch. Another one for me when it comes to matchups here is going to be Leffy. To see, we've seen how well he can perform in that farm lane, how well he can keep his distance to make sure he's not the one that's costing his team or getting ganked. He's able to create those openings, and is that going to play a role here against a team like OG?
Yeah, OG with the strongest player that they have here, the star player of ranking week, which is Kaka, and also the first ever pentakill that we had in the whole Major West is on. So he's gonna be awarded for that first ever pentakill that we had there. He got the King's moment during last week's ranking week.
Yeah, and what a magical moment for him as well. Speaking of which, as we go into this first draft, I just don't think we're going to be seeing an Arlie here tonight at all. There's been, I want to say in the first few weeks, we saw teams allowed it. Teams didn't mind. They wanted to try to go against it. Now tonight, they've completely shut it down. Big pickup here. First pickup, My Shiranu by 9Z.
9Z always bans the Leon first game, right? Even level max always bans the Leon first game, because it really puts a stop on most compositions that you want to do, especially during the first game. But OG, what are they going to be doing here? Are they going to be focusing on Kaka? Are they going to be releasing the Mulan or the Guan Yu during this first game? They can do anything. The Yuhuan is available, very flexible pick, could go into the roam and the mid.
Yeah, and I've talked about this before. I do like the Huan into the Maishir now because it does kind of stunt a lot of the mobility, at least the back and forth. I mean, you can go back and forth against the Huan, but the birth of area that she affects is huge to be able to kind of shut down a lot of that. But a very quick pickup of Lamb.
What? Very early Lamb. And the last time that we've seen them was against Twisted Minds here with the Lubang. That is a classic combo, right? The Lubang together with the Lamb. You have the Lamb going in. The Lubang is there to help him out. So this is already a bread and butter combo, and on the hands of an assassin master like Sick.
Yeah, a Fuzi pickup on the side of OGs, but you're absolutely right. The Lubang, his ability with that ultimate, the battlefield command to teleport to one of his allies there. So that means that Lamb can go in. No matter how deep he is into the back line, Lubang can go and join him in the back there and just create a lot of this opportunity for 9Z.
One thing that I love about the Fuzi pick here for OG is if the Lubang goes to the Clash lane, that gives more space for Futsu to just split push. Because Lubang is not going to stay in the Clash lane, right? He's just going to be using the ult almost all the time, and Futsu is allowed to push there. And you don't want that to happen, because if he gets the push, he can go until the base, even through the base. So that's the scary part about this Futsu pick out for Kaka here.
Yeah, and that's very interesting because this is a few times that I've seen this type of strategy deployed on a more mobile type of composition that comes out, especially when it's like a Mai Shiranao, whether it's a Liu Bang, heroes that don't want to stay in their lane. They want to rotate very quickly, very early, all over the map. So you punish them by putting them against heroes that can push so hard in their lanes that every single time they leave, they're risking the potential of losing a tower.
Yeah, and also just banking on what you said there, that's why Milady is a good counter to Mai Shiranui, because it forces her to stay in the lane, because if she doesn't stay in the lane, Milady is just going to push that mid lane. That's why right now that is going to be the struggler here of 9Z. Will they pick up the... they pick up the Da Tiao Futsu. So this could go to An and Muchen also on the bot lane.
Yeah, and just when you thought that there was enough, I want to say, representation for ability for 9Z to be able to get to the back line, to get their team to be this offensive ball with a surprise from that battlefield command, Da Chao is going to be able to get the entire team. It doesn't matter where they are on the map. They're all going to be able to kind of teleport to the fights whenever it is needed.
Yeah, and most of the time, the problem with the Futsu is how he's going to be playing the lane. But against the Marco Polo, I think this is a good one. Clash lane, they could pick something else here. A good fight against the Mulan, a Charlotte could be a good pickup here for him, or even a Byron, just for them to survive the laning phase a lot better. Better. Bati is a good pick against that Mulan.
And I know we saw a Mulan in the first series, and it didn't really kind of wow us. And I'm kind of hoping 9Z have a better plan for it here as we're kind of coming up. It's going to be the full compositions out now for both of these teams. Now it's going to come down to the execution.
Yeah, right now we haven't seen this ever so far from OG, the Futsu Da Chao. We don't see this a lot anymore just because of how people know how to play against it. OG didn't play this composition during ranking week, so this is a surprise from for 9Z.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see how this kind of works out, especially I really haven't, including with the Marco Polo out there, I haven't really been able to see a Marco Polo shine. He's another one of those picks that I feel like has gotten too popular because along with that, everybody understands how he works, how to play against him. You're waiting for him to come in with that fevered barrage and you're going to stun him out of it, and that really kind of shuts down a lot of his damage. Here, there's just a lot of different angles that 9Z can come from, and I'm very interested to see how well this goes into the composition of OG.
Yeah, they have a lot of movement, right? That is where it's all gonna go. How are they gonna be roaming? How are they gonna be moving with all those movement skills that they have in this game? So the engage should be perfect in order for this to work, because 9Z, their goal is to play the map. They have the Da Tiao, they have the Eye of the Whirlpool. So if you don't follow where they're gonna go, it might be hard for 9Z here.
Yeah, we're about to find out here. The inaugural, the second week match between 9Z Global and OGs here. 9Z fighting to try to upset and get into that first place position, trying to snatch that away from OG, who have been sitting pretty comfortable at the top of the mountain here.
Yeah, they have been sitting pretty so far, so it's important for them to win this so far because OG hasn't played yet. This is gonna be 9Z being in the first place currently. But before everything, everyone, Realme 15 series, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. If you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference. And that's the phone that our players are using currently.
Yeah, I was about to say, we got some nice close-ups of those phones earlier when we were seeing some of the players at the desk there. So this is what they're going to be using. This is what you want to use when you're competing at the top levels here of Honor of Kings. No real issues here just yet. A little bit of a rotation immediately. 9Z is going to go ahead. You see Capo going to have to disengage from a little bit of a rotation coming down from OG. Following him very quickly, very tight, making sure that he doesn't get the jump on their farm laner.
Yeah, theoretically, right, An is not going to win this lane, but he doesn't need to. Futsu always loses the lane. even if you put him to the clash lane. So he definitely deserves to get pressured in lane here, but if you allow him to just farm, just let him be on this lane, it's not gonna be pretty, because once it goes to late game, he is unkillable.
Yeah, already 9Z gonna go ahead and start on that sprite up there so they can get this teleportation, get around the map. You can see Moon doing a good job trying to be that presence in the mid and the top lanes. Not too much punishment going on just yet. Sick going ahead and putting some damage onto those minions in the mid.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at how they do this though, everyone, because with their rotation, Capo Seba goes for the stun.
Yeah, going on to when it does find a little bit of a mark there, but unfortunately nobody else from the team in a good position to really capitalize on it, but it kind of just lets them know what to expect when they rotate down to these lanes.
Yeah, it's also really hard to dive against an Agudo, right? Agudo has a lot of areas that he could utilize, and even the extra minions are going to be pretty annoying even for Moon, because you're not always going to be hitting your Kachu Sense. So for now, OG, playing like this is what they want. They want to fight once they get to level 4 on Muchen.
I like that Leafy's trying to keep his distance with that resplendent revolver. Oh, taking a witch. On goes in and gets taken out.
The combo!
Moon right there with the pickup, but answered back as well. The Fatih finds a kill onto the side of Capo.
What was that? That tried and classic combo. The Sage's Smite to the Eye of the Whirlpool. Here are my friends, and they're gonna kill you.
Yeah, immediately, and this is something that 9Z's going to have to contend with. They even were able to get that battlefield command had Capo come in. Unfortunately for him, they also had to deal with the contention of the rest of the team. Sick in a little bit of trouble here. Goes back with the dash. We had another battlefield command coming in. Big engagement coming for members down. Capo very low, looking for an escape, getting chased down. And we do see Offkit Win does find a kill. Big pop-up lands on the two members of 9Z. Keke looking for an angle to get in there. A stun on the Sick, who dives in. Whoa. Very low, gets taken out by an auto attack. And that is going to be another kill for the side of OG, tying it up at 3-3 apiece.
1 for 2 for 9ZG, getting the advantage on that fight. Getting 2 kills was pretty important there. And also for Moon, have the Scepter of Reverberation, so a lot more burst coming down once they head into that next fight. 7 seconds on the clock. Wind still at the top side. Teleports are getting used.
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of unfortunate. You really kind of, I feel like we've almost kind of called the bluff when it comes to like having a teleport that will get our members to for the side of 9Z, because we've done it better in having this Dao Chao on the team, where you can get the entire team. Big pickup there for OG's first Tyrant of the game.
Yeah, Sick can't even go for that steal, because currently just on the team fights, it's going to be hard for 9Z to fight against them. They need a bit of items in order for them to fight back pretty well. So now OG is just making use of that and making use of this early game to gain more space.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like in this early game is really important for 9Z, because this is the only time where you're going to kind of find a point where you're not going to have to roam everywhere and a big ball to kind of contend with. Unfortunately, some of the fights we've seen them take, Dasha was there, able to get the entire team.
Okay.
A little bit of engagement here, have the battlefield command come out on, get taken very low. Oh, speaking of which, Sick and Leffy get taken down quickly.
Moon? Might die here.
Moon is not long for this. He's got the dashes. Oh, might be able to get away, but Keke says not tonight. Copa's going to be next on the shopping list. Look at all the pop-ups there. We're not afraid of that tower. On picks up the kill.
Man, what a bait on that Sea of Fate. Mu Chen just dropped the Sea of Fate, casually went forward to it, and everybody lost their target. 9Z could have gotten a kill there if not for that Sea of Fate, and that's why it all came down to OG just collapsing on 9Z.
Yeah, man, this is kind of shades of what we saw from the first week. OG is just, when it comes to the rotation, when it comes to these plans, especially when it comes to this composition, they just seem to have the upper hand.
Yeah, and that's the reason why Dachao is just so hard to fight against, right? The game changes whenever a Dachao is in the game because she could teleport anybody to and from one place. The Eye of the Whirlpool, again, they used it on the bot lane to go for that push because nobody was there.
Yeah, and not just that, but even trying to catch a Dachao, she's going to be able to kind of lay down that teleport to get herself back home very quickly. So it absolutely kind of delegates the motion of the game. Sick goes in, does a look for the ultimate here, but taken down very quickly by On. A double kill there as Sick and Capo and Win next up on the chopping block. 3-10 right now. OG in a dominant position.
On is so tanky. He's taking it in the face. Everybody went to him, but nobody was even able to kill him in the end there. Man, it's so hard to fight against a Futsu. Now, Leppy, low. Whew.
Yeah, Leppy actually had to use that Fevered Barrage defensively to try to get away, create more distance between him and this huge amount of damage coming out from OG. They try to save their tower, and they're not able to stifle the push.
High ground tower is down. Mid lane is also going to be next. Look at how they play this map, Private. They are playing through the eyes of Mu Chen. Mu Chen is the reason why they're allowed to take the space knockup.
Yeah, look at it trapped in between all of the members. We're only at the 7-minute mark, and we are already down to the high ground towers of the 9Z Globant base.
It's crazy. OG is just outclassing them with the macro here. 9Z is trying their best. You can see them. They're trying to find any openings, any mistakes, punishments, but it's not happening so far.
Oh, Sick in trouble here. Bad way between two members. Battlefield Command called down to help him out. Moon on the Maeshiro now comes in, and it does look like Capo is caught. I think he knew what he was doing. He was going to try to back up, give his team some time to run away when he realized that they were caught. 9Z Globant sitting at 3 kills to 12 of OG.
Oh man, calling the brothers in every time. Whenever a fight happens, I have the Whirlpool, everybody's gonna be there. If 9Z doesn't finish any target in time, there's always gonna be the brothers. The Eye of the Whirlpool will just be calling everyone, and here we go 5 for 5.
Yeah, and we're already past the point of like a laning phase where you have, oh, speaking of which, Leppy comes in, finds himself a Fevered Barrage onto 3 members, 2 of them take a kill. Is this going to be the turnaround point for 9Z? Sick on the top, they're looking for a kill. They find one against Dao Dao. 3 down for the side of OGs.
Love it for 9Z that they're always finding these openings, punishing OG before they can even react on those openings. And now with this 3-for-2, got a bit of a shutdown, closing the gap just a bit. We're now on a 5k gold lead. What they need to do now is how they're going to be splitting the attention here of OG.
Oh man, Leppy, that was just poetry in motion. Came in there with the Fevered Barrage and just laid on the damage. Rest of the team was so quick to respond to be able to take it down. And just like that, you can see Leppy taking the Tyrant.
Okay, ult.
Yeah, Leppy comes in, another Fevered Barrage. He gets answered very quickly here. So 1-to-1, he is able to find the kill on the Keke, but he gets taken down himself. Meanwhile, up at the top, Sick fighting off 2 members. Tower is down. No more security for Leppy as the entire team portals in to greet him.
Superhero landing for OG, and now top side. Could be the push that they're looking for, but at least an answer is there. Win is pushing the bot lane. There's not even any minions, and they push the tower in the top side.
Yeah, tiny fists of fury clashing against that tower without any of the minions. 9Z Globant trying their best. They do push 2 lanes in, but unfortunately that is met quickly by OGs, and now they're going to turn their attention to this Tyrant, and I don't think 9Z can contest.
Yeah, they're just going to be putting down... Oh, Sage Smite.
Yeah, speaking of which, we do see that Capo on the front line. On the back end, On looking for some kills. Leppy putting on the damage. He's going to look for an escape, trying to defensively use that Resplendent Revolver, but OG's laying in chase. Meanwhile, they're able to pick up that Tyrant.
Boots is so scary. On is in front of everybody for like 4 seconds max, and he was not taking a lot of damage. He did survive too. So that's a big W for them. Now they're going to be pushing mid lane.
Yeah, you can see Wen doing a good job of trying to get into the back to offense and kind of zone out 9Z. Only one more high ground tower remains for 9Z at the 11-minute mark. We do have a big engagement coming in. Down goes Wen. Next person on the block trying to come in. Actually, a nice bit of damage coming out from Leffy, trying to offset this push into the tower. Down to about 75%. Leffy in trouble, gets popped up, still trying to put on the damage, and that is going to be a core for OG.
What a win for OG. Show them how it's done. The macro from these guys were just so crazy. 7 minutes, we found our first high ground turret on the other side, and that's a crazy play for OG.
Oh man, and I mean that was kind of what I want to say a lot of people were expecting from OG, and I mean honestly a little bit more dominant than I was kind of expecting from them. 9Z, unfortunately, it just felt like they had a plan in motion, but the same plan, OG kind of baited them into some of those pickups, found something better. You can put a battlefield command, you can bring one member down, we can bring the entire team down on you in each engagement.
Yeah, biggest difference on that fight that we've seen. There is an engaged composition on the build that they did for 9Z here, but it was not met with the right direction that I was expecting. There were some punishes that we've seen from 9Z, which is good, but OG just played the map so well. Even if you're gonna play a lot of engaged compositions, if there's no target on that part of the map, you're not getting a lot of kills.
Yeah, and not just that, I kind of felt like maybe what we could have done is to kind of get our eyes on the Dachau, understand where they were in the map, attack somewhere else. Because it doesn't matter. If you're attacking anywhere where a Dachau is, expect the entire team. It's just, there's just no way around it once that level 4 comes out. And man, and that was just very dominant. I believe an 11-minute game coming out of 9Z there.
Yeah, and I was expecting once they hit level 4, On and Muchen are just gonna go crazy. Drop the Siege of Might, drop the Eye of the Whirlpool. That is basically their MO during that game. That was their whole thing, and that worked perfectly for them. They were playing the Eye of the Whirlpool. The Sea of Fates were so good that most of the time, whenever 9Z was trying to engage, OG was out there already.
Yeah, they were able to answer back so feverishly, so quickly here, and it immediately kind of turned things around for them. As we take a look at these this first game stats up there, when they're sitting at 6-1 and 11.
Yeah, but you can see here, 6-1 and 11. When I do think the MVP. Oh yeah, I think there's a chance that Wen is gonna get the MVP here. Wen or Kaka will get the MVP this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing too, and it just doesn't speak to the how critical the role was from Muchen. Like we said, a lot of the times those roam positions don't always get a lot of the glory, but he laid the line out, set the standard, and it was the initiator for his team.
Oh man, I want to see how this is gonna go here for the side of 9Z. Will they be able to punch back in this series? Because looking at this, OG just are waiting for the 4-minute mark. Once they hit the 4-minute mark, it started to go in their favor. Now let's take a look at the MVP. Kaka getting the MVP here for OG. 837, 29% damage taken, 29% damage, and 22% total gold. He was the one frontlining most of the time, and he was in front whenever they are baiting a fight.
Yeah, and as we're gonna probably see in a lot of these highlights, man, he just, when it comes to dealing with the entire team, especially kind of the surprises that we saw, Kaka there on the side there latches onto Sick there, finds the kill onto him, does die himself, as we see more and more of kind of turning this around onto 9Z.
Yeah, just look at this, everybody. For OG, the times, look at this. On survived this for the longest times. There were 2 people in front of him. He was making space for the team. Even if he was not the MVP, in my mind, he was the MVP this game.
Yeah, you saw from a lot of those engagements, he just picking them off one by one, then running to the next one, picking him off there. Just a great game. Just the whole of OGs showing in this match, at least in this match and with this draft, on another class.
Yeah, he was trying his best to just push everybody away or just reel them in for them to try to start the fights. But again, everybody, that was just game number 1. We have game number 2 after this. We're just going to be taking a short break.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive 'cause now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on to the last series of the night, and OGs already coming in with their first match win.
Yeah, very, very strong in that first match. Good macro from the team, a good place from their side, and even just showing them how it's properly done against 9ZG here. Because this time, I think 9Z had a lot of challenges, but I want to say 9Z did a good job here. They tried their best in this series, or at least in game number 1.
It just felt, and I was excited seeing the draft there, but even more excited to see the immediate counter kind of come out from OG, and just to kind of let you, it just kind of tells you what kind of team they are and how prepared they are for a lot of these picks coming out from 9Z. We're going to see if they can kind of continue those types of drafts as we continue into the next few matches here.
Oh yeah, right now let's take a look at what they're going to be picking up. I do believe they're starting the draft already here for both sides, so I am kind of expecting something different from 9Z here. What approach are they going to do? Are they not going to have an assassin jungler at the first pace of the picks this time around? Yes, I think so, because they banned the Liang.
Yeah, looking for that, but we've talked about this before, especially being on the red side allows you, it's arguable which one has the bigger advantage, getting that first pick or getting to be able to reply with 2 picks of your own, which also kind of starts to help round out your composition. I kind of favor the red side, being able to kind of answer and reply no matter what the enemy is able to pick up.
Yeah, right now on the side of 9Z, they already banned the Lung. Not going to be seeing an Arlie today because it's banned every game. So Arlie, you're not going to be seen today. She's just that strong. That's why they ban her every time. This time with the openings, I do believe a Dharma could be in play here for 9Z. Oh, a Pei.
Yeah, doing a little bit of research. They go ahead and ban out the Luna, but an immediate Pei pickup from 9Z. I will say Pei, he's not, I believe he's still kind of at like a 50% right now when it comes to like win rate. So he's not exactly dominant. And I've talked about this before. It's probably because of how strong the pick has been. A lot of teams understand what it takes to go against a pick like that. But we've talked about it before with 9Z. Sick is just, well, sick on a lot of assassin hero pickups here. So I'm not going to doubt him on this.
I hope he does that again in this game this time around. But Guan, one of Kaka's favorite picks, has been picked up already. I'm kind of scared for 9Z because what they need to be scared of are going to be the farm lane and roamer picks. They need to think about the farm lane picks because Kaka is going to find a way to get to that back line.
Oh, yeah, and we've seen it before. Yuhan going to be scooped up by a 9Z.
That's
here.
good.
And especially with the healing you're going to get from the Didia, the Guan Yu, and he's... OG has been one of those teams that have been having those masterful Guan Yu games where he's able to find those great backline pickoffs, come in with the cavalry charge, and really kind of upset the tempo of enemy or of opponents there. Yixing picked up by the side of 9Z here, so they've got the potential for some of the plays, the initiating factors for some of those plays.
Yeah, I want to see how they do this though, but looking at it this time, the Ogren has been picked up by Dao here from the side of OG. Very stable pickups here for OG. I love that they have the Ogren together with the Diadia. They can both go on the path of passing, which could really help them later on.
Yeah, and so you're going to have the healing with that Ogren. And I mean, we still have, I do like the picks of 9Z because it kind of prepares for that. They have enough when it comes to the Yuhuan or even the Yixing, depending on which one you want to go with, to apply a lot of that anti-heal to be able to try to offset it. It's just going to be interesting to see how the engagements kind of start off here. Pei has had, I want to say I haven't seen this mythical early game Pei yet that everybody's always like, oh yeah, he snowballs so early. And like I said, and that usually happens because so many people know how to deal with him. I would like to see it here before like the Ogren starts to get set up, before this Guan Yu starts to get all these great defensive items and able to get behind the lines.
Yeah, you know why you haven't seen it yet? Because you haven't seen OG pick it up yet. Because so far, OG hasn't picked up the Pei yet. So maybe this time in this series we're gonna see the mythical Pei early game monster that he is. But 9Z already has it on their hands. But I love that OG went it with the Lady Sun here because against 9Z's composition, they need very heavy damage because they already have a lot of displacements, a lot of crowd control. So having the Lady Sun is perfect here.
Yeah, I was going to say the composition you've got, and especially when it comes to like a lot of defense out there, you've got that, but we don't have a lot of damage on the side of 9Z. We're going to go ahead, pick up a lot of that CC in the form of the Dharma, and now waiting for that last pickup, and it's going to be a Consort U.
Consort U? I don't really like whenever I see a Consort U on the other team because most of the time, even if you have protecting wins, you can still get pushed by the Guan Yu. And you don't really have any dashes to go away from it except for your flash though. You can use a bolting shot, which could be good, but sometimes it's not as consistent as we expect it to be. And Kongming has been picked up in the mid lane when wants to go crazy with this Kongming.
It's not often that you see something like that in the mid lane. It's kind of, dare I say, kind of like a greedy mid pick that's going to be doing a lot of damage. It's almost filling the role of an assassin on the team here. Very interested to see how this composition comes put together. 9Z, it's going to be on them in this early game with their rotations to kind of offset this. If OG get the early lead, it's going to be a steamroll.
Yeah, I want to see how the Pei is going to play this because you don't really have an aggressive Clash laner on the Dharma. You do have an aggressive roamer on the Yuhuan, which could help you invade later on. And against the Ogren, it could be the perfect timing to do so. I do hope that they have the confidence on the side of 9Z to do that.
Yeah, and I'm kind of expecting the same, kind of expecting a invade from the side of OG to kind of go in there, offset that Pei. Pei, as we know, is probably one of the fastest farmers in the game, but if you start offsetting that early, you're going to have a hard game on pay here. 0-1 in favor of OG. They set the tone in the first game, looking to see if 9Z Globant can reply.
Want to see how Kaka is going to be playing this with the Guanyu. We have seen it before, and we're going to see it today, but 9ZG versus OG. We are going to game number 2, and I'm excited to see if 9Z is going to be able to punch back.
Yeah, looking, you can see if they're trying to get some information here. Oh, they actually do latch on very quickly to Kappa, who's going to go check that bottom.
Here he is.
And already, Dao going to go ahead and claim that bottom, those bottom boar minions.
Yeah, no invades for Sick. So Dao is just going to be taking a boar for free and going to go to the other side of the jungle so that when Sick goes for the movement, he's not going to see anything on the red side jungle later on.
Yeah, and right here already, I mean, even with that, look at the amount of pressure that OG is already putting on to the side of 9Z. Even refusing this a small minion here. Oh, I think that they were actually able, 9Z actually able to get that back, so
yeah.
No worse for wear there.
Yeah, still good for their side. They have a lot of damage here for the side of OG. What I like about it is the pressure that An could give in the lane, even with protecting wins on Leffy. Usually the consort here is not going to be able to get close to the range of a rolling raid with Lady Sun.
Yeah, and that's kind of the unfortunate part. Oh, actually, Dao and then coming in here. Leffy in trouble here, might be caught. Gets a stunned lockdown, is going to use that flash. They come in, put in the damage, and the Lady soon on, able to pick up the kill.
This is what we were saying about the range. Leffy has massive range. That's why he can easily chip down the targets even on that long range.
Oh, man, and that's already setting the tone in the first 2 minutes of the game. Dao comes in, and Moon gets caught here too as well. Use the flash, and on the backside, Leffy there to kind of help secure that escape.
Dao is in place though. This is kind of sneaky. Hasn't been hit, so he might be able to steal this.
I'm wondering, I think they kind of sense something.
They don't know.
On the Sick in trouble here. The rest of OG, 4 members of OG right here, already starting to refuse this jungle. And look at the top already. Keke up there lying in wait, waiting to catch Sick and unsuspecting. Okay, he decides against it. Decides to go in on Moon, has the board down. I want to say that was a panic board and gets taken out by Wen. Meanwhile, continuing on the fight here, we do see that they find a pickup. Win able to find a kill on the Dao, and an ultimate coming out from Wen claims Leffy.
Okay, even if Dao got killed there, they got a bit of a damage on the tower on the bot lane and also some double kills here for Wen. So still a win for the side of OG in the end there.
Oh, Sick. No. He's desperate to get some minions under his belt. Goes into enemy territory, gets caught between 3 members, and OG take him down.
This is the scariest part about Kaka's Guanyu. He's always going to find a way to push you in forward. And with Muchen on that Dia with an easy access on the crowd control bolting shot.
Oh, yeah, Leffy putting the damage onto An. In comes Capo looking for a stun, misses it, and the board does not land from Moon.
The rolling raid to the flash, he went so far away because of that.
Yeah, and that's just the value you get out of a Lady soon, and then being able to use that rolling raid. And then the fight, I mean, I almost feel like the flash was kind of almost unnecessary. The rolling raid got him enough distance, but he just wanted to be sure, wanted to make sure that he created that safe distance away from that gank.
Yeah, Tyrant is already up. No position for Sick to even go for this. He has no smite, so he won't be able to contest this.
Leffy and Castle from the bottom here. Oh, you did see Leffy put in the effort, tried, but not able to capture the Tyrant away from OG. And on the other side here, you can see Keke in there, finds a kill onto Moon. And will he be able to find himself an escape? He does.
The heal has been helpful. Help us win RJ.
Who Win tries to stop the escape from Keke, gets taken out on his end. Ooh, Sick actually got locked onto there, but it was the shot was blocked by Capo. And man, another, I want to say a furious engagement here by OG. They're pushing and already claiming the middle tower.
Good cross-map kill that has happened. Leffy was having the 1v1 against On in the bot side, and that is where the other kill has happened while they're trying to push the mid lane tower. Still, overall, OG is the one who got advantage in that kill.
Oh, they locked it on the Sick, diving underneath the tower. He is not long for the world. He gets taken out, and they're going to go ahead, possibly push up on this top tower. Sick has just been shut down. I thought it was bad watching the BTK match here, but another one On in trouble here underneath the tower. Moon trying to put on the damage onto Dao, and a kill lands onto Capo. Now you can see Dao putting on the damage. Wind and Moon in trouble, trying to make their escape from the bottom end. Wind in trouble, gets taken out, and Moon finds himself an escape. 2-9 right now. OG continuing on this immense pressure.
Sick not even allowed to get any of his buffs. The Crimson buff, the Azure buff is already on the hands of Dao, and he can't even fight back.
He's basically reduced. He's going to be begging on a corner right now with a metal cup, hoping for some change, a buff, a minion, anything. OG has taken complete control of the enemy jungle.
It was so hard. It is still so hard for 9Z to do anything in this game. Pei not allowed to get the snowball in the early game. It's just going to struggle once they go into the late game, and we can see it happening in this game. The rotations from OG are just so clean.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the 6-minute mark and a 6K gold lead for the side of OG. Yeah, I go diving deep into the back line. Wind looking for an angle, does not find one, gets collapsed onto from the side of OG, mounting their lead to a 10-2 kill lead for them. Now, continuing on to these high ground towers. 9Z looking to maybe be able to stop it, not able to. Capo in a little bit of trouble, gonna have to use that flash to vibe away. Ooh, Keke in a little bit of trouble, might have gone a little too deep there. Is getting hammered down by Leffy, who finds himself a kill. The rest of OG wisely disengaged from the core.
Look at the position here of the Lady Soon and the Diadea. Muchen and On are cutting off any rotations on the bot lane.
Oh, and getting wiped up is Leffy there, and diving into the backside is Dao, trying to find another kill. Sick goes down. 9Z Globant running back to the safety of their core. OGs don't care. They're going to dive underneath this core to find him, trying to close up this game. Can they find it? The board is on the ground to stop that push from OG.
Yeah, good board, good board. That saved them some time here. That could have been the end there. OG was looking to end it at 7 minutes and 30 seconds, but because of that board, Moon was able to stop them from doing so.
Man, maybe just kind of prolong the inevitable there, though. I mean, they have 2 more high ground towers here. OG looking very dominant here. The gold lead has extended to 10K right now.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. Might be the last fight here, though.
Yeah, Sick and the rest of the 9Z gonna go back to try to get that health pump up there. And right now, fighting for their existence here. Dao comes in with a swipe. Minions now starting to come into core. Has to be answered by 9Z. Dao comes in, getting enough damage onto there. On the back end, woo! Keke goes in, gets lured in and baited, taken down. A little bit of light there coming onto the side of 9Z, able to find themselves a kill, and OG disengage.
Mission complete. At least they were able to get the high ground tower at the bottom side of the map, so that is exactly what they wanted to do. Kaka was just a bait in the end there. In the grand scheme of things, that's just what he wanted to do. Tyrant could be taken here by OG, and on the side of 9Z, they are gonna try, but they're a bit too late.
I mean, there's not much that they're going to be able to contest here. The moment that OG get a whiff of 9Z around an objective that they're going for, they're just going to turn that around on them. The gold chart here is just basically all OG.
Yeah, even Muchen is close there. Board?
Yeah, board comes down, but I want to say like not the rest of the team in a good position to capitalize onto that. Now, Kaka ended up back. L-Line here is going to be taken out again, but Dowd comes in trying to put on the damage, 50%, and that is going to be another game at the 9-minute mark for OG.
What a game again for OG. What a nice finishing touch there. Kaka just trying his best to get onto the backline, but still was the big catalyst on them getting a lot of kills in the early parts of our game. It was still a nice game. 9Z tried their best, but OG was just better this time on game number 2.
I mean, it started with what you're supposed to do against an assassin pick. Invade the jungle, refuse that farm to him, but they just went the extra mile. They said, we're not just going to refuse the buffs, we're going to refuse the entire jungle from you, to the point that the Sick was so desperate. He was trying to go into the enemy jungle to try to find anything that he could get, and unfortunately it was just a wrap, and OG just really steamrolled that from the beginning.
Yeah. We can definitely say the Sick wasn't allowed to play on the middle parts of our game because he can't even get close to his own jungle camps, and that's a big no-no whenever you're playing a pay. You want to get that item advantage as much as you can because you descale once you go to the late game.
Yeah, and man, just a great execution by OG, and showing very little, I want to say, chinks in their armor to be able to kind of even get an answer from 9Z. Even what looked like maybe some small misplays by Keke was just kind of used as cannon fodder so that they could go ahead, get some towers, get some push, and then move on to the next objective.
Yeah, and that's what they have been doing almost all of the time here. And OG, I love how they were playing the map. They were just finding ways to take over the jungle. And once they had that space, that is when they started to go in their favor. I believe Wen will get the MVP here in this game.
Yeah, 7-0-2. We were already talking about how aggressive this mid lane pick usually is. And he was just finding mark after mark after mark.
Yeah, and you can see here on the damage, Wen dealt 100k damage on that whole game. He was doing a lot of cleanups for the team, but let's see whoever is going to be taking the MVP here. I do believe there was a lot of deaths on Kaka's side, so he's not going to get it.
I mean, this one's kind of a wrap. There's been sometimes I've been surprised by the MVP here. Not an ounce of blue. We talked about it right from the beginning. OG inside enemy territory, refusing jungle, refusing minions, and then continuing on with the fight once they knew they had shut down pay, and it's just a wrap from there. And yeah, not a surprise when 7-0-2, 38% damage, 9% damage taken, and 24% total gold.
That is one of the highest ones that we have here. 38% on the damage dealt is crazy, man. 7-0-2 also. So no surprises there. If you get 0 deaths, you most likely are going to be the one getting MVP. So that is a really good start here. And also you can see how they played this on the side of OG. The start of the game, they were dominating. They were trying. They were just making 9Z uncomfortable on their own base.
Yeah, no matter where they were in the direction, there just was nowhere to run. And by the time, I want to say 9Z kind of figured out what was going on, it was already too late. They were too strong. They were diving underneath towers. Every single time they ventured into their jungle, they were getting caught. And then here, you can see they do find a little bit of a pick-off on to the Keke, but it results in their last and final high ground tower going down.
Yeah, and that was the only thing that has been seen. There's some deaths from Kaka, but other than that, it was just OG being smooth, being really great. But before that, everybody, before we go to game number 3, we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in a bit.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. 'Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, safe to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, wherever lost. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring it to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit it with the boom, then we get him with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve him with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, safe to be found.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Week 2, day 2, the final series of the night, possibly game point for OGs taking on 9Z Globant.
Yeah, 9Z Globant struggling against OG currently because OG has just been great. It's not that 9Z is bad, it's just that OG is just so good currently. And that's why they are having a bit of a struggle. We're not seeing the shine from Sick. We're not seeing the shine from the other members here of 9Z. I just hope they will be able to get one game against OG.
And it's interesting that you bring that up because I was going to mention that too. Like, it just kind of, the power scaling right now on OG is just so immense that 9Z has had such a great run moving up and getting slotted into that second place right now, but definitely have hit a wall in that opponent of OG.
Yeah, if they lose this, there's definitely a big possibility that the survival week highest pointer will be OG. And currently, with the 4-0, with the scoreline that they already have, I think it's already higher than what 9Z has. So they're going to be cemented at the second place. There's no way the Twisted Minds will be able to get second place at this point. But 9Z, you know what? I'm happy that they got second place already.
Man, and right now, OG is going to be taking up the blue side. 9, is he going to be on the red? So this does give 9Z an opportunity to be able to reply, which is what OG has been having so much success with. Hopefully here, able to kind of find an answer for what we see from OG.
We also have seen the Guan Yu from WinRJ, so I definitely was expecting the Guan Yu ban here from OG because they know that he also knows how to play it. So might as well not see him play it for this game.
And as is tradition, the Arlie ban comes through for 9Z. That is possibly a wrap for tonight. They're not going to see. Arlie has been the most consistent ban here tonight. Luna picked up as a ban on the side of OG.
Yeah, I want to see what they're going to be picking up here. Liang has been banned a lot of times, hasn't been picked on game number 1, game number 2 because of it. So are we going to see 9Z ban it on their side again just because they want to play another assassin? Never mind, they ban Long.
Yeah, now we get to see what that initial pickup from OG comes and if 9Z is going to be able to answer. So far, My Shira now picked up by OG. So far, OG just has been a step ahead when it comes to the draft and what they need to do. They understand on another level what 9Z is trying to accomplish, and they're able to just absolutely thwart it in huge fashion here.
Yeah, what they need here, Mai Nui together with the Byron or a Mayin could already be good. here for OG. That could start up things here for the team. That's already a good composition overall because they have an aggressive mid lane clash laner. Then they can have a scaling jungler if they pick that up.
Yeah, here it does look like 9Z decide to go with Zhangfei. D-Renje pickups here, waiting for that last pickup, those last two coming from the side of OG. I do like Mai Shirnu, and there's a lot of options already taken off. Yeah, Dune and Mei Yin picked up by OG. That's a lot of displacement, a lot of pop-ups, a lot of, I want to say, initiation options for the side of OG.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Dun has been picked up here by OG. I do believe 9Z is going to be banning the Dahlia once it goes to their side, because that will complete this composition for OG, and they just need to slot in a marksman just to complete it. But for 9Z's side, I do see a lot of crowd control already, and the Agudo is a perfect match to this just to add that extra layer of damage on the early parts of the game.
Yeah, we're going to see if they do indeed ban out that Dahlia. And already, like, that is a perfect read, too, because matching that with this type of composition, with the amount of ults out here, with the amount of displacement that is possible with that pickup, it would be just kind of crazy not to. Moving into that second banning phase between OG, 9Z, you can, oh, there it is. Great read.
Yeah, banning that Dahlia, they have to take out another marksman for 9Z, maybe take out the Chano, because the Chano hasn't been picked yet and is a very strong late game pick, because you already have good early game. Pick a very strong late game so that if ever everything falls through, you have that security from that Chano.
Yeah, here still waiting for next pickups here. Kind of wondering what we have on the side, what we can round out 9Z Globant's composition here with when it comes. So we've got the tankiness and the Aguda, we've got the damage coming from D-Renje, and we have the, I want to say, the peeling and setting potential from Zhangfei. The only problem with that is when you match it up against OG, there's just, when it comes to kind of checking those boxes, there's just more options on the side of OG for success.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at what 9Z's options are here for the Clash laner, because they could go for the, yeah, there you go. There's a Fatih against the Mayin. Still, not the winning lane, because most of the time Mayin is not going to be fighting you anyway, but it's a very good pickup in this composition that 9Z is building, because they're losing on the damage department, and Fatih could provide that.
My only issue is they're also kind of losing in the early game in these last two compositions that they've had, and it just started a huge steamroll that 9Z has not been able to like get above water on. And Fatih, I don't like his early game kind of coming out. I feel like he shines, he absolutely glimmers in the late game, but in the early game, just a little slower.
Yeah, there it is. Adding in an extra layer of healing for that Chano is perfect. You have the security of the late game on the Chano. You do have... Man, is this good. I love the Milady pickup here for the side of 9Z. You have a lot of minions that you could throw around. The bots from Milady, the jungle camps from Agudo. So the pushing power of 9Z's composition together with the Demon Zia is gonna be so good.
I like it too, especially this is what we've seen. A good counter for Mai Shirano is to make sure that she regrets leaving that lane, and they have a lot of answers for that. It's just, can we rotate around OG to the point where we're not getting caught, to where we can get to those lone lanes?
Yeah, one thing that's scary about this is the wave clear of 9Z is good. OG doesn't have really good wave clear with this composition. And you need good wave clear against a Milady and an Agudo. So that could be what could set aside the win here for 9Z if they play the siege game against OG. Because if they fight them on a team fight, they're going to lose.
Yeah, it's gonna take way more than minions to kind of complement some of those team fights here, but this is the strategy that they've gone with, and like I said, it comes down to the execution. Can we get around OG so that we're not engaging in some of those team fights? Can we back out? Because, I mean, there's not a lot of escapes for Milady, too, if she gets caught. Here, we are on potentially game point for OG against 9Z Globant.
Yeah, I want to see how 9Z Globant is going to play this composition. They have the right tools here. There's a possibility that they can win here. I like their composition. I just know that OG has a better team fight composition, so they have to be careful about that.
Yeah, this early game is going to be very integral for the side of a 9Z. I want to say that especially because of how oppressive OG has been in a lot of this early games.
Yeah, especially with their composition, M&M combo together with a Dun, it's gonna be hard to be able to fight them in the early game, especially for the first objective. But right now, they're doing a good job at just saving a way on here on the lane, and he's not gonna be winning early game against Leffy for sure.
Oh, I think I just saw Wen dive into Moon underneath that tower there. Now we're going to go ahead and get those boars here at the bottom. An and Mushin staving off against the side of 9Z Gaming.
Yeah, this is what's hard about fighting against a Zakir, right? The sustain in lane is just going to be so much that Leffy would need to make sure that a kill will happen. Because if the kill doesn't happen, the healing from Muchen is going to get him back to full.
Yeah, a little bit of damage comes on there from Keke onto Moon. Now they're going to latch onto Wen, hoping for a kill, just do not find the mark. I want to say the 9Z just a little late coming to that top lane.
Oh, Dao.
Yeah, Dao onto Moon, gets a pop-up there. Sick is right there to try to help out Moon. Looking for the security, and almost gets caught there. This is actually bad for Dao if he's not going to be able to get out of here. Big pop-up lands onto him. The damage coming in from Moon, and that is going to be a kill from Sick onto Dao.
Good first blood for their side. Moon just spacing out here, using the flash in order to bait out Dao in the middle of two other members of 9Z, and that was why they got the kill.
Yeah, I want to say they were a little aggressive from Dao with that unruly blade. Came in and actually put him like really in harm's way in between three members of 9Z. He still lasted very long in that engagement. Fortunately for 9Z, they're able to pick that up, get a first blood, which I want to say is probably a first for this series for 9Z.
Yeah, he really was just forcing the flash away, right? Forcing the flash out of Moon. But because Win was also there chipping in with the damage, that's why he got killed. But if it was just Sick there, he couldn't have been killed by Sick and Moon.
Keke back and forth here with Wind as they're fighting over this area for the teleportation. The rest of 9Z actually coming in here, trying to go latch on to Keke, looking for an escape. When there to help secure that runaway.
Yeah, didn't even need to use a flash, and Kaka was still able to get that sprite also on the top side, so he can go and find a rotation later on. 3 minutes in the game, 1 minute before our objectives, everybody, and we have to look at how they're going to be playing the mid lane, because that is going to be crucial on how they approach the Tyrant fight.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say too, is like this mid lane so far, they've kind of really been able to kind of hunker down Moon from really being able to get a lot of those minions to latch onto the tower or to be really oppressive. They rotate so fast that Moon isn't really able to get that offense that you're used to with the Milady or to punish them when they rotate. Speaking of punishment, we can have an engagement here. Dao in a little bit of trouble as the rest of 9Z Globant looking for an engage. And just like that, OG turn it around. Down goes Milady, and with a kill there as well. Dao picks up one as well. 3 down for the side of 9Z Globant. And on the back end, Leffy has that flash. He's zigzagging, has his dancing shoes on, looking to get away, and finds an escape.
What a great play coming in from OG. Dao stayed alive on that fight for so long. I thought Capo Saba's prison sprite was so good because Dao couldn't go anywhere, but because they can't kill him, he was knocking up everybody that was trying to get close.
Yeah, and just like that, we're sitting at 3-1 in favor of OGs. Ooh, Muchin in a little bit of trouble here. Has a little bit of a pop-up, lands onto 2 members of 9Z, and in is Ann on that Chano, putting on the damage and making sure that 9Z are not able to get that minion without the offense coming from OG.
Yeah, they should be really afraid on this fight, though. Okay, Thanks for the leash, buddy, as he said, and as he takes the fire beak there. What a good one. And Dowdo is just going to be given a lot of space here. What I like, oh, Leffy in danger.
Yeah, Leffy in trouble here against them. Here on the back end, Capo coming in, has the unbridled outburst, able to catch the stun on the end, using that flash. Is it going to be enough? They are not able to get it, and you can see Ann sitting here baiting out, trying to get him to dive in, and just like that, Wen in trouble, gets taken out on that My Shiranu. Sick able to find the kill. The entire team of 9Z here at the bottom looking for an opportunity. Dowdo puts some damage onto Capo. In comes the Sick. Pop-up lands on the Sick, but no worse for wear is the team. Dowdo now disengaging back to that bottom tower.
Yeah, he's not going to be taking the fight here, but on the back line.
Whoa, deep onto the back line. Keke comes in, finds himself a double, and continually putting the pressure onto them. Ooh, on in a little bit of trouble, comes in, does get hit by a pop-up. When comes in, and then that is a wrap for Wind.
Oh, on a red ribbon, gives it to On in the end, and that's 4 kills for the side of OG. What a great fight, starting off from Kaka, starting it with a drop kick on the back line.
Yeah, and that's going to be a mid-tower down unless Leffy can get the last hit on this minion. He's answered immediately as Wen goes ahead, hits him with that fan. Just the chunking on that side, too. He's in trouble. Now we have the enemy. Wow. We have OG in our jungle, taking out our minions.
Yeah, top side, bot side.
Yeah, Keke surrounding Win. Now they're going to get, looks like they're going to get a flank. Unbridled outburst comes out from Capo. They are not close enough to be able to get that chase on there. A little bit of a reorganization by OG as they start putting the boots onto this tier 2 mid tower. On the back end, Keke gets taken out, and 9Z trying to clamor around that kill, trying to go ahead and invest onto Ann. Are they going to be able to find it? They do find Muchin, who goes back, dashes across that line to safety.
Yeah, nice ult from Moon, denying Kaka from getting on the back line. Now they're trying to go for the push on the mid lane, but the wave clear is just so much, they can't even start it.
Yeah, great wave clear there from Mushin on OGs, and that's going to be a big problem and kind of like really set apart this pick from Moon and kind of like, I don't want to say make it useless, but it's going to be very hard for them to kind of get those minions in line.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really hard. Now, leader stance is used just for them to go for this push.
Yeah, now trying to zone out the rest of 9Z as they take on the tier 2 tower at the bottom, continually to move their way around the map surgically. Capo, in a little bit of trouble, might be caught out here, jumps his way back to Leffy.
Yeah, surprised that the Clash Lane tower is still up though. Nice kill, and they're gonna go for more.
Yeah, On finds a kill onto Copa, and that's going to be a huge upset for them here. Dowdo, they're still trying to defend this. Is Sick, is the rest of 9Z. Dowdo sitting in between the towers, just to show how dominant. A little bit of aura farming there coming from Dowdo, standing in between both of the towers, just daring them to come at him, waiting for these minions to come out. Ooh, they actually find a tower down at bottom. This is what we're talking about. Oh, actually, in trouble. He's going to be taken out. Dowdo finds himself a kill onto Sick, and it looks like the Milady Moon might be out for the count, too.
Oh man, they were having a standoff before Kaka got the kill on him.
Yeah, and now continuing on the pressure. Dow chipping away at this tower. Latches on to Leffy. Big pop up. Leffy is able to get away. Almost gets taken out there as well. Runs back to the tower to get popped up there. Capo, pop up, down. Look at the chunking power coming out from On. And now setting their sights on the core to wrap up this game is OG. 9Z not trying to go down without a fight. Trying to put the pressure on. Trying to mount a defense here and more kills. That is a complete team wipe. OGs with a clean sweep over 9Z Globant. Gonna go ahead and focus on this bottom tower. They don't have the minions just yet, but it's basically academic at this point. 25% left on this tower, and that is 3 games for OG.
OG cements themselves right there at the first place mark. There is no chance that the other teams will be able to take this spot from them. Good try from 9Z. They can try again on the next day, but this cements them for the first place, cements 9Z on the second, and third place will be Twisted Minds on Group S. On Group A, it's a different story.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement there, and man, a great effort by 9Z, especially with this run, able to climb up those spots. I want to say it was very surprising to see, especially them being able to take those games over Twisted Minds, get up into second place. However, the monster that is OG really set the tone, set the standard here tonight against them, and showing exactly why they are at that peak of that mountain here in KMW.
You can definitely see the playmakers here on the team. Kaka always looking for those backline access. You can see Wen also doing the same thing. And it was so hard for the team here on 9Z. We were talking about how good their composition is, but because OG knows how to play against it, there was no chance. They were given no chance to even push.
Yeah, and even with the rotations, when doing a good job on the Mei Shiranu to make sure that when he rotated up to the top or to the bottom, he went down. Can I get something? Can I not? Boom, let me rotate back, so that the Milady was not able to mount those sprites there to get that offense. And I mean, on paper, yeah, Milady's supposed to counter Mai, but like we said, it comes down to strategy, it comes down to play style, and OG just putting on a clinic.
Yeah, OG just did them, or at least played them pretty well with this composition that we've seen. And Moon wasn't even allowed to do his thing, wasn't even allowed to push. He was able to push one tower, which was in the bot lane, but other than that, there was not really a lot of opportunities for him to split push. In this game, it's a toss-up between On or Mu Chen who's going to get the MVP.
Yeah, and I was talking about this before, yes, we have the Milady on our team. Can we create this distance, these rotations, and where you're not going to be facing OG, where we're not going to be clashing with them? Because they win by macro, but OG wins by that team fights. And you can see here, that little flicker of red there at the, let's call it the 1 minute mark. And then
yeah.
It was just all OGs from there.
Yeah, OG was just taking over the game the whole time. They were getting kills. And that's not what 9Z wanted during that game. They wanted to siege. They don't want to fight. But in the end, they were forced to because OG was forcing them to fight.
Yeah, and man, what a group of games by OG. We were kind of hoping for a little bit more fight back coming from 9Z, but OG, so dominant. So strategic, and just, I want to say, just some great drafts. Dow, MVP 5, 2, and 4. Damage taken 29%. Damage dealt 19%, and total goal 24.
Okay, I was wrong, everyone. It's Dow getting the MVP with a 5-2-4. He was tanking up a lot of damage, which I definitely think he deserves to get it because he was tanking up a lot. He died a few times during the early parts of the game, but one good fight that he won for the team was in the bottom lane. You're gonna see it in the highlights later.
Look at how long he survived in this, especially because he missed that unruly blade, but still able to kind of hang in there, like shades of what was to come in a lot of these matches.
Oh yeah, and as we've seen, this was the fight that he won for the team. He was there for the longest time. He was surviving, and that's why they got it. But Kaka, during this one, boom, got 3 on the backline. Was a crazy play for me.
Yeah, and just amazing pickups by them, and that's the thing too. It's kind of a toss-up between Keke and the Dao there. They just both had such an immense ability to catch their opponents off guard, even across the lanes. It's just a great game played by them.
Yeah, I really just want to see here. We've seen the games been played today. We're already over, everybody. But I want to see the scores here for the team and who's going to be fighting for tomorrow's game, because we're already finishing up on Group S. We already have established who's going to be first, second, third at this point. But on the other hand, Group A, that is a much more deadly group, because somebody, or not somebody, 3 teams are going to be taken off of the competition in Group A.
Yeah, somebody is going to survive, but 3 of them are going to be taken out. So, and that's where all of these guys are kind of fighting for their livelihood in that group. And a great job by all of these teams here tonight as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough here as we head into it. I really love what they've showed us. Twisted Minds, 9Z, even OG, even BTK and LM during their match a while ago. Really love what they've shown us so far. But let's take a look at today's matches. This is a recap on everybody. If you're just tuning in, 9Z won their first game against Twisted Minds. LM won against BTK and OG. This match won against 9Z on a 3-0.
Yeah, very exciting night, especially the start of it for 9Z, really kind of pushing those limits that they had. Like I said, at the beginning of the week, or at the beginning of the first week, a little bit of a few losses that they were able to avenge. Here, the final, or the current rankings in that sweet number 1 spot is OG. Second place right now going to 9Z, Globant, and third place going to Twisted Minds. You were talking about that Group A. It's still up for grabs. First place going to Boars, second to LM, third to ALO Gaming, and fourth place to BTK.
Yeah, one thing to note, everybody, Boars is also the newcomers in the Major West. And they're already on top of ALO, who were also here during last spring season. And this is such a development. I would love to see a lot more teams like this just showing up, being one of the stronger teams in Group A. And tomorrow's games, let's take a look at it, everybody. BTK versus LM, a rematch from today's match. OG versus Twisted Minds, and BTK versus ALO on that last game.
Yeah, that's going to be a dual night for BTK. They're going to have to be bringing in 2 matches, but OG versus Twisted Mind, the potential grudge match. Maybe Twisted Minds can be able to kind of scoop a win off of OG here. We've talked about it might not be the same roster that they had. They have been having a little bit of trouble, but still very firm at the top of the mountain on that third place.
Oh yeah, that was a very, very nice day, everybody. It has been great. It has been a very nice. It is, well, I don't know what time it is at your side, Private Dancer, but it is already very midnight at that point. But any last message to everybody who has watched here with us today?
It's been an exciting group of matches. It's been exciting to cast here. But yeah, I'm so excited to see the matches that will come out in the following next few days and the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's been an honor to cast with you, Private. And to everyone who watched with us, thank you very much for being here with us the whole time. It's been a long night. I hope you have your great sleep after this. But again, we have been your casters for today. My name is Dash, and I was here with Private Dancer. See you tomorrow for more Kings Major West.
of the rain. No